Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The guy looked frightened. A phrase flashed by that his name was Xiao. He was going to tell Mr. He hid behind a stone. It was heard that everyone had a system except him. The hero looked at the inventory. The thought arose that at the beginning he had 3 red and 3 blue bottles. Pets appeared, and he added that he was also a stupid cat and 2 pets. The protagonist looked frightened and thought that let him survive. Whether it was a human or a ghost, they were all gaining power except him. Smirking, he said that despite this, he was still trying to survive. Everything would be fine. The image of a young man appeared. The words sounded that fortunately, he met a good NPC brother. MC stood among the players. Holding the doll in his hands, he said that he had been joined by a selfless and dedicated comrade. He had even learned how to make figurines well. Closing his eyes, Xiao reflected on how he dreamed of becoming a great person one day, even though he was weak, becoming the boss of a great corporation and fighting the boss with other users. Smiling, he added that he believed that even beginners would be able to shine in this terrible game. Sitting at the table, the girl said that even if this was the case, wasn't he already the strongest boss? He had no equal, to which the user replied that she would do it. Smiling broadly, the player said that the great demon king himself had descended to their land. How touching and treacherous. She looked away, and it was said that they also had an evil lady here. Portraits of users appeared, and the hero said that the evil lady is number 2 and number 3. The guys stood in front of each other. It was heard that games and abilities. The man opened his eyes wide. A phrase about amusement and exaggeration flashed by. The creature looked furiously. It was said that monsters and battles. Meteorites flew to a residential city. The words that the world was destroyed were heard again. Sitting behind a rock, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he is the main character. At the very beginning he met a wild boss. The girl grinned, and he added that fortunately, she looked very cute, and she also had a whip in her hands. MC looked frightened, thinking that despite this, he was still doomed. This was the end of the story. Let them show the credits. The credits of the game appeared. Stretching his hand forward, he added that but, to be honest, everything did not go awry from that moment. The class selection system appeared. Xiao looked at him in surprise and mumbled. He froze, looking at the notification. A glow appeared between the planets, and the hero thought that year, the game called The Will of the Earth merged with the real world. Interference appeared. An image of the creature appeared. It was said that monsters and various NPCs came to Earth. The world was in mortal danger, but fortunately. People looked at the message, and the protagonist thought that all people were able to become players. The person clicked on the notification. Players were holding weapons in their hands. A phrase flashed by that everyone started from 0 level and got the opportunity to fight monsters. MC smirked and said that he was looking forward to it, still waiting. Looking down, he added that there was no answer. The hero's gaze froze and he thought that the case was rubbish. Xiao clicked on the message, and it was said that something extraordinary had happened to the most ordinary college student at the most important moment. He shuddered in surprise when he heard that the creation of the character had been interrupted, the log out of the system. Looking to the side, the hero shouted that everything was gone. He froze with fright. The protagonist was holding a stick in his hands. It was said that he was discovering that he could not equip items. He began to do push-ups, hearing about how he couldn't get experience points and couldn't level up. MC looked at the window frightened. The words were heard that his own interface was failing. Raising his head up, he shouted. It was said that an ordinary person is not able to survive in the game world, and he fell into deep despair. Xiao froze when he heard the words that it was a pity to die like this, to which he asked what kind of grandfatherly things it was. Smiling, he said that he had done everything he could. First he would find a safe place, hide there, and then think of a plan for survival. Looking at the inventory, the hero said that fortunately, he was given a backpack. These are beginner starter potions. Sitting on the ground, he added that since he found himself in such a situation, then first he should find a safe place for himself. He needs to form a team of nearby players. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist pondered. He turned when he heard the crash. A crushing blow suddenly flew to the ground. Putting his hand on his side, the man asked that he had come after all. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was doomsday. Pink lightning flew around the creature. Sitting behind the rock, the MC exclaimed. Looking to the side, he thought that it was a wild boss. Particles around the player began to dissipate. Smirking, the girl asked what it was here, and there was a place in the prophetic dream where the demon king had appeared. Looking at her, Xiao thought that an S-rank monster. Why was he so lucky? He then smirked and took a picture of her. The lady looked around. She raised her eyebrows and said that she liked to wander somewhere wrong. Looking at the store, Belial said that there he was. Then she licked her lips. Holding the photograph in her hands, the lady said that she would wait for the king to come. He appeared to her in a dream of prediction, and she drew him. How handsome he was. Looking up, she added that her demon king, how eager she was to see him. Standing among the players, Belial said that by the way, these stupid people are very much spoiling the landscape here. The guy looked frightened and said that it was a monster, and the other added that it was necessary to hit him in the face first. Stretching out her hand, the devil asked that they were unlucky, were they? Suddenly a blow flew to the ground. An explosion thundered behind the girl. It was said that this skill causes an instant explosion. Creatures 10 levels below the skill itself fall under its deadly wave. The hero looked frightened and asked again. He trembled with fear when he heard the words that the king himself was coming. Why the hell hadn't they laid the carpet? To which he thought that he had to run, and quickly. The lady looked at the stone in bewilderment. Rushing forward, she asked if it was a human, and he was able to survive her attack, to which the protagonist thought that it was all over. A bright beam rushed forward sharply. He looked at the blow in fright. The earth began to collapse. MC's eyes widened and asked what it was. The demon shuddered in surprise. Frowning, she said that this was an attack. Suddenly Belial jumped up. She sat down on one knee. Gritting her teeth, the girl pronounced the man's name. Standing on the pole, the guy said that she was so excited, to which she asked how he could say such a thing when he had just blown the earth from under her feet. Smiling, the young man said that he should not be so cruel to him. Stretching out her hand, the demon asked why he had come, to which he replied that it was obviously to imprison the newborn king. Putting his hand to his face, Roland said that although he had seen this place in the prophecy, he was not sure if it was the same. Smiling, he added that there it was. Belial looked furiously and shouted that she wouldn't let him carry out his plan against the demon king. She jumped up sharply. The girl waved her hand. The guy deflected her blows. He smiled as he looked at her. The player stared at him angrily. She swung her whip. A blow flew to the ground. Fire particles were flying around the guy's arm. He held a sword in his hands. Sitting behind a stone, the hero said that where he was, how scary. He froze with fear. Belial lowered her head when she heard that she thought she could defeat him. Her eyes lit up and she shouted that she intended to see the king in person. A warning appeared about the increase in stats. The girl crouched to the ground. Suddenly she jumped up. Swinging her whip, the demon shouted that she should die. Roland gritted his teeth tightly, thinking that the psychic would be lousy if she did finish him off. Holding the paper in his hands, he added that at least he had an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, the guy pulled out the paper in front of him. The lady opened her eyes in surprise and mumbled. Looking at the portrait, she said that it was the king of devils. The young man furrowed his brows. Suddenly he struck her. The lady slid on the ground. She stopped beside the hero. The hero looked at her frightened. Belial sat on the ground. Looking at the portrait, she screamed. Taking the paper in her hands, the girl said that as a priest, he dared to use such a shameless trick against her, and took advantage of her innocent love for the demon king. Standing up, she added that he had harmed her king's face. Lowering her head, the lady shouted about the face of the devil king. Suddenly their eyes met. The protagonist instantly aged. Smiling, Belial said that yes, it was the face of the king himself. She recognized him from 1,000. She had finally waited for him. The guy raised his weapon up. Suddenly he cut it in half. Blood spurted on the MC's face. Pulling the weapon to the side, the young man said that it was ready. Shao opened his eyes in fright when he heard the words that he was worthy of the title of Demon King. Gritting his teeth, Roland said that he had thrown him such a dangerous situation. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he added that although it didn't matter anymore, he only needed to set traps. Smirking, the young man said that he would wait for the king to come and kill him again. Closing his eyes, he continued that if he was level 1, then there should be no problems with him. Turning his head, the young man said that by the way, he still needed to find the very passage from the prophecy. The hero looked at him silently. Wide-eyed, the player thought that the king of devils, and he had been here all this time, he appeared so quietly, and all this time he was behind his back. Notifications appeared about the activation of the skill. The devil's eyes lit up. The protagonist was sitting on the ground. It was said that his rank was unknown, his HP level was beyond the maximum available, and his species and title were unknown. He looked to the side, and the thought appeared in the guy's head that there was not even information on the rank. How was this possible? Frowning, the user thought that how could it be, even if he activated all his combat power, he would not be able to defeat him. He froze in place, contemplating that perhaps his plan was to let his subordinates attack him in a one-on-one fight, to lower his health to the very bottom, to finish him off without much effort, and to take his head. How cunning, and full of cruelty this demon king was. Looking up, the player remembered the words that their task is to guide users to the right path, and they will be able to defeat the king together. They will save the world. He is the hope of all mankind. To which he thought that all life flashed before his eyes. MC froze in front of him. He put his hand to his face. The young man gritted his teeth tightly, thinking that he was finished. Shao stretched out his hand to the side. His eyes lit up, to which the guy wondered how he dared to harm him. Well, of course he got angry. Rolling his eyes, he added that he wanted the world to be destroyed. A potion appeared in the hero's hands. Looking at him, the player asked again. He froze in bewilderment. Putting his hand behind his head, the protagonist said that his life indicators were almost at 0, but he had this. He would not mind drinking the potion. A phrase flashed by that the demon king did not know anything about his personality at all. A view of the palace opened up. Words were heard that the area of confluence of the earth and their world had already reached 30% of the earth's surface area. Users fought monsters. It was said that people on earth successfully awakened as players and began to fight. The pyramid hung in the air. The words were heard that you just need to continue to follow the plan. Smirking, the man said that it was very good, helping players develop was their job as NPCs. Standing at the window, he asked how Roland was doing, to which he was told that the boss-rank monster that had led to the birth of the Demon King had been killed. The staff member looked at the message and said that if they killed the newborn Demon King next time, they could easily win. The man closed his eyes when he heard the words that let him leave it to Roland, then he wouldn't need to worry about anything, to which he replied that as expected of him, he was able to come up with such a clever attack tactic and gradually implement it. He was truly worthy of his status, the hope of humanity. With his eyes wide open, the player thought that he wanted to die. MC stood silently in front of him. Holding the potion in his hands, he asked that he was not going to drink it, to which the guy wondered what he was talking about. Looking at the potion, he added that he wanted revenge for his people. Frowning, the young man mused that he could easily finish him off, but instead, if he wanted him to drink the poison, he would probably not let him die so easily. Grabbing him with his hand, Shao said that let him rush around in agony, and only then would he be able to die, to which he thought that what a vile king. Lowering his head, Roland thought that by saying this, he would definitely die if he refused, and then shouted that being ignorant might be his chance of survival. Suddenly, he activated all of his skills. The guy abruptly took the elixir in his hand. His health was replenished by 50 points. Looking down, he asked that it was just an ordinary potion for beginners. Putting his finger to his face, the hero replied that he should forgive me, he only had it in his bag. Throwing the bottle aside, the young man said that he had scared him to death. He looked away, thinking that he was a vile king, he dared to fool him. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that but at least he was able to avoid death, to which the player replied that he was right. Turning around, he said that he should speak. Gritting his teeth, Roland asked what they wanted on Earth. Looking to the side, the MC said that he actually wanted to ask something. Smiling, he asked how to get to the nearest safe zone for beginners. Wide-eyed, the user asked. Putting his hand to his face, Shao replied that it was a place where users with low levels and weak combat skills could train at a leisurely pace. Smiling broadly, the guy thought that this is it, this is what he is up to. In safe zones there are newly awakened adventurers, those who will defeat him in the future. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he must want to kill them before they became stronger, a truly low act. Grinning, the young man thought about what he thought would turn them in order to survive. As he walked forward, he added that he had better save himself first. Lowering his gaze, Roland thought that after all this he was the irreplaceable hope of mankind, to which the hero said that thank you very much, he is such a good person. Turning around, he waved to him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy thought that he would use this chance to kill him, he needed to find a way to finish him off. The monster suddenly jumped in their direction. The player grabbed the weapon with both hands. He struck a blow to the point. The young man turned sharply. Looking at the monsters, he thought that there were so many of them. The user began to fight demons. He swung his weapon. The creatures were hit, to which the protagonist said that even though his HP is very low, he is still capable of dealing with high-ranking monsters. The monster suddenly jumped up. MC looked away in fright. The guy looked away, wondering if he was going to do something. If so, they could gather more information about his combat combo. Falling to his knees, Shao asked for help. The demon waved his hand. The young man cut it in half. An explosion thundered behind him. Looking down, he thought what a crooked, helpless performance. The hero's gaze froze in place, and the thought arose in the player's mind that no matter how fiercely the monster attacked, he never lunged, revealing a powerful confidence deep inside his heart. As he walked forward, Roland thought about how but even though he possessed absolute strength, he still hadn't realized that he was the one who was destined to kill him. Smirking, he added that he looked like luck was on his side. Looking ahead, the guy asked that he could let him go for a while, he really could not move, to which the hero apologized. The player stuck the sword into the ground. Looking at the inventory, the protagonist thought that they were just looted from a wandering boss. Stretching out his hand, he asked that he would not take anything, to which the guy replied that NPCs have common sense, and they do not pick up loot from the corpses of monsters. Turning his head, the MC asked what he could take then. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied approvingly. Smirking, Shao said that thank you very much, then don't mind if he does. Turning his head, he asked that it was a divine garment, as if he didn't want to take it. Frowning, the guy replied that of course not, to which the hero said that he was so kind. Closing his eyes, he thought it was a bug in his account. Unfortunately, he can't wear it. With his eyes wide open, the hero exclaimed. The player stared at him in bewilderment. They began to read the book. Turning away, Roland thought that vile demons, he should not let this world fall into his hands. Looking at the inventory, the protagonist thought that looting everything that fell from a high-ranking wandering boss, if it was anyone else, they would be delighted. Closing his eyes, he added that it would be great if he was so lucky when creating an account. Raising his head up, the MC thought that since it had come to this now, he would try to survive. The animals surrounded the player. Suddenly they began to attack. With his eyes wide open, Shao thought that he was so cool if only one day he too could grow up and become as strong as his elder brother. The sword was stuck in the ground. Breathing heavily, the user said that it was a safe zone. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that it was her. They froze, looking at the city. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this was his school. A portrait of a girl appeared. The words were heard that Belial failed and died. This is terrible. In fact, things are even worse. Sitting at the table, the demon said that they should send someone to meet the newborn king, to which she was told that only Belial had seen the king's appearance in a prophetic dream. Babylon looked down and said that if she was in trouble, how were they going to find the king? The girls turned around when they heard that they should not panic. Frowning, Mammon said that Belial had left them a clue before she left. Holding the portrait in her hands, she added that as long as they relied on it, they would always be able to recognize the demon king. Getting up, Babylon said that she had come just in time, and the lady asked what it looked like. Clenching her fist, she added that according to the records from the informant, Roland killed her and left the king's birthplace, after which he headed towards the safe zone of the University of Agriculture and took someone with him. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that this meant that this someone could very likely be the demon king, to which the lady replied that the informant had sent the appearance of an unknown person. Holding the photo in her hands, she said that it looked like this. Mammon stared at the photograph in silence. Closing her eyes, she said that at least it proved that the king had not been captured by Roland and was safe. The photo of the hero was in the trash. A phrase flashed by that they do not have time for games. Let them gather people who can move. There was a view of the high-rise building, and it was heard that they had to find the demon king as quickly as possible. Smiling, the MC asked that this was the safe zone. A crowd of players stood in line, and he added that there were so many people. Xiao stared at the crowd silently. Smirking, the guy thought that his game was really excellent, but he was a smug turkey. He didn't even know what he was going to face, did he? A tall tower appeared. The words flashed that the entire University of Agriculture is a huge trap. It is a safe zone protected by the gods, with a system device called post-birth that can seal all the abilities of creatures. The monsters were in the dome. There was an idea that it didn't matter how strong he was, he would be a fish in a jar. This was defined in the rules of the game. Looking to the side, Roland thought that once he took a step inside the safe zone, they would be able to take control of him and kill him. The man was on his knees, and he added that he would die because of his arrogance and ignorance. The young man spread his hands to the sides, and the thought appeared in his head that as the prophecy says, he will be the hero who will lead the players to overthrow the demon king. Standing at the table, the guy asked if this wasn't the hero Roland, who would lead them to overthrow the demon king, as the prophecy said. The user closed his eyes as he heard that he hadn't expected Supreme Roland to visit them, which was really a reason to be proud. He had heard that he had gone to clean up the king's birthplace in order to strangle him in the cradle. He opened his eyes wide when he heard the question that he had already done it, tore the vicious creature to pieces. Turning his head, the hero said that this older brother is actually an amazing person, to which the man asked what he understood, what he said. Stretching his hand to the side, he shouted that this was the hope of mankind. The prophecy was definitely talking about him, bringing the players together to kill the king. Holding the papers in his hands, the employee said that bolted steel had been completed in the safe zone. Closing his eyes, he added that he knew about her. She was the one who could seal her, to which the adventurer shouted that he should not force the conversation further. Grabbing him by the clothes, he shouted that they really wanted to participate in the destruction of the world. People looked at them in bewilderment. The protagonist smirked and thought that if only he could become a hero. Looking to the side, he added that he was just like an older brother, strong and kind. Smiling broadly, the player wondered what would finally destroy him. MC stepped over the barrier. Watching him, the guy thought that just one more step, and this would be a victory for their righteous deeds. Suddenly he pushed him in the back. Stretching out his hand, the young man shouted that he should just feel the unbearable energy of the system. Xiao looked at him in surprise and asked again. They stood silently in front of each other. Rolling his eyes, Roland wondered that nothing had happened. Why? A tower appeared, and he added that it was certain that nothing could have happened. A view of the safe zone opened. Frowning, the player asked if such a thing could be. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that he was a creature that even the system could not contain. Putting his hands in his pocket, the hero said that this is what it is, the power of the system. Smiling broadly, he thought that he believed that the following was meant. The safe zone was protected by a system that had absolute power. Once here, he was safe, and then said that that was bothering him. Frowning, the player asked what he intended to do. A red light appeared in the middle of the city. People were standing in line. The guys froze in bewilderment. Users looked frightened and asked what was happening. What had just happened? They were attacked. Lowering his gaze, the young man replied that he thought that the server was lagging, to which the man said that they should not be afraid. It was just a small lag. Stretching his arms to the sides, he added that this is a safe area. They are protected by the system device post-birth. Frowning, the officer said that as long as they were in his range, he would protect them. They were absolutely safe. Looking up, he asked if birth steel had ever been shaped like this before, to which the guy replied that he did not remember. It looked strange. Looking to the side, the man said that in any case, let them not be afraid. Their hope, the strongest combat power of mankind, Roland was also here. Smiling, he added that he should say a few words to everyone. Falling to his knees, the adventurer shouted why it was so scary. Frowning, he thought that to cheat and bend the system into a symbol of love, what an idiotic joke. The protagonist looked at him. The thought occurred that he had tried to use Bert's post to impose restrictions on him with the power of the system. He clenched his fist tightly. MC struck with his hand, to which Roland thought that he had also returned a heavy blow to him, turning instant death into dust. Rolling his eyes, the player said that this was the difference between his strength. As he knelt, he thought, what if they just gave up? Looking at him, Xiao asked if he was okay. He heard that it was just lag, no big deal. Smirking, he thought that he would never have guessed that he could be as scared as cute. Taking the guy by the shoulder, the hero said that he asked to pull himself together. Closing his eyes, he added that he was the hope of all mankind. How could he be scared to death? The game had just begun. The young man looked at him in bewilderment. Tears appeared in his eyes and he said that this was just the beginning. What an outrageous demon king. Gritting his teeth tightly, the player asked what he wanted. Standing up, he added that he should just say it out loud, in a manly way, what he wanted. Wide-eyed, the protagonist thought he meant the distribution of tasks and rewards. He was touched by just a few words of encouragement, and then said that he was being too polite, but since he suggested, then, taking his hands, he added that he had a small request. The crowd was standing outside. Words were heard saying that he needed to learn cooking skills if he wanted to survive in the safe zone. MC put his hands on his side. Watching him, Roland wondered if he suspected that he would have some kind of disgusting request, but he just wanted to learn the skill of cooking. Looking to the side, Xiao asked that he would be the hero who would lead the players to defeat the Demon King. Right. He hit the guy on the head. A phrase flashed by that he had actually liked stories about heroes since he was a child, and he used his imagination to imagine himself as one of them. Looking at his hand, the hero said that but due to the anomaly of the account, he was a little puzzled, but since fate arranged this meeting for them, it probably does not want him to give up. The young man asked again in surprise when he heard that therefore he was not upset. Even if he only had the path of a cook, he would have to do everything to become a hero. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and asked if he was ready to set him on the right path. Frowning, the guy thought that he was so strange. Smiling broadly, he asked that the shorty, who was afraid of fighting, wanted to choose the path of a cook and take a shortcut. Gritting her teeth, Lee asked what anyone would want to fight monsters if it were so simple. Stretching his hand forward, the cook asked what he thought that learning cooking skills would earn him money. Learning them would only eat up coins. An ordinary player most often carefully controls his expenses. When he starts, he is able to earn no more than 10 silver coins in a few hours. But this is only enough to learn basic cooking skills, to which the MC replied that he has so many of them. Looking at the balance, he asked that there were 10 gold coins. Closing his eyes, he said that he was in charge. He was very sorry. Let him forgive me. Smirking, Lee said that he had something special if he could make that much money at the start, but they were NPCs with their own rules. They wouldn't please him just because he was rich. The players were battling among themselves. It was said that this amount of money was more than enough to learn, but it wouldn't be enough. If he wanted to increase his skill quickly, he wouldn't be able to make a profit if he couldn't increase the skill of his cooking skill. Now that in such a short period of time, these two worlds had been combined, newcomers and resources were running out. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that the materials needed to increase the product skill were not on the market. He could only buy them from NPCs if he wanted to forcibly raise the skill, but it would be too expensive. Money down the drain. Instead, he should use this money to buy equipment and quickly raise his level. Looking down, Xiao replied that he had his own personal reasons. Turning his head, he asked if there was no other way. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy wondered why he was looking at him. The damn Demon King. He was scaring him, humiliating him, and now he wanted his money. He looked at him furiously and added that a soldier would rather die than be humiliated and could no longer restrain himself. Holding the bag in his hands, the young man said that he had taken only this with him. Grinning, the hero replied that he did not want to borrow money from his brother. Standing in front of him, Lee said that it was still not enough. They crossed eyes with each other. The player took off his coat. He held out his sword. The guy lowered his head down. Striking with his fist, he thought that he had taken everything from him. Watching him, the girl said that but it was still not enough. The lowest production skill was equivalent to AC rank martial skill. It was not worth learning them from the beginning, and the cook asked if he didn't have a precious watch. Roland looked frightened and said that this was a gift that he had received from his father for his coming of age. Holding the watch in his hands, the protagonist heard that why he treats him so well. She is shocked. Maybe he thinks he has potential, to which he asks that it is true. He thinks so highly of him. The player rolled his eyes when he heard the words that he told him that he wanted to become a hero and asked him to support him in everything. But he could not imagine that he would take it so responsibly. It was so touching, to which he thought that let them finish him off. It was said that the hope of mankind began to hate the whole world. Turning his head, the MC asked what about the money. Giving a thumbs up, the girl replied that if she wanted to earn some extra money, she could go to the NPC merchant. Players in the initial levels earn coins by selling items. A view of the shopping center opened. Various objects were lying on the table. Leaning against the table, the guy said that yes, he had so many high-quality items, to which the player asked what was true, and how much he could sell for. Raising his finger up, he said that 1 silver and 20 copper coins, to which the user replied that it was so little. He lowered his head when he heard that he should come to them again, To which he replied that yes, he would not increase a single skill for such a profit. Xiao looked at him when he heard what, but why was it so difficult for him to play? Grinning, he thought that of course, no matter what the world was, the main problem would always be money. The NPC frowned when he heard that he had some items, could sell them to him. To which he replied that it was fine, let him put it on the table, see what he had. Various things were lying on the table. The seller looked at him in amazement, and thought that all these were S-rank props. Putting his hand to his face, he added that it seemed that he had seen it all somewhere. The guy froze, thinking that these things belonged to Roland. Stretching out his hand forward, the hero said that there was one more thing, to which he asked. Holding the clothes in his hands, he said that this was this, to which the young man asked if it belonged to him. He looked at his clothes. The merchant looked away and thought that it was quite stylish. Grinning, the protagonist asked how much he could sell it for, to which he replied that these two details were not identified by him. To find out, he needed to make an assessment. Stretching his hand forward, the salesperson activated the estimation skill. He frowned and asked again. A dome appeared around the objects. Sticking out his tongue, the guy asked how this was possible. The player looked at him angrily and shouted that he was mocking him. For his heavy armor he gave him only 2 pieces of silver, and for some light cloth he was ready to give more than 300 gold, to which the merchant replied that he did not understand. Looking at the clothes, he said that for some things, the thinner the better. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that she was so soft and light, just like air. Sniffing it, he added that this smell was a mixture of salty and sweet. Holding the clothes in his hands, the NPC said that the price of this thing was 200% more expensive, and then thought that the fabric that had been on Belial's chest and smelled of a woman should cost much more than 680 gold. Rolling his eyes, he added that it was great, it was a very rare commodity. MC smiled when he heard that he was willing to pay 680 gold for it. The value of this posh thing is immeasurable. To which he replied that it was really that expensive. Stretching out his hand, the seller said that he would not advise him to sell it. If he sold it to him, it would be processed, and he would not see him again. Looking at the notice, Xiao said that, but it seemed that it couldn't be sold to others either. Frowning, the young man said that he could keep it, even though it was a chest plate, and he would look like a pervert in it. He would be able to put it on when he reached a sufficient level. The hero was walking down the street in a dress. The words were heard that this improvement would be a huge leap for him. He would be able to easily defeat anyone. He froze when he heard these words. The doors of the shopping center opened. The protagonist looked up when he heard that the breastplate had been sold and recycled by the system. The horn of the adult devil had been sold and recycled by the system. He closed his eyes and grinned. The player jumped towards the monster. It was said that in this world united by users, the goal of some people is to defeat the main boss and save the world. The guys stood in front of each other, and the idea arose that the goal of other people was to dominate the arena and rise above the players. A man was standing on a rock. A phrase flashed by that there are those who explore the world and discover new opportunities for themselves. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said that only he was worthy to deliver the final blow and destroy the devil. Words flashed by that, but there were also those so-called majors who could spend money and buy themselves a group in this way. Even if he did not have combat abilities, he would still be able to take part in defeating the final boss. Holding the sword in his hands, the young man said that he should hold it. After striking the demon, the MC said that there was no need for a sword. She fell to the ground. The crowd smiled and shouted that this was the hero who killed the devil, to which he thought that yes, this is his heroic path. As long as there is money, he can make a hero's path for himself. Sitting on the bed, the lady said that he was her idol and savior. Turning around, the girl said that she should just rest, and they would decide everything themselves. Smiling broadly, Xiao thought that just thinking about it filled him and gave him faith in a bright future. He looked at me in surprise and said that he was full. Looking to the side, the cook asked what his progress was, to which the hero replied that it was the maximum. Rolling up his sleeves, the man asked that he had mastered the basic skills. The next step would be the intermediate level. It would be more difficult for him there. Let him study hard. Passing by him, the protagonist said that yes, everything was already filled as much as possible. Looking to the side, he said that even the level of a grandmaster. He opened his eyes wide and asked again. Smirking, MC thought that the broken account was not a problem. This was only the beginning of the game. The words were heard that since then, the Demon King, without suspecting it, has set himself the goal of defeating himself, like this. Walking through the city, Xiao thought that the task of the NPC is to help the user gain experience. But the task of the player is to defeat the Demon King, and he has the most difficult task, just to survive in this world. Closing his eyes, he added that he was very lucky with the way he started. Grinning, the hero thought that so, it's time to make a decision and take the next step. Sitting on the bus, the man shouted that he was going to get on or not. He was leaving. The protagonist stood still. He looked at me in surprise and said that it was the same. Looking at the building, the MC said that the meeting room of the teams. Standing in front of each other, the players talked about how he had heard that all the members of the squad had reached the 15th level, so high. Xiao looked to the side when he heard that their team was almost in the top 5 in terms of combat power. In addition, they did teamwork professionally, and it was even rumored that they were defeating level 6 monsters. His eyes widened when he heard that it was true. Yes, their captain was a professional. Jean smirked and said that since the supplies had arrived, we could set off. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that she believes that they need another player for the team, otherwise the level of monsters increases and becomes more difficult. Turning her head, she asked what he thought. Sitting on the couch, the user replied that if someone else joins them, they will have to share loot with them, and raised her eyebrows when she heard that he thought that the 4 of them were good. Stretching out his hand to the side, the young man said that let them remember, efficiency is important for professionals. Of course, if one of them lags behind, he will kick him out and find a replacement, even if it is his own sister. Obara looked at him frightened and replied that she would work hard, as long as he didn't kick her out. As he was leaving, the guy said that then they would make every effort, to which he was answered approvingly. He looked at the notification in bewilderment. He was asked to join the team. Looking down, the player wondered where this weirdo came from. Suddenly, the notification opened again. Gritting his teeth, Jean said that it was so infuriating. He pressed the reject button. Several messages appeared before him again. Smiling, the young man asked what he thought he could fool him. He started clicking on notifications. The guy froze, looking at the system window. After reading the contents, he asked that he had decided to bargain with him. By clicking on the button, the player said that he would see what kind of goods he had. He shuddered in surprise and exclaimed. An exchange window appeared, and it was said that 10 gold coins had been sent to him. With his eyes wide open, Jean shouted that damn it, 10 gold coins, this is true, but how is this possible? His gaze froze in place, and the thought appeared in his mind that with his accumulation skill, he could only save 2 gold coins and 57 silver coins, and this guy had as many as 10 and was willing to give them to him. Lines appeared in the starry sky. Words were heard that in the first few days, due to a lack of resources, the study of combat skills requires careful calculation. First you need to master only the most necessary skills. Lowering his head, the guy said that 10 gold, this would be enough to master the basic skills and choose a set of reinforced equipment. He would be able to level up 5 times faster. The corpses lay in front of the player. With his eyes wide open, the young man shouted that who could throw 10 gold coins around like that. Looking up, he thought that it was even stranger that someone had that kind of money at all. That person had a very high rank. Sweat began to drip from his face. The thought arose that either this is some kind of new type of fraud, reject, or accept. Jean waved his hand and shouted that these were 10 gold coins. But what a fool you have to be to refuse. He clicked on the notification. The guy put his hands behind his head and said that, and what kind of a fool you have to be to give him 10 gold coins. He lowered his gaze as he heard Xiao asking to join his team. The young man smirked and looked to the side. Standing in front of the hero, he said that he wanted to hire them to accompany him to the old house, so that he could pick up something important there, to which the protagonist replied approvingly. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he had asked people around, and they told him that this place was now occupied by level 18th moles. The girl stretched her hand forward after hearing that he could not go there alone, and therefore he needed escorts, to which she replied that it was not funny, they did not have time for charity, raiding was important to them. Closing his eyes, Jean asked why she had been so heartless, to which she asked again. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that they should remember, if they want to become a more professional team, then they must be guided by love for their neighbor. They accept this work. Lu looked at him in surprise and asked what had become of him. A view of the high-rise building opened. A room inside it appeared. Going forward, the player asked that they rank high among the rest of the teams. How could they take on such a task? Stretching out his hand to the side, the guy replied that she should first look here. The balance appeared. The question was raised about where he got so much gold. Looking down, the girl asked if it was the weak-looking dwarf who had given him all his gold coins. Putting her hand to her face, she added that perhaps there was a treasure in that place that he wanted to recover, and was ready to pay for it with 10 gold coins, to which the young man replied that everything was correct. Sticking out his tongue, he said that there must be a lot of treasure there. Obara looked frightened and asked that he wanted to steal all his treasures, to which Jean replied that the value of his treasures should be above 10 gold coins. This would allow them to greatly increase their combat power. Smiling, he added that if something went wrong and it came to murder, then their work was clearly worth much more. Agreed. To which Lu replied that she had no answer to that. Standing in the middle of the street, the player asked what and where was in. Looking down, the lady said that if they could win, then she was in business. The guy closed his eyes when he heard that she had something to say, to which he replied that no one cares. Obara froze at what she heard. Walking down the street, the captain said that then go ahead. Smiling broadly, he added that let the hunt begin. Weapon swings appeared. The moles fell to the ground. Standing at attention, the young man asked that he was there, to which the hero replied approvingly. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he lived on the 6th floor of this building. Holding the knife in his hands, Jean replied that he didn't have to worry, even though these moles were level 18, but they were professionals in their field, and they would be able to protect him. They walked through the nooks and crannies. Turning her head, the girl said that something was wrong here. An apartment building appeared. A phrase flashed by that from the moment they accepted this task, she felt uncomfortable. With her eyes wide open, she added that she didn't like it all. Looking down, the guy asked what he wanted to say, that she knew better than him how to play this game. As he walked forward, he said that if she didn't understand anything, she should just shut up and follow them, and if she angered him again, he would leave her here alone to die. The young man took a step forward. Looking up, the protagonist said that they had come right here. Looking at the squad, he added that thank you, they are so reliable. Smiling broadly, Jean replied that well, let him go get his things as soon as possible. MC shoved the key into the lock. The captain swung his knife. Suddenly a rat jumped out in his direction. The player looked frightened and asked what he was. Jumping up, he shouted that he was out of the way. Frowning, the young man asked that there were rank 22nd monsters here. Looking to the side, he added that everyone managed to escape. The girl looked frightened and asked what the boss was. Xiao began to fall down with a scream. Users looked at him in bewilderment. Smiling broadly, Jean said that their boss was missing. Rushing down, and said that she would save him. Looking at the pit, the young man shouted her name. Lowering his gaze, he said that it was not necessary. Looking at him, Lu turned around. Watching the rat, she said that they had a huge problem here. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked where the level 22 A-rank monsters came from. Looking down, the girl replied that even if the team was formed intelligently and the cooperation was secret, it was unlikely that 3 players would be able to defeat an A-rank monster of the same level, and Obara asked that if his level was higher and they were 6 levels lower, would they have a chance. Looking down, the archer said that there was a chance, but the risks were high, the treasure was under their noses, and they had spent a lot of time and it was a pity not to get anything. It was already difficult for them to accumulate rewards. The captain froze when he heard the words that they could only take a step back and retreat. Frowning, he replied that he should take another look. It seems that this monster is wrong. The rat turned his head to the side. Raising her head up, she shouted that it was the Demon King. She could feel him. The beast looked around and asked again. Looking at the abyss, he shouted that the Demon King had fallen. The hero was rapidly falling down. Smirking, he asked that he would die soon. Closing his eyes, the protagonist mused that if he died, would the system awaken him again? In Shuangwen, that was exactly what it was. Suddenly he hit the ground. Looking at his hands, the MC said that he did not die, and did not even feel pain. A phrase flashed by that he had received an achievement, a lost boy, to fall from a height of 20 meters and survive. Raising his head up, he asked what to do now. Putting his hand behind his head, Xiao said that for now, he could just wait for his team to come and save him. Turning around, he asked again. Suddenly, a blow flew to the rats. Standing at attention, the killer said that she should not be afraid. Frowning, the hero asked who it was. Looking at the player, he said that it was her. Raising her eyebrows, and said that it was dangerous here, you had to be careful. Stretching out her hand in front of her, she added that there was a bare wall, and it was impossible to get up from here. Turning her head, the girl said that it seemed like they would have to find another way back, to which the protagonist asked how about climbing the stairs. He shuddered when he heard that he should lead, to which he asked again. The killer stared at him in silence. Clenching her fists, she shouted what it was. He really wanted the killer from the shadows to go ahead of him. It's no secret that her work is done from the shadows. The whole essence of the situation. Understands, the whole point is this, to which the MC replied that he does not understand her at all. Crossing his arms, he said that in any case, let him protect him. Looking at him, and replied that she should not worry. Xiao walked forward, and the thought appeared in her mind that this stupid man, as long as he was walking in front and wasn't waiting for a catch, he was just putting his back on her. Smirking, the player thought that he would die, not even knowing that their main goal was his treasure, he would regret his choice. Suddenly she jumped up. The girl stuck the dagger right into the chicken. Wide-eyed, she thought that her lucky blow had hit him in the very chicken. What was happening? She did not understand anything at all. Looking up, the hero said that he had trained a lot on his skills before, and she didn't have full vitality, so let her taste it. Grinning, he asked that she had taken a knife to cut the chicken. The killer jumped abruptly to the side. Frowning, she was lost in thinking that something was wrong with him. He looked like a weak man, but he had easily parted with 10 gold coins and had a knack for cooking. A barrier appeared in front of the chicken, and the idea appeared in its head that the cooked chicken could be used as a shield and completely block its attack. Holding the dagger in her hands, and thought that he knew about her strike, even a 16th level warrior wouldn't be able to escape unscathed thanks to the shield. Looking ahead, she added that he must be hiding some big secret. You need to be careful, there must be something poisonous about this chicken. The protagonist hugged the girl. The thought arose that by eating at least a piece, she would become under his control. A puppet in his hands, she would do everything he asked, and this was an irreversible process. Closing her eyes, the player thought that she would never eat, and MC asked what tasted good for her. She looked frightened and thought that because of the delicious smell she could not restrain herself. Suddenly, the clothes on her body were torn. A torn fabric appeared. The girl raised her head up. Notifications about increasing characteristics appeared. She froze in place. Looking at the food, the lady thought that this chicken not only made her feel better, but also improved her skills, and she directly raised the level of her class. With her eyes wide open, she added that it wasn't just chicken, it was a clear modifier. Looking at the hero, the player thought that she is a professional shadow assassin who executed even the most powerful users, And he seems so simple, is he really much more powerful than the same idiot Qin? People sat on the scales. Bowing, she shouted that from now on she was his and would carry out any of his orders, to which Xiao asked that she would do it right away. Looking down, he thought that it was obvious that she had decided to marry him to herself. Even though he had just offered her a chicken, he had originally thought that she was from Chinibyo. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he had no intention of keeping her in debt. Let him just protect him, and then asked what kind of protection she had with his health, to which the girl asked what to protect him. Turning around, he replied that yes, after all, he was the boss who paid the money. The player froze in bewilderment. She stood silently in place, smirking, and said that she understood everything and would protect him. The guy struck a rat. The beast fell to the ground. As he lay on the ground, he thought that he had wrongly injured the demon king himself and didn't deserve to live. The mutant bit his tongue and committed suicide. Looking at her, the young man asked if she had committed suicide. Obara's eyes widened and replied that it looked like it. Looking at the captain, she added that with a difference of 6 levels, he was able to kill an A-rank monster. Could he really be that professional? Looking at his hands, Qin mumbled. He pressed the confirmation button after hearing the question that activating his title was an extremely powerful person. Smiling, the young man said that he did not expect that such luck awaited him. So maybe he was the main character. I wondered what other abilities had awakened in him. Looking to the side, the girl said that it should not be like this. She felt uncomfortable in this place. To which he replied that it was groundless anxiety. Stretching his leg forward, the young man said that yes, he was an extremely strong person, capable of taking down a level 22 elite monster with a single blow. Turning around, he asked what he was afraid of, and Obara shouted that he should take a look. Turning his head, the player asked what she was looking at. He looked up when he heard that he was looking in the wrong direction. It was behind him. Qin frowned and exclaimed. He flew to the roof of the building. The guy was lying among the rubble. Frowning, he asked how this was possible. The beast's eyes lit up, and the young man asked that it was indeed a high-level being. The demon activated the roar skill. He used it in the direction of the players. The girls flew into the wall. They fell to the ground. Looking ahead, Obara asked why. Creatures of such a high level can only be found in dungeons. And Lu added that how is this possible? A high-rise building appeared. It was heard that when she entered this building, she felt that something was wrong, because this place had become a copy. Looking ahead, the player said that this is why there are so many 22nd level monsters here, to which the priest asked what they should do. Gritting his teeth tightly, Qin said that he would distract the monsters, and then they would find a way to retreat. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. The creature's paw rushed in his direction. He was hit. The young man flew aside. Spitting out the blood, he shouted that he should treat him. Using the healing skill, the priest replied approvingly. Frowning, the guy thought that in order to fight back, he needed a different posture. The demon stared at him silently. He began to strike at him. The user was hit by many attacks. With a face twisted, he exclaimed. Falling to the ground, Qin said that he was an extremely strong person. Looking at the health points, he added that let him stop now, just let him die. Crouching, Lu said that this was an ambush. Even 5 players would not be able to defeat the 35th level monsters. Turning her head, Obara shouted that then they would open a way of retreat for him. Turning around, she asked when she had managed to run so far. With a smirk, the archer said that she would excuse me, but they had teamed up to win. But in their situation, this was not the case, which meant that their contract was broken. The mage looked frightened and replied that yes, it made sense, but it was too much. The demon's eyes lit up brightly. Frowning, the girl turned to the captain. The hero opened the doors. Looking ahead, he said the name of the pet. The cat jumped up sharply. He looked to the side and exclaimed. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was great that everything was fine with him. Users watched him in bewilderment. The pet's eyes burned red. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought that the cat leader of the dungeon was his pet. The young man opened the cabinet, wondering if the cat food, cat litter, canned food, and dishes had run out. Qin hugged the girl, saying that although everything didn't turn out the way he expected, at least they were all saved. He smirked, adding that this guy looked like a weakling, but he was able to tame the dungeon leader's cat. The main character was digging in the kitchen, when the robber said that most likely he is much more valuable than he expected. Only as long as the guy is alive, they cannot take advantage of all his advantages. He turned to An, noting that she had done the right thing. Qin looked back at Lu, saying that the girl, unlike some of those present here, was the most reliable partner. An lowered her head as the young man called her to him, asking how about rewarding her with the arms of an extremely strong man. The girl headed towards him as he added that she should be brave, and not worry, as long as they followed him, would still be the strongest team. Suddenly, An took out a blade with a swing of it, and blood spurted out of the 2 characters. The girl lowered her head, saying that their thought of attacking Lord Xiao made her want to kill. Qin was bleeding on the ground, asking what An was doing. The girl looked down, wondering how he dared to ask questions. She mercilessly stabbed the guys twice. Obara tried to stop her, and opened her eyes wide, saying that she had no idea who they had decided to encroach on. The young man held the cat on his shoulder, saying that he had taken his belongings, and they could return. The guy introduced his cat. The beast closed one eye when the hero revealed that he was not with him at the moment when their world changed, and he decided to find him no matter what. The girl stared at the cat, saying that the treasure was in fact. The killers bowed, exclaiming that she understood everything, and from now on they are colleagues. Xiao closed his eyes, answering that it was not enough to think only about himself, he also needed to take care of those who had been tamed. Anyway, they needed to return to the city. The young man stepped on the blood. The hero silently looked at the two killed guys. He was stunned, screaming about what had happened here, and put her hand on her chest, telling them what she saw. They were wounded and there was no way to save them, so she decided to ease the suffering. The priest did magic to bring them back to life. Qin was dissatisfied, asking the question that he had only healed 2/3. What kind of injury was this? The girl looked away, explaining that this was because his intestines came out. The guy was outraged, shouting that she was the one who let them out for him. An touched her forehead, saying how sorry it was that there was no hope for recovery. Qin was furious, ordering him to be treated once again. Obara was frightened, replying that she really couldn't heal faster. The priest continued to conjure, explaining that the bleeding was too fast, and she did not have time to heal. The killer grinned, whispering that she had smeared the dagger with poison. The rogue looked down, reasoning that Monster 22 hadn't killed him, level 35 monsters hadn't killed him, and was he going to die at the hands of some player? Qin closed his eyes as he remembered what had happened, realized that he had indeed made a mistake, and it was now that he began to regret his ignorance. The guy was drowning in the water, thinking that it was too late. The young man asked to give him a try. The guys looked around in surprise. The main character was holding a bandage in his hand, saying that maybe he could help. An object was shown. It was said that it was a bandage made of transparent fabric with a pattern A-rank props. The guys were surprised. Qin noticed that this bandage was made with the use of first aid skill. Lu clarified, it was indeed a top-rank bandage. The bandage was wrapped around the arm when it was said that the skill of providing first aid at the initial stage and subsequent stages is the most expensive, and also requires the skill of making the bandage itself. The character was rewinding his arm, and the guys were standing behind the guy's back when the plot explained that at the low and medium stages, the amount of healing of one bandage is comparable to the level of healing of 5 professional healers working at full capacity. There was a bandage on the warrior's arm. It was said that in addition, it could be used in level 80 defensive wars right during the battle. There were artifacts on the shelves. It was said that since there was little fabric in the early stages, no one spent resources on the skill of first aid, and could not afford it. Xiao was smiling, stating that he really wanted to survive in this world, so healing was the most important thing, so it was the first time he had perfected his first aid skills. The hero was holding a bandage in his hands, saying that he did not think that this skill could be useful to him. Tears welled up in Qin's eyes as he thought about how the young man could easily say goodbye to the 10 coins, make the dungeon leader his pet, and master the master-level first aid skill, and he had no idea who he would encroach on. The guy smiled, asking if they also felt like fools, and looked at the hero, starting to speak. The girl blushed, wondering that they would heal them first and then kill them again, and as expected from Lord Xiao, he knew how to have fun. The killer grinned maliciously, standing behind the hero's back. The guys felt frightened. The robber asked in this case, it was better not to save him at all. The young man held out the artifact, exclaiming that he should use it quickly. Qin was excited, asking if he was worthy of the transparent cloth bandage he had previously planned. Xiao was furious, exclaiming that he should stop talking nonsense, because what could be more important and precious than a human life? The bandit began to cry, telling his boss that he owed him from now on. A message appeared to which the guy turned his attention. There was a request for a transaction in the notification. The main character closed his eyes, starting to talk about what God knows. He did not want to take money from them, but since they insist, he will not refuse. The guys silently rolled their eyes, sitting in front of the young man. It was said that Qin lost 12 gold and 52 copper coins. There were 0 coins on the account. Lu lost 82 silver coins, 0 coins on the accounts. Xiao received 13 gold coins and 34 silver coins. Xiao smiled, asked him not to worry, since he had accepted the money from them, he would not let him die. A bandage made of ghostly cloth was shown. A bandage wrapped around the surprised Qin. The bandit pressed his legs to him, and there was talk of a bandage made of ghostly cloth that is used on Qin. The naked guy opened his wings. It was explained that this was not just a bandage, but a medicine that could heal his wound on his back. The robber closed his eyes, thinking that the hero had also cured his perverted soul. The guys were looking in front of them when the notification came. Qin grabbed the friendly reminder in his hand, said that so be it. Under the feet of the 3 characters, the earth lit up with energy when they received a promotion. Lu looked at her arm, thinking that the injuries had not only healed, but had also given it a modernization, and even her body had been renewed. The guys were terrified, thinking about what must be this modifier hidden under a bandage of ghostly cloth. They fell to their knees when the guy thanked the boss, saying that from now on he is like an older brother to them and they will risk their lives for him. The hero replied that it was not necessary. It was just a rescue service. He did not need such honors. Xiao held up 3 fingers, saying that a ghost cloth bandage cost 30 gold. They could just get the rest of the money back when they had it. The interest rate would be 35% per year. And put her hand on her chin, knowing that through usury, he would destroy them in the dirtiest way possible. Wasn't this a real boss? The Lord really knew how to have fun. The guys were leaving the building when it was said that the team had cleared the dungeon and received 50,000 experience points. The heroes were looking ahead when an international announcement was received that Chin, Lu, and Obara and Xiao had passed the dungeon apartment building. A crowd of people was at the entrance. A notification appeared above them that after clearing the dungeon of an apartment building, the guys take first place in the team rating. A young man with a cat on his head wondered. He looked away, asking if the house where they had recently been was a dungeon. Chin smiled, confirming what he had said. The bandit looked at the lost hero, wondering if he hadn't put the dungeon leader on his head as a pet. The man was sitting at the computer when the system notified 2 more times that the team had passed the dungeon of an apartment building. He stared intently at the message window. The Lord looked away, wondering if the Demon King had cleared his own dungeon. The university campus, people noticed the guests. The team moved past the crowd of people one after another. There were questions that these were the guys who cleared the dungeon. They passed the dungeon above level 10. The hero smiled, thinking that he was just a customer, and it had nothing to do with it. The young men pointed their fingers at the robber, recognizing him as Chin. He looked around when he heard questions that this was the same professional player who once led the way in MMORPG games. And this is not surprising. A marker appeared above Chin. The guys shouted that this is the title of an extremely strong person. He deserves to be the WCG champion. And it is not surprising that they cleared the dungeon. The rogue waved his hand, realizing that they were already aware. But it was not his fault that he was able to clear the dungeon. He stretched out his hand, adding that they had passed the dungeon thanks to their brother. The team raised their heads up, after loud congratulations. Lu turned around, wondering who it was. A lord landed in front of them. The man spread his legs wide, exhaling, people exclaiming if it was Roland. The lord's face was beaded with sweat as he pondered that the main thing was not to spill the beans, not to reveal the identity of the Demon King. Roland closed his eyes, clearing his throat. He put his hand on his chest, stating that not many people are capable of such a thing, and on behalf of the Heavenly City, expresses gratitude and congratulations to them. The hero was happy to see his brother Roland. The robber thought that there was no need to shout so loudly. The man waved the rope. The Lord dragged the bound guys behind him, saying that he invited 4 warriors to come with him and personally receive the medal. The crowd was outraged. Why 4? The cat on the head of the main character yawned when he said that he was the customer, so he was not chosen. Xiao raised his hand, smiling, not upset. The man slammed his fist into the wall. Roland closed one eye, noting that he was talking too much. Had he never seen death? Chin stood against the wall, frightened, wondering if the hope of mankind had such a formidable character. The Lord turned around, trying to summarize that this man had a very complicated personality. Lu began to speak. The girl blushed when she was asked if she knew why. The guy didn't talk about his rank and class, she asked back, not because he was just hiding it. Roland frowned, explaining that because he didn't have one. The Lord looked at the girls, stating that he wasn't a player at all. The robber was stunned as he asked again. Lu opened her mouth, not understanding what that meant. The killer behind her reported that he was the devil. The guys paid attention to her, asking what she was talking about. An smiled mischievously, saying that with such incredible strength, he must be a high-level demon. Roland looked at her, thinking that he didn't expect this silent girl to be so smart. The Lord closed his eyes, realizing how relieved, replied that this was a correct guess. But he was many times more terrible and dangerous than ordinary cases. His true identity was in fact. The young man was sitting on a throne in front of the dragon when it was said that he was the king of dragons. The team was dumbfounded, asking again, unnoted that this was not bad. The man put his hands in his pockets, explaining that he had disguised himself as a bugged newcomer so well that he even began to think like a bugged newcomer. Xiao pointed his finger to the side when the Lord spoke about stopping the most unfavorable outcome of events. They need to control his moves. If forced to expose himself, then it will lead to huge destruction. The man looked at the robber, noting that the 4 of them occupy top positions in the ranking. They, like him, are the hope of all mankind. Roland held out his hand, offering cooperation. Chin stared into his palm, listening for them to find an opportunity to kill him. The robber shook his hand sharply, assuring him that victory would be theirs. The Lord smiled, noting that they had agreed. The guy agreed, clenching his fist. The man turned around, saying that they would achieve justice together and save the world, after which he left down the street. The archer looked after him, saying that she had heard that his combat power was incomparable. The girl stood behind the bandit, asking if he really wanted to cooperate with Roland and go against Xiao. Chin looked to the side, smiling, replied that no, he just fooled this NPC. The guy closed his eyes, saying that as a professional, he clearly sees what is happening. No one in the world can compare with his power, so why should he risk his life and become his enemy? The robber turned, adding that the one who betrayed him at the most dangerous moment should not show him the righteous path. Lu closed her eyes, realizing that this was true, and announced that their main goal was to win. Chin turned to the girl, asking what the 2 of them thought. The assassin looked at him, replying that if he wanted to continue to be Zhao's dog, he didn't see anything wrong with leaving the team. The guy almost choked. He looked away and realized that this was the same woman who was submissive and docile before she changed her shoes. The guy waved his fist, shouting that the next time she attacked her comrade, he would fight back, and said that it all depended on the situation. Obara lowered her head, expressing a desire to be with them. Qin put his hands in his pockets, declaring that it was excellent. It was decided unanimously. The girls stood behind the bandit, who said that they would become villains together. It was said that from this moment on, a team of people would join the side of the Demon King for the first time. The city was shown from a bird's eye view. The man kept his hands in his pockets, saying that he had heard. A team of players had appeared who managed to pass the dungeon. The interlocutor confirmed, people are stubborn. They can often go beyond their capabilities and achieve unexpected results. Julius smiled, noting that it was glorious. Now they had a chance to defeat the Demon King. The man was standing at the window, wondering if Roland had returned. He was told that there was good news and bad news. He asked to start with the good news. Julius turned around when he heard that Roland had returned, replied, "It means that the mission to kill the Demon King was successful." He opened his eyes wide when he heard that the bad news was that Roland had brought him. Julius bent down, clarifying what he meant. The guy replied that the Lord had sent a message that the Demon King was not born as a baby as they had assumed. He lowered his head, declaring that he was a grown man. The man was surprised, asking again. The guy pointed to the side, explaining that he was personally ready to discuss all the details with him and the top leadership. Roland was already driving up, and the general himself was invited to the meeting room. The Lord walked forward. He walked past the guys who were happy to see Roland, greeting him. The subject held papers in his hands, explaining to the man that he was already expected. Roland blushed, hearing that if he needed anything, he could contact him at any time, replied that he would do it gladly. The Lord turned his gaze upward. System windows towered above him, and someone was heard noting that a man had arrived. Someone suggested that he discuss what had happened, asking what had happened to the Demon King. The Lord replied that the situation had taken a turn that they had not expected at all. Roland looked up, telling him that he had been able to twist Bert's steel into the shape of a heart without using his hands, wondering that even the system artifacts would not be able to contain him. There really was a great power in him. The message boxes included questions about why the hero didn't completely destroy himself. For what purpose? He just wanted to show them how strong he is. The guys were shaking hands when the young man announced that he had a small request. Shao snuggled up to the Lord as he reasoned that he had observed that the hero was forcing him to agree to join the human race. But he compromised and became kinder. Roland closed his eyes as he listened to questions about what to join the human race, for what purpose. The Lord looked out of the many windows, listening to the dialogues about stopping asking again if he would be answered, and how he could know the thoughts of the dark beings. He could only guess what they were thinking. The man frowned, saying that he should have guessed his true purpose. The Lord put his hands in his pockets, listening to the fact that, as expected of Roland, brave and courageous, and the hope of all mankind, he surpassed them even in wisdom. The windows of the system surrounded the man. One of them asked what his true goal was. The Lord explained that the guy's goal was to penetrate the society of players. He pointed his finger, shouting to wreak havoc on the political system and coalitions, so that he could easily destroy all of humanity. The people in the windows were surprised, realizing that it made sense. Roland looked away, talking about when he met the hero today. He was infiltrating the most promising team of players. Someone noticed how fast and cunning he was, wondering if he had already taken action. The Lord closed his eyes, replying that fortunately, he arrived on time and successfully thwarted his plan. He was also able to establish friendly cooperation with Qin. It was said that the great Roland was the hope of all mankind. The character in the notification window reasoned that, in other words, the guy created the dungeon with a purpose. The Lord confirmed that everything was correct. He held up a thumbs up, saying that it was all to assert his prestige and confuse people. Rats were shown when it was said that at the moment there are two types of monsters in the game world. The first type is subordinated to the highest evil, under the power of demons. These are animals and plants mutated on the ground, for example, mutant rats from the dungeon. The monster held a weapon in his hand. It was told about the second type, the same as the demons of the fateful earth. Someone in a mask sat on the throne. It was explained that they were subordinate to the Demon King and were the main enemies of this world. The Demon King controlled all demons and intended to destroy the world. The demon looked at the guy who was swinging a beam of energy. It was said that under the patronage of the hero, he was defeated by the players of the earth. This is the main plot of the doom of the earth. The power of demons is not comparable to the power of mutated animals. Belial stared ahead in front of the monsters as it was said that only the most elite of them could call themselves leaders. The cat was furious when he opened his mouth. The plot told that the last boss of the dungeon was a kind of leader. The dungeon is a fortress founded by the army of the Demon King on Earth. The characters in the system windows were dissatisfied, reasoning that in order to achieve his goal, he even released one of his villainous creatures. His evil knows no bounds, and it is interesting if possible. From one of the windows, a question came out. This Demon King had really lost his memory, or he didn't even know his true nature. The characters paid attention to one of the windows, wondering what they were talking about. Roland is standing near the blue screens. Voices from the monitors say that it is absolutely impossible, that the broken tower made of burnt steel, the poaching of players, it's all a coincidence. The blonde guy replied that everything looks completely innocent. Leaning forward slightly, he said that he had no way to deal with the problem right now, he could only wait, then they would have a chance to kill the enemy, and until then, he would be responsible for holding the target. A huge hole appeared under the guy. The interlocutors say that all hope is on Roland and this is the only way out. The man in the coat closed his eyes. He thinks that he himself must protect the future of all mankind. The guy looked ahead. A teenager with black hair plopped down on a mattress. He spread his arms to his sides. Taking a few bills in his hand, he thought that the world currency had turned into ordinary currency. The orange-eyed man looked up at the ceiling and thought that in this dangerous game world, the safe zone was the rarest resource. He had been wise to buy cheap accommodation. In the middle of the square there is a huge and expensive mansion. The guy explained that he bought a house in a safe zone, and it is also a whole administrative building. The mattress lies in the center of the hall of the mansion. The owner of the building explains that he can guarantee himself his own safety. He has his hands behind his head and thinks that he can't just sit and do nothing until house prices rise. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a blue panel and said that he, as a player, wanted to make money. The system replied that the protagonist's inventory contained food and a Belial egg. He put his hand to his chin and began to think. The hammer forges iron against the background of a blacksmith's pickaxe. The hero explained that there are several options to earn. The first is to use your production skills to help others and take commissions from them. The second is to collect various items and sell them. And the third is to exchange the resources you already have for money. The hero clenched his fist and mentally said that there was only one option. He picked up the egg and said that he would sell it. The hero, carrying the egg, said that he had sold Belial's horns and clothes at a good price. The guy smiled and said that they hoped that he could exchange the egg for something. The protagonist stumbled slightly. The object slipped from his hands. The purple egg cracked. Opening his mouth in surprise, he asked if the object would fall in price from cracks. A bandaged egg stands on the table, wrapped in a ghostly bandage. He folded his hands in front of the table and said that he would sell it tomorrow at dawn, before it finally cracked. The guy turned around and said that he would order takeaway, take a shower and go to bed. The cat purrs. A purple aura streams from the cracks on the egg. In place of the egg, the silhouette of a girl appeared. She is standing on the floor. Bandages wrap around his body. Her face turned red and she stated that she was the great Belial, one of the 7 heavenly kings, reborn under the patronage of the Demon King. Belial put her hand on her shoulder and said that she didn't expect to appear here. But it didn't matter. The Demon King would destroy the entire world. That was the way it was destined. She smirked and stated that the Demon King should wait a while. She would find him. She looks around in confusion. The cat looks at her menacingly. She twisted her face in surprise. Belial turned her head and called out to bow. The girl stepped 1 foot forward and asked the interlocutor why he was there. The cat looked at her and asked if she knew him. The girl looked thoughtfully to the side and replied that she had seen him in her dream. Belial bent her arms and said that she had been dreaming. The guy was sitting on a horse, and the girl stated that there was a creature in the dream that showed her a prophecy, and then explained that when the 2 worlds merge, the devil would bring his army and destroy all of humanity. The cat sat on the boy's shoulder, and the girl continued to tell that in her dream, he was the closest friend of the devil, and added that there was the great demon himself, who had power over all monsters. Bao stuck out his tongue a little and said that everything was clear to him now. Belial put her hand to her chest in fright, and reported that the creature had told her the place where the Demon King himself was born, and then added that when she woke up, she went in search of him to greet him, and clarified that she was being chased by Ronald himself. 2 men came around the corner, and shouted that they had to find her as soon as possible. The girl took a bite of the apple, and the interface notified that Belial was in the process of eating a rotten apple, and added that she was restoring 3% of her health. The girl spread her legs to the sides and exclaimed that she hadn't expected Roland to ambush her exactly where the Demon King himself was supposed to be born, and then turned to the other person and said that they needed to hurry up and find the Demon King as soon as possible, and Bao replied that there was no longer any need for that. Belial looked up at the cat with excitement and asked why. The protagonist got under the shower, and Bao replied that Xiao did not have the first level and not a small baby, and added that he would not need their protection, and then clarified that he was so independent that he did not need a maid. The pet raised its head and enthusiastically continued that in addition, the current level of the protagonist is at least 4 digits. The cat's eyes bulged. Belial opened her mouth in surprise and asked if it was a 4-digit one. The cat licked his paw and gave a vague answer that he did not know what the numbers were, and added that the symbols were all distorted. The wind blew the girl's hair, and she asked her interlocutor what level he was now. Bao lowered his pupil to his eyelid and stated that his level was just a disguise. The cat glowed with a blue glow, and reported that the Demon King himself had formed a bond with him, and then added that his level had ceased to mean anything to him. Drops of sweat appeared on Belial's face, and she said that it meant that he could directly use the power of the Demon King himself. The pet flew towards his master and said that when Xiao found him, he had a level of 35. The cat ate from a bowl and the young man claimed that he had just cooked it. Bao raised his paw and said that they had been together day and night for many years, and added that their emotional bond was naturally stronger than theirs, and then said that why not take advantage of it then. The girl smiled and said that she also had to work hard to establish a strong emotional bond with the Demon King, and the cat clarified that there was something else he needed to tell her. The smile disappeared from the girl's face, and she asked if this was something important. The cat's tail bent, and Bao replied that his owner had joined a group of people, and added that they were now working undercover. The pet licked his lips, and Belial said that he was going to infiltrate human society and destroy their political system, and added that in this way he would be able to completely defeat the human race, and then mentally stated that this seemed to be their current plan, and then the interlocutor clarified that one should not make idle assumptions, and added that his goal was not just to destroy the political system. The girl put her hand to her head with tenderness, and said that he was indeed worthy of the title of Demon King and that he had the ability to destroy the entire world with one blow, and then continued that Zhao's combat power could be compared to an atomic bomb, and concluded that he had chosen to slowly enjoy the process and that the protagonist's life philosophy was very elegant, to which the interlocutor asked a question. Whether she listens at all, what he is talking about. Bao held his paw up and stated that either way, they needed to stay close to him and pretend to be worthless, and added that they should not reveal him or interfere with his plan, and Belial replied that the cat did not need to worry. The girl jumped up and down and said that she could be a wife or a servant, and then clarified that she would agree to anything. Bao looked at her and said that that was all for now, and said that after all, she looked smart enough, and added that since the master had taken care of her, it must have made no sense. The door opened slightly, and Xiao called out to Bao. The main character wiped his head and reported that he had heard some conversations. The main character looked at the far end of the room. A girl in bandages was standing near the cat. She put her hand on her chest and noticed that the owner had arrived. He wondered that she had hatched from that broken egg. The protagonist put it in his palm and noted that it was small, also alive, and could move, talk, and even laugh. He opened his mouth happily and wondered if that meant she could be sold at a higher price. He sat down on the bed and clarified that it turned out that she was a small copy of the one that Roland had killed. She answered in the affirmative. She looked away in embarrassment, and noticed that she had met the Demon King like this, which was quite embarrassing, and said that her clothes were gone. He replied that he had sold them. She opened her mouth slightly and explained that her horns were a symbol of her noble demonic status. He replied that she would be sold anyway, so it didn't make sense anymore. Belial looked away in fear. Tears poured from her eyes. She could not understand how it happened. The cat suggested that, probably, the owner was doing this to protect her from the human race. She concluded that in fact, the king of money saved her for profit, and now she would be sold for money. The girl pursed her lips. She imagined her finger to her chin, and noted that it was very encouraging. The girl squeezed the rag into the bucket. She realized that for the sake of the Demon King, she would be forced to receive contempt from people. She would only have to endure their mockery and beatings. Water ran down her hands. Tears flowed from her eyes. She added that she had so much dedication when she thought about it, and she felt noble in her heart. She desperately lowered her eyes and wondered if the Demon King was so short of money that as soon as the protector appeared next to him, he was ready to sell him. She looked up and said that if he needed money so badly, she could find other options. He threw a questioning look at her and asked about other options. Belial emitted a bright light. A guy with a jet backpack flew up to the window and reported that his order had arrived. He silently watched the situation on the bed. Xiao and the girl looked at him together. He raised his thumb and finger in approval, or remarked that it was amazing. He put the package with the order on the floor and noted that he would leave it here. The guy objected that he misunderstood everything. The young man lowered his head to the pillow. He looked at the girl and remembered what she had said about other ways to make money. She folded her hands together and replied that she could show him other special abilities. He gave her a questioning look and asked her about her other special abilities. She looked away embarrassedly and said that she would show it now. She closed her eyes to her own moans. 2 big horns appeared on her head. She exclaimed that the devil's horns had grown again. She held them out in her arms and asked me to accept them. Xiao looked at them in disgust. She added that he should accept them and exchange them for money. He opened his mouth wide and wondered if it was real horns. She held them in her hands and explained that they grew every day and could only be cut once a day, and begged the owner not to sell her. He put his hand on her shoulder. The guy put his hand on his heart and remarked that one little fool, how dare he sell her? Belial was able to save her soul. The amount of the transaction was 6 gold and 50 silver coins per day. On the table next to the bowls sat the red cat. Belial was sitting on a small pillow on the bed. The protagonist noted that while she is in her chibi form, he can save a lot. Mini Belial eats 3 cookies a day, spending 6 copper coins, so she will stay in her mini form until special occasions. A girl with horns on her head was eating cookies. She sat in front of the protagonist and asked what their next step was, who asked her again about the next step. The cat opened his mouth wide in bewilderment and thought to himself that she was an idiot. Such direct questions could easily reveal them. The guy stuck out the index finger of his right hand and said that the essence of the game is that the players improve themselves in order to then go to the dungeon. But they have a completely different situation, so their main task is to survive. Bao noticed that as expected of him, he adheres to his plan, and answers from his role. The protagonist's maid enthusiastically raised her hands in front of her, and noticed that they would just stay where they were and wait for what would happen. He closed his eyes and agreed with her, and added that at the same time, they needed to save money in order to buy the commander of a prestigious team at the time of completing the last dungeon. He sat down on the bed and expressed a desire to buy raw materials, and then give them to production in order to sell finished products, so that he would make a profit from the commission. An image of the system window with a catalog of prices appeared. He noticed that there was not much demand for things, and the profit from them was small, so it was so important to him. Xiao smiled sincerely. The girl was shocked and pointed at herself with her pointer. She looked at her master with loving eyes and declared that she would be a diligent worker. Horns grew on her head, and he realized that Belial was a prospect. The next morning, the guy ran out of the gate. A girl was standing at the huge panoramic window. She rested her head on her palms and remarked how great it was that she could help the Demon King himself. Somewhere in the distance, a large flash was burning. Someone exclaimed that he had arrived. A young man with blonde hair entered the palace. The guy with the orange scarf spread his hands in different directions. Someone said that he was the second highest level NPC, after Lord Roland. Roland smiled broadly and noted that help had arrived. The crowd of subordinates stood behind and cheered that when all the high-level NPCs arrived, they would be able to start an offensive, and then they would be able to stop being afraid of this terrifying devil. Pucci opened his mouth slightly. He looked at his friend and asked him not to make a mountain out of a molehill. The latter looked at him disapprovingly and clarified how to understand it. The Demon King held out his hands in front of him and replied that it should be understood that they were exaggerating the strength of the Demon King, and asked rhetorically how the Demon King's infant had powerful strength. Belial swung her hand to attack. Roland looked ahead arrogantly. The priest stood in front of him and added that they had agreed to their plan in order to risk everything and overcome it alone, and reasoned that in the end, it turned out that the Demon King was strong enough, so they had come up with such a fairy tale so as not to admit that their plan had simply failed. He rolled his eyes and asked if this could be called the hope of humanity. The guy looked disapprovingly at his interlocutor. A guy ran into the building and exclaimed that there was an alarm. A monster appeared in the south. A stream of energy burst out of the dragon's mouth. He said that they were called dragons, but in fact, they were only mutated lizards, and that about 8 fortresses were destroyed, more than 4,000 players were destroyed, and 89 NPCs were destroyed. The bishop looked down in contrition. The young man ordered to call for help. Roland strode forward resolutely and announced that he was moving. Pucci stood behind him and noticed that this was the speed. He ordered him to wait for him here. He turned his head on him and promised to prove to him that he was stupid and arrogant. The guy got on his motorcycle. His subordinate asked to be careful. He gave him a contemptuous look and said that he was leaving it to him to watch over the Demon King in his absence. He pointed at himself with his index finger in amazement and asked him if he should go after the Demon King. Roland opened his mouth and yelled at him that he was a fool. He at least understood how strong the Demon King was. They must know his every move. He couldn't figure out what to do. The young man condescendingly lowered his closed eyelids down and replied that he should just question him. He exclaimed in shock that just ask, and he would tell him everything. A guy in a sand trench coat handed him a red bag and asked him to take it with him. The servant looked into the package with great curiosity. The blonde guy stuck out the index finger of his right hand and said that it was the greatest family heirloom, the claw of the dragon of the Saints Maya, who clarified that it was a family heirloom, and he was giving it to him. He closed his eyes and asked him not to worry. He had already received consent from his father, who objected that this was not a question of consent. The subordinate anxiously held the handles of the bag with both hands and noticed that such a precious thing, and it was so easy to give as a gift. Roland put his hand on his shoulder. He enthusiastically raised his clenched hand in front of him into a fist and declared that he would succeed when they saw their efforts and dedication. They would be touched and show their gratitude to them. The black-haired guy opened his eyes wide in bewilderment and noted how much modesty he had, that he even wanted to cry. The guy got on his motorcycle and asked him to listen. If he was up to something, he should try to stop him while he was away. Pucci watched their conversation from above. He looked at them arrogantly and said that it was sad that the hope of mankind had become another mediocrity, just like a low-quality comic book character. The subordinate waved goodbye and said that he understood everything. He could be calm. He resolutely put his fist to his chest and realized that he had done everything as it should be. Another servant approached him and clarified that he was leaving right away. He replied that it was so, because he had an important task in which he could not make a mistake. Someone's voice asked him to wait. The guy carefully looked ahead in front of him. The priest jumped over the railing. He landed on the floor of the palace. The bishop looked at his subordinate and said that he was coming with him. He stood beside him and added that he wanted to see with his own eyes how strong the invincible Demon King was. Pucci smiled slyly and wondered if he had prepared the means for a future army that would destroy the world, and realized that he did indeed have the financial skills to prepare for a rainy day, and most likely he had really underestimated it, and concluded to himself, let him show what he was capable of. He looked at the black-haired youth out of the corner of his eye and ordered him to call him to meet him. The latter asked him not to joke like that. He asked him to watch from afar, and not to take any dangerous action. He closed his eyes and clarified in a sarcastic tone that it was as if some direct NPC was teaching him what to do, and remarked that he was just financially literate, and he probably didn't adhere to his assessment of a demon. He said that when he returned to the Heavenly City, he would report everything on how irresponsible Roland was for allowing the Demon King to buy an entire building. He looked to the side and wondered what he was doing. The servant handed over the red packet and asked Bao to accept it. The priest exclaimed that the Li family's most precious relic would only be given to the Demon King for the pleasure of his assistant, and not the king himself, especially when this fat cat appeared here. The ginger cat looked arrogantly at the guests who had arrived. Rays of light shot out of the red gift bag. The servant noted that Roland had asked to bring it to him. He asked again which Roland he was talking about, because he had not heard of such a thing. The bishop's eyes widened in amazement, and realized that he had indeed used his family's relic to satisfy this animal that could only eat, sleep, and lick its own butt. Bao narrowed his eyes contemptuously, and thought that he would like to chat with him for a while in order to adhere to the master's plan to infiltrate the human race. He looked at his subordinate, and said that he thought that he was about the little one who could mock the weak, fearing the strong, and that he was harsh on his subordinates. An image of a valuable relic appeared. The cat scratched her back and said that this thing would be very useful to scratch his back. Blood gushed on the guy's lips. He realized that he was using the legendary relic to scratch his back, and noticed that he saw that the cat was pleased. Bao clasped his hands together and asked if they had anything else, and if not, then let them get out of here. Bao replied that there was something else he needed to say to Mr. Cat. Poochie looked at him furiously and exclaimed, he will be grabbed from him. He will no longer tolerate this. Who did this ignorant creature think he was, to whom he was about to teach a lesson? He gritted his teeth with inner anger. The priest soared up and said that he would show him all the human strength. The subordinate said that he just wanted to ask about any plans of the master to destroy humanity in the near future. The Court of Holy Light is quite a powerful skill that can not only cause great damage to enemies, but also stun them. The cat landed on the ground on its hind legs. The sun at its zenith illuminated the city, which suggested that he discuss it later. The cat was standing on the column of the gate. The servant looked at him curiously. The bishop gave him a questioning glance and clarified what he had said. Fluffy turned his head to the side and told him that he had some work to do. The priest looked up out of the corner of his eye. From a distance, the silhouette of a dragon flew towards them. His eyes shone with blue fire. He opened his eyes wide and realized that it was a dragon. But how could it be? The subordinate objected that it was not a dragon, but a mutated lizard. The cat indifferently averted his eyes to the side. Poochie looked furiously at the irritant, and clarified that Roland had turned around and did not go to stop him. A blond guy was rushing along the highway at high speed. He was overtaking a huge monster on his motorcycle. The guy with the ball in his right hand stood on his motorcycle. He jumped on the monster. He turned his head on him. The young man repelled his attack with his blade. The dragon threw him to the ground with all his strength. Dust and fragments of asphalt rose from the hard fall. Roland instantly ran forward to attack. He lifted his head up and shouted to hell with him. The dragon flew away into the distance. He warned that if they met face to face again, then let him be sure that he would defeat him. A huge monster flew over the city. He noticed that this reptile realized that he had defeated him, and flew straight to a safe place. He is not interested in the strong, he only likes tough food. The monster's eyes burned with blue fire. Clouds floated in the evening sky. A huge monster flew over the city. The subordinates of the Pouchy stood next to each other, and did not understand what to do. The priest lifted his head up and reasoned that even though Roland himself could not stop this monster, there was still no need to worry about anything. He looked to the side and added that this was a safe zone, so he would see how strong the defense system was here. He bulges his eyes and clarifies that this tower is made of burnt steel. The servant looked at him and wondered what he didn't know. In the 3rd chapter, Master Roland had deliberately activated the burnt steel tower against the Demon King, causing it to become like this, and he shouted that there was no time for his chatter at this time. The dragon swiftly swept over the huge city. A charge of energy appeared in his mouth. Poochie looked up stunned and realized that things were bad. A huge flow of energy rushed from the city upwards into the heavens. The bishop looked up in amazement and realized that in the event of a failed attack, and without the protection of the burnt steel tower, all the entry-level players in the safe zone would die. A flash burned brightly high in the sky above his head, and he knew that this was the end. A dragon swept over the huge skyscrapers. Bao's eyes swept up at him. A huge stream of death ray burst out of it. He pierced the heavens with lightning speed. The monster spread its paws in different directions. Roland stopped on his motorcycle. The priest's subordinate opened their mouths wide at what they saw and exclaimed that this level 84 mutant had been killed with a single blow in a matter of seconds. The cat sat peacefully on the column of the gate. He looked at them out of the corner of his eye and clarified what he wanted to ask. Drops of sweat slid down the guy's face. Poochie gritted his teeth angrily. He grabbed the power of his cross in his hands and realized that God was still protecting him. He handed this cross to the cat and asked him to accept it as a gift. Besides, it was passed down in his family from generation to generation. The servant noticed that he quickly changed his shoes. The black guy held out another gift and noted that it was his birth certificate of real estate. He held a card in his hands and added that these were his pension savings. The servant opened his mouth wide and realized that he was sucking up, and better than himself. He looked at him and asked what he was standing there. He was trying to help him. If he needed some information, then let him ask it as soon as possible. The bishop held out his hands in front of him and replied that he finally understood them. How happy Mr. Roland would be. The ginger cat looked down and asked what he wanted to know, and remarked that he was only a watchman, and he could not know everything. The subordinate dropped his hands at the seams and expressed a desire to ask if they had plans to arrange a massacre in the safe zone, or destroy some world, as well as if there was any other plan that they, humans, should be afraid of. He closed his eyes and added that they would like to prepare themselves mentally. Apachai looked at him dumbfounded, and was surprised that he had asked so directly. The cat looked at them and told them that there was no plan. The demon king needed money soon. He was sitting on the column and clarified that this was all. He answered in the affirmative. The cat ordered him to go back. He turned in the other direction. The priest opened his mouth wide and silently listed the things that the cat had received as a gift. The servant was completely satisfied with himself. The mission was completed. At least there was no need to worry that the world would be destroyed in the near future. The main character smiled happily. Bao wagged his tail at the sight of him. He walked through the gate and asked if he was lying there. The cat jumped on his shoulder. He sat on his head, and he noted that he missed him too. The protagonist entered his house. He drew attention to the litter box for the cat. The guy looked at him angrily, and reminded him how many times he had already told him about this. He threw the cat and warned him that he would dare to defecate here at least one more time. The cat flew out the door. He was lying on the floor. He said that he would sleep in the corridor today. Xiao pouted his lips and wondered why he couldn't teach the cat. He looked away with great curiosity. Belial stretched out her hands in front of her, and told him that she had prepared his bed. He smiled broadly in utter bewilderment. He lay down on the bed with the girl. He looked at her and turned to her. The girl put her thigh on his body. He noticed that if they slept like this, they would not pass the test. She spread her hands in different directions. The girl clarified, "So it will fit." Then with childish delight he opened his eyes wide and answered in the affirmative. She closed her eyes in satisfaction. The cat sat gloomily at the door. He opened his mouth slightly and wondered how it happened. The dawn sun lit up the house. Clouds floated across the sky. Sad Bao settled down near the entrance to the bedroom. The main character lazily opened his eyes after sleeping. He glanced at his sleeping servant. She slept peacefully on his pillow. The young man looked at her embarrassedly. A pink book protruded from under the pillow. Belial covered her face with her hands. He flipped through the book and was surprised that in this game, even small pets can keep a diary, and added that he was not digging through other people's things, just his hands did everything themselves. He stared at the text with glassy eyes. An image of one of the pages appeared. The guy turned the next page and noticed that she seemed to be very much in love with this demon king. The guy stared at the diary dumbfounded. He turned to the next page. A censored image from the diary appeared. The young man returned the diary to its place. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He remembered that he had almost forgotten that she was a real devil. He put his hand on the back of his head and realized that it was risky, wondering if the demon king was still there. She stared at the ceiling and wondered if he would have seen her, since she was so shy that she had put a diary there for the demon king to see. She closed her eyes contentedly and thought that she had put into this diary all her love, courage, all her determination, which cannot be said directly. The night of the same day, the moon shone high in the sky. Belial sat alone at the entrance to the bedroom. The cat sat next to the head of the main character, who noted that he was the best. The girl opened her eyes wide and wondered how it happened. Qin sat surrounded by his friends and said that after the rating increase, their combat abilities had indeed improved. He shifted his eyes to the side and noted that Mr. Xiao had not only healed them, but also improved their skill level. He had done the same thing as the Weigua plugin. Lu looked at him and replied that as they sucked up to this demon, he noticed that she was speaking the truth, but the most important thing was to choose the right side. The guy excitedly clenched his hand into a fist and stated that they would definitely hold the victory, which concluded that they continued to be the Demon 6. Obara looked away in alarm and asked to look at the sky. In the distance there was someone's silhouette. She noticed that something was approaching them. The black-haired lady adjusted her glasses. The guy replied that he could not see anything. She asked to let her. She was looking ahead in front of her. Her eyes shone brightly. Babylon furrowed her brows angrily as she explained that she was seeing a demon, very young, but of a high level. The girl longed for their company and thought that they had used all the forces on Earth, but no one had been able to find the Demon King so far. She opened her mouth slightly and realized that she could not wait any longer. The demon spread her arms in different directions and realized that the disappearance of the Demon King was directly related to Roland. Therefore, she needed to catch him and interrogate him. Lu adjusted her glasses and stated that it seemed that her goal was a safe area in which they were looking for the Demon King. The guy realized that it must be a colleague. He put his hands in his pockets and announced that it looked like they had a chance to strengthen their bonds, so they needed to say hello to her. The girl looked into the distance. On the roof of the destroyed building was the Qin company. He looked at the demon flying at him. She thought that this was an ambush of the players. They deliberately ambushed her as soon as they found out that she would fly past this place. Above the girl's head there was a sign with a level. An image of the guy's level appeared. Above the girl's head hovered the designation of her level. Babylon furrowed her brows and noticed that it had only been 3 days, and her level had risen to 24. She gritted her teeth in anger, and realized that she could not ignore this, otherwise everything would lead to disaster. She must kill him. The demon stuck out his leg to attack. Her silhouette burned with purple flames. Qin stared at her, and wondered if she was here to find Xiao. She kicked him in the stomach with all her strength. Qin flew into another ruined building from a powerful blow. The demon landed on the roof of the building in front of the squad. Her eyes sparkled with red fire. Lu tried to explain that in reality, their goal was completely different. She instantly flew away from Babylon's powerful blow. A girl with red hair was standing alone on the roof of the building. She stretched out her hand in an attempt to remedy the situation. The demon approached her and asked if there was anything she could do to help. She smiled broadly at her. A bright flash flashed in front of Obara. The demon cast an uncomprehending glance and did not realize that it was blocking her blow. A girl with pink hair stared at her. She wondered who she was, maybe the killer. She closed her eyes slightly and asked her to learn to listen to what others were saying to her. Babylon looked at her in bewilderment and did not understand how this was possible. How could assassins use a shield? And besides, if it was an ordinary shield, how could it repel her attack? Her eyes widened in shock. In the girl's hand there was a chicken. Babylon gave her an uncomprehending look. Qin grabbed a bottle of potion, passive talent, cockroach in the wild, immune to one deadly attack. The next activation after a certain time, used a potion of health restoration. He closed his eyes and asked Lu to tell her quickly. A huge flow of energy rushed towards her. She looked at it and replied that it was just fried chicken. The demon stretched out his hands and clarified what happened then. She waved her hand and replied that it was a gift from Master Xiao himself. She launched several attacks on the demon and added that with all her soul and body, this is proof that it belongs to Master Xiao. Babylon slid a few meters back. Lu held a magical weapon in her hands. She waved it and exclaimed that she was the highest treasure in this world. The girl landed on the destroyed building. She raised her hands above herself with a weapon and told her what she called it. The chicken that gives victory, the Excalibur chicken. A huge stream of energy rushed into the demon. It pierced through all the ruined skyscrapers on the way. A huge crater appeared at the site of the attack. Obara put her hand on her chest in alarm and noticed that at first glance, it was an ordinary fried chicken, but capable of resisting a level 101 demon. A girl in pink shoes stamped her foot. She took the chicken in her hands and assumed that Mr. Xiao guessed that she was facing danger, so he gave her this treasure. Qin watched from another building. He twisted his face in displeasure and exclaimed that he only needed to say a couple of lines, a couple of specific lines, namely that they were also on the side of the Demon King, and that would be enough. The wreckage of destroyed buildings lay on the ground. Babylon grabbed her shoulder and remarked that it was careless, and added that she couldn't believe that a player below level 30 was actually stronger than her. She looked down and suggested that maybe she should use the plugin. Anyway, she couldn't leave it like that. She spread her hands in different directions and exclaimed that she had to find the Demon King. An image of the system warning window appeared. Qin stunned opened his mouth wide and realized that she was undergoing a transformation, moving to the second stage. A clot of red energy appeared in front of them. The rays of the sun illuminated the metal armor of the robot. Cybernetic legs were attached to the body. The evening sun shone on the robot. Qin exclaimed that he had to prevent her from going mad, otherwise they would not be able to talk to her. Obara looked at him anxiously and asked what they should do. He replied that there was no panic. He stood in front of the huge robot and shouted that they knew where the Demon King was. A cat was sleeping peacefully on the table. Belial asked if he should scratch his back. She cast aside an uncomprehending look. The girl stood near the window and did not understand what was happening outside the window. Dust rose into the air around the huge robot. She put her fingers to her chin and noticed that it seemed quite familiar to her. The cat looked up at her and suggested that it could be from some movie. Qin melted his hands in different directions and shouted that they knew where the Demon King was. A huge robot stood in front of them. He looked at him menacingly and ordered the girl not to be silent. She stuck out the index finger of her left hand and told them that the Demon King was in the safe zone. He had disguised himself as a rookie player. They had also accepted his job application, and he had hired them to pick up his cat, and added that they had been in trouble on the way. They had been seriously injured, but the Demon King had shown them kindness and had lent a helping hand. A picture of a magical item appeared. She noted that his bandages had helped them level up by 5 points, and in order to repay his kindness, they decided to serve him. She folded her hands together. The robot Babylon leaned his hands on the roof of the building. His eyes burned red. She exclaimed that they were deceiving her. It would be better to come up with something more logical. Who would believe in their stupidity? The young man held out his hand in front of him and objected that they had proof. An image of a photo of the main character's company appeared. The robot stared at the photo. He put his hand inside his body. Babylon took out a painted image of the protagonist. The robot opened its mouth wide. She exclaimed that it looked very different. They tricked her. The information window said that Babylon felt insulted and angry. She was moving on to the third stage. The robot soared into the sky. The guy turned his head back and reported that the negotiations had failed, and asked Lu to stop her. She was holding a chicken in her hands and noticed that Mr. Zhao's gift was ruined. He wondered if this thing could only be used once. Qin shifted his eyes to the side. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The system window announced that Lu had left the team. A huge flow of energy was rushing to the side. He shouted that they were all going to die. Fragments of destroyed buildings flew in different directions. There was a huge energy explosion. The robot's eyes sparkled red. The guy looked at him dumbfounded, and didn't understand what was happening. The cat sat on Belial and clarified that he was the boss of the dungeon. He looked at the robot and asked Babylon to stop. He held the girl's locks of hair in his paws and warned that if she started fighting here, it would ruin the Demon King's plans. The robot opened its mouth wide. He spread his hands in different directions. The cat and the demon flew away. He realized that the Demon King was now disguised as a human, and was hiding somewhere in the city. He came up with a deeper and more serious plan. Baum watched the robot and asked him to stop it all, and he would take her to him. A huge death beam burst out of the robot. The cat cast a displeased glance at him. Obara pressed her hands to herself, and realized that she had gone mad. Qin assumed that it seemed that they were the ones who had gone mad and exclaimed why it was not possible to talk constructively. An image appeared from the eyes of Babylon. The cat furrowed his brows in displeasure. He put his paw out, and realized that he had to do everything himself again. A huge deadly beam shot out from its paw. He raised his paw up. The robot split in two. A huge explosion occurred in the destroyed city. The main character turned his head to the side in bewilderment. He looked away worriedly. A bag is carried on his chest. He noticed how cool the breeze is. He put the bag there and assumed that today would also be a peaceful and calm day. The window reported the results of the sale of devil horns. The cat walked on the ground next to Belial. A huge crater appeared in the middle of the city, and I asked if she was ready to listen now. Babylon was lying in front of the cat. She looked ahead with glassy eyes and declared that she did not understand the cat's language. He pushed his paws against the system screen and remembered that he had forgotten to switch his tongue. He looked at the girl and asked why she didn't tell him anything. She replied that she had forgotten about it too. She put her hand on her face and added that she didn't think it was worth worrying about such details. Babylon looked at her and exclaimed that she was still alive, and suggested that she go with her to save the Demon King and blow up the hell out of this safe zone. Bao looked at her angrily and noticed that she really wanted her to die. Behind them, Qin's group was standing. He announced that it was a false alarm. Lu noted that it was unfortunate because she had managed to purchase coffins for everyone. Obara puffed out her cheeks and noticed that she hadn't come back to save them. The black-haired girl looked to the side and replied that she had observed from afar, and this is what she noticed, and said that in appearance, it looked like an overfed domestic cat, but in reality it was a monster that could kill a level 101st demon leader with just one attack. Babylon sat next to Belial. She looked down and added that it was unimaginable how great the power was sealed in him. The guy confirmed that he really had a lot of strength. He averted his eyes to the side and noticed that it seemed that he had only survived thanks to Zhao's gift. Lu looked sadly at her missing gift from the protagonist. There was a metal decor on the ceiling. The guy opened the door and called the cat. He went inside and called out to Belial, and asked where they were playing. He raised his hand in front of him and noticed that now there were troubled times, whether everything was all right with them. The guy shifted his eyes to the side. The screen projected an image of his comrades. He remembered that this was the guy who went with him to the dungeon. He hugged the cat and thanked him for saving Bao and bringing Belial back. Qin put his hand on the back of his head and said that they had met them by chance, so there was no need for such politeness. He shook his hand and said that now there was no need to be so official. He could call him Xiao, because from now on they were friends. He pointed to his house and invited them to come in, who added that they had brought a small gift. The main character looked at them and clarified what kind of gift it was. He said that this little pet that he would like. Babylon sat in Qin's arms. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed that she had finally met the Demon King. Babylon sat on Qin's palms. He looked at her and wondered that this was a new demon, why they had brought her here. He smiled guiltily and replied that he didn't have the ability to take care of another pet in his current state, so they could keep it. Qin's eyes widened from what he heard. The demon opened her mouth and realized that she had been rejected, but she deserved to stay by the Demon King's side. She adjusted her brow. The girl lowered her head down and noted that she had to do something. She held out her horns to him. He looked at her and clarified what it was. She said that she had a fast metabolism, so she could produce 3 pairs a day. She looked away in embarrassment and asked me to take them. The young man opened his mouth wide in bewilderment. He looked at his companion and thanked him, and invited him to come in and rest for a while. Babylon smiled broadly. Clouds flew over the huge skyscraper. Xiao looked at her comrades out of the corner of her eye and noted that his house was a little untidy, let them pay attention. He stepped on the floor and replied that it was okay, besides, he was too polite. The guy gritted his teeth from the onslaught. He put his hand on his heart, and Obara asked what was wrong with him. The main character showed the direction with his hand and clarified that there were really things here that frightened him. These are all the weapons for beginners that he made when he practiced forging. The blonde guy opened his eyes wide in amazement. There were weapons in glass cabinets. Sweat appeared on the young man's face. He looked away. They were standing at the end of the corridor. Xiao said that they were dolls that he had made in his spare time. The doll held a knife in her left hand. The guy opened his eyes wide in shock and wondered what kind of house it was. Obviously it was an armory. The protagonist held out his hand in front of him and said that at first he had wanted to sell them on the market. But then he realized that selling them for cheap was too wasteful, and selling them for a high price was such an idea, and added that he had no choice but to store them at home. He looked at them out of the corner of his eye and said that they could take whatever they wanted, but only the ones for beginners who were in the lobby. The advanced ones he would then sell. The guy opened his mouth wide and clarified that this was all for beginners. He looked down and added that even the fried chicken was very tasty. It wouldn't be surprising if he forged a heaven-defying weapon. He closed his eyes and realized that there was nothing to worry about. The sun's rays filled the room. He wondered how he could not take it with care. The main character sat down on the couch and hoped that the rewards they received for killing monsters were much more valuable than what he gave them. Qin didn't look down and didn't understand what kind of sofa it was. He looked at it and exclaimed that it was also a magic object. He sat down and looked at him and replied that he had chosen this sofa himself. Let them sit down. The young man sat down on the sofa. He put his hand on it and realized that it was not just about the sofa. The main characters looked at their comrades and asked Belial to bring them tea. She brought a tray with glasses, which noted that it was water. It was filled with evil magic. The green liquid gurgled slightly. Obara held a glass of liquid in her hand. The main character stuck out the index finger of his right hand and said that he opened a well in the backyard to save on water, so the water for tea was taken from there. The young man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and noted that it was indeed the well of eternity. He opened his eyes wide and added that it's not just amazing, it's better to say it's very cool. It really lives up to its name. Qin sat on the sofa and pondered that, combined with the feeling he had at the entrance, it was possible that this entire residence had turned into a magic weapon. An image of the residence of the main character appeared. The guy put his hand on his forehead and noticed that if he had hesitated before, now he finally realized that it took no more than 3 days to make such items, so they had to join his army in order to survive in this world. The protagonist stretched out his hand and invited everyone to drink tea. The whole company obediently drank from the mugs. He sat down to look at his comrade and noted that he had recently heard that a fierce battle had taken place near the safe zone, and wondered if this was the place where they had picked up Babylon. The guy was holding his mug in his hand. Drops of sweat appeared on Qin's face. The main character brought the mug to himself and added that it was amazing, such a fierce battle. Then he opened his mouth wide and realized that he was really going to kill them, and said that he didn't expect this to happen either. The guy held the mug in his hand and said that it was a good result, namely that they survived and came to him for a cup of tea. He looked at his comrade. The latter twisted his face and resolutely declared that yes, they had come here without delay. The protagonist held a mug in their hand and congratulated them on their survival. The same Allah put his right hand in his fist and realized that he had resigned himself to their apostasy. The whole company drank tea from a mug on command. Xiao looked at the pink-haired girl and assumed that she had probably already eaten his fried chicken. She looked at him embarrassedly and thought that, as expected of him, he knew that she was using Excalibur. A system window appeared in front of him. He noted that he still had a lot left, and he would share it with her. The information window said that she had received 20 fried chickens from Xiao. She looked at her inventory dumbfounded. System windows also opened in front of everyone else. She looked away and thought that this was such a valuable treasure, and yet, he had given 20 to each, so she wouldn't let him down. She put her hands to her chest in embarrassment. The girl looked at her comrades and added that they would not let him down either. Qin pouted his lips and thought that even though his teammate was sick, it was better to put up with it as long as the king was kind to them. He sat on the couch and added that as long as no incidents happened, they could stand firmly on the winning side for the rest of the game. The screen projected an image of Roland. He held a gift in his hand, and said that he had heard that they had trouble here, so he had come to comfort them. The protagonist held out his hand as a gesture of invitation and asked why he was there. He replied that he had heard about the trouble, so he came to console him. He smiled and asked if he was all right. If he needed any help, let him not hesitate, and turned to him. 2 demons climbed out of the purse. He turned his head back and wondered why she was still there, and why she was not alone. He cast down an uncomprehending look. He looked up and didn't realize that the whole building had turned into a magic weapon. In front of him in glass cabinets stood uniforms. He put his hand to his mouth and suggested that he was preparing for Armageddon, so the whole house was his fortress. Clouds flew over the building. The guy stood behind the main character and did not understand that they had done something that he was so offended. He looked at him resolutely and realized that they needed to stabilize his condition. 4 young men were sitting on the sofa. Roland walked into their room and couldn't understand why the team that cleared the dungeon was in the Demon King's house. Jean cast a blank look at him. His eyes widened in surprise. He sat down on the sofa and assumed that they had noticed the abnormality of the Demon King, so they had come here before him to find out. He stuck out his right thumb as a gesture of approval and invited them to work together to stop the king from destroying the world. The guy folded his hands together in shock. The main character was sitting on the sofa and asked that they knew each other. Roland closed his eyes and replied in the affirmative. Jean cast a blank look at him. He opened his mouth and noted that these were the ones who put an end to that battle. It was difficult to survive there. There were probably many dead. The blonde guy looked at him and thought that he was deliberately mocking them, and said that yes, after all, casualties were inevitable. You push it wide and add that in fact, this world is so interesting, it does not want to be destroyed, but it is powerless. He raised his hand enthusiastically, and exclaimed that only they could save him. The young man opened his mouth and noted to himself that he understood, namely that he was bored, so he wanted to destroy this world. He lowered his head down, and said that he knew what to do. Roland gritted his teeth and said that if he wanted something interesting, maybe the elves would satisfy his interest. He looked at him and asked about the elves. He noticed that there was an unexplored area known as the ancient Elven Kingdom. If he looked there, they might be there. Zhao's eyes widened and noted that he was interested in it. He would like to take a look if he could. He raised his hand and said that he would then go and catch one. He clarified what he meant. Jean smiled slyly and thought, what kind of show was this? The hope of mankind is so humble in front of the Demon King. The protagonist closed his eyes and thanked him for having such an opinion of him. But he was just a helpless rookie. He looked to the side and added that in order to open up the future of humanity, he should be more optimistic about it. On the sofa sat the squad and Jean. He awkwardly folded his hands together. He declared that he was the best player. The guy jumped up from the couch and wanted to talk about his relationship with Roland. He closed his eyes and interrupted the guy that, as expected of him, he couldn't hide anything from him, so he established a deep partnership with the number 1 team. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. He looked away and added that now that he knew about it, there was no point in hiding it. He turned his head to the main character, exclaimed that he would be honest, they would go with him in search of the elves, they would work in unison. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him. He waved goodbye to the whole company. They were standing in front of the entrance to the building. The son opened his mouth wide and realized that he had been misunderstood. Roland closed his eyes and noted that he didn't know why he was so upset, but assumed it was because of the king's pure evil and arrogance. He looked at the guy and asked him not to be afraid. Now the Demon King knows about their partnership. He just needs to find the elf now. Jean swung his fist at him. His attack hit the wall. He cast an uncomprehending glance at the wall next to him. Jean lowered his head and asked the interlocutor whether the kid had done it on purpose. The blonde man opened his mouth, repeating in puzzlement what he was called. Roland frowned, saying that from childhood to adulthood no one had called him that, adding that he did not know how the robber had the courage to be so bold. Coming closer, the red-eyed man said that he would then show his courage. The guy's hand began to exude magic. The blonde man asked what it was. A fried chicken appeared in the hands of the interlocutor. The man in the jacket touched Roland's food, asking that he was impressed. Opening his mouth, the baby replied that he was not hungry. The girl said that she did not want to comment on what was happening, but the robber was so stupid that she could not remain silent. The captain removed the chicken, answering that he already knew what she would say. Bending down, Jean thought that he couldn't conflict with his interlocutor, because it would be bad if a bandit interfered with the plans of the Demon King. Looking ahead, the blonde said that he did not understand why people were dissatisfied, because it should be an honor for them to cooperate with him. The guy in the jacket asked that maybe it was so, but why would Roland work with them? The guy raised his hand and explained that, as he said, he needed to get into a closed area, catch the elf and bring him to the Demon King so that he could postpone the plan to destroy the world. Frowning, the captain said that these words sounded as if they had been spoken by an honest man. Brown eyes covered her mouth with her palm and revealed that they had just been to the Demon King's, adding that he seemed to want the team to cooperate with the other people. The brunette said that perhaps the protagonist had more grandiose plans that they hadn't understood yet. The robber asked that the girl didn't even spare herself with her tongue. The long-haired woman suggested that maybe the Demon King had said it by accident. Turning around, Jean asked how he was the Demon King. How could he throw words around when his every word and action was related to the fate of the world? Babylon said he was asking the team to find a way to kill the blonde, and the guy was asking what the group thought they could win. Looking at the guy, Roland asked how the discussion had gone and whether they would cooperate, adding that people shouldn't disturb the king now, but dodging was not the solution, and continued that only when the players grew up and got stronger, people would have the strength to fight. Changing his face, the blue-eyed man said that the players' potential was limitless, and Jean's team was the best. They were worthy of training, adding that if they worked with him, they would receive a reward far beyond their current level, experience, equipment, and money. Stretching out his hand to the robber, the blonde man said that for the interlocutor, all of the above was a great temptation. Turning away, Jean said that then it was time to go. Looking ahead, the commander added that a handshake was not necessary. The brunette turned to the window. Smiling, The main character exclaimed that it seemed that the team had become friends. Xiao holds the boys' hands together, claiming that he must unite Roland and the first human team, otherwise there will be no one to turn to if there are difficulties. The protagonist was shaking, thinking that he was a genius. The cat and the girls were touched by the guy. The clouds and the sky were painted in bright colors. Numbers flashed everywhere. The bandit looked up in confusion. Gripping the knife tightly, Qin asked his interlocutor what he had said about this. The blonde, smiling, answered in the affirmative. The team stood in front of a huge portal, and Roland explained that this was not yet an open territory, adding that this was where they wanted to penetrate, the ancient land of the elves, a forbidden zone of an unknown level. Gears circled around the portals. The blue-eyed man reasoned that he did not know what was there for sure, but it could be said with certainty that the level of the monsters behind the door was much higher than the current version, perhaps even higher than the level of the demons who had arrived on Earth, and added that it was known that elves, in addition to humans and demons, were a parallel race that had ever existed in this world. The blonde man sat on a rock. Frowning, the commander said that this was how it turned out. Holding his hand on his head, Roland explained that there were more than 2 races in this world before, and asked what it said in the main story. Hadn't they seen it? Bringing his hand to his face, Qin replied to keep up with the progress. He missed this information, and asked how he could be ahead of the other teams. Closing his eyes, the guy revealed that he assumes that the skills and technology of people come from the deity Morsi, borrow his power to fight demons, adding that the warring parties have been fighting for thousands of years, and the world is in constant war. Putting his hand forward, Roland explained that in that period, the races that were unable to compete with humans and demons gradually died out, but in fact, there was a race that was able to compete with both. It was the elves who knew how to use the power of nature, and explained that it was a powerful force that could change the balance, adding that the princess of the elves did not want to obey anyone, sacrificing her powers. She sealed the elves, and the race has since become a legend. The 2 spheres are approaching each other. A light emanates from the elf. Looking ahead, the narrator asked if everything was clear. Qin replied in the affirmative, saying that those who did not choose a side were destroyed. The team approached the stairs, and the blonde said that once there were elves behind the door, but now he is not sure if they are still alive. The players are strongly advised not to enter. The captain frowned and said that the warnings were already beyond the dialogue box, and asked what level the guy was, adding that why wouldn't the other party send them to heaven. Roland replied that as long as it pleased the king, then the risk was worth it. Continuing so as not to be unprepared, he took all the family treasures with him. There were many objects in front of the blonde. Blue Eyes took out even more artifacts. The bandit and the brunette's face changed. Qin said to himself that he didn't know where to complain. Telling to please the king, Roland brought a bunch of props and led the group to break into the forbidden area in search of the treasure. Roland looked up, saying that what he had shown them was only a part of it, and in general, he would take responsibility for the fighting, so they didn't have to worry, and Qin remarked that they could then relax. As he climbed the stairs, the blonde guy wanted to give them equipment, experience, money, and items gained from research, so they had to go, and the squad leader remarked that it was great, and he was really looking forward to it. Looking ahead seriously, the priest concluded that they had finally realized how great it was to have his help, and although he had a bad temper, he was very rude and disrespectful to him, so he had no way out because that was the best option. As he walked through the unknown ruins, Roland revealed that he would train them, but in the face of unknown dangers, they had to conserve resources. Continuing to lead the boys, the blonde boy was telling them never to engage in battle unless absolutely necessary, when suddenly a system alert sounded that a fight had begun with an opponent, an A-rank monster. At the same moment, a blood owl beast, a level 102 A-rank monster, appeared in front of Roland, telling the ignorant people not to even think about disturbing the peaceful sleep of the elves. With its menacing gaze forward, the bloody owl concluded that this was the only warning, so they must leave and never return. With a serious expression on his face, the monster remarked that if they complied, he would not kill them. Hearing this, the priestess bowed to him, saying that she was very sorry, because it was all her fault, and he could do whatever he wanted with her, but he should not be angry. Looking in front of him with dissatisfaction, the blonde guy told the guys to move away and leave it to him. After a moment, the guys were far behind him and even dragged Obara away, and Roland thought that even though it was his own demand, there was still a thin shadow of disappointment. After that, the blonde guy sharply looked at the monster behind him. He then took out an unknown magic cube, saying that it was a family treasure, an S-class item, a hellish breakthrough module. At the same moment, he clenched his hand into a fist and absorbed it into his body while the system announced that he had received a 30% improvement in all attributes within 5 minutes, after which there would be a state of weakness. Suddenly, Roland rushed forward with great speed. He made a huge number of blows to the bloody owl while the guys were surprised that he was able to suppress this boss. Watching the battle with his allies in admiration, Qin asked why humanity's hope was using demon equipment. Turning to the side, the priestess asked if they should help him. A moment later, she was very dumbfounded, watching the other guys make a fire nearby, and asked what they were doing, and the robber replied that they were resting. With obvious surprise on her face, Obara noticed that they were talking as if it were quite natural. At the same moment, Roland was in combat uniform behind his opponent. Then he quickly headed towards him, saying that the last % of his health remained. Looking at the HP bar of the huge monster, the blonde guy was about to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, he was greatly stunned when his fighting form ran out, and the system announced that the buff time had expired. At the same moment, he found himself in front of the bloody owl in his usual form. Glancing at him menacingly, the huge beast declared that it was now his turn. Immediately afterward, the bloody owl would strike with its fist. The huge monster raised a hammer above its head to make another attack. Then he struck with weapons, destroying the land. Frightened, Obara stated that if they did not save him, he would die. At this time, the bloody owl was swinging its weapon again. Her hammer suddenly stopped near the silhouette of an unknown person. While on the ground, Roland saw Chin in front of him, which was very much surprising. Looking at the bandit standing in front of him, the blonde guy asked what he was doing, because he should know that he was not his opponent. Thinking of the fried chicken in surprise, the priest did not understand why he had taken it out again. At the same time, Chin suddenly rushed to attack. Seeing this, Roland was greatly stunned and couldn't believe that he rushed forward, asking if he was going to bribe the boss with food. Warily looking ahead, the blonde guy told him to come back as soon as possible, and was going to admit that his idea was very original. But he had seen this boss, and did he really think that he would like grilled chicken? At this time, the rogue was rapidly heading towards the Blood Owl Beast, a level 102A rank monster. Noticing the approach of the enemy, the monster was very angry and asked what kind of insanity the 26th level was doing there. Immediately afterward, the bloody dog raised its warhammer above its head. In turn, Chin abruptly waved his fried chicken while the system alerted that he was using it for fortification. Then his weapon headed towards the enemy. A moment later, his punch sliced the monster in half, and Roland couldn't believe that he had physically cut the boss. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the blonde guy did not understand what was happening. At this time, the girls were extremely outraged by what had happened, and Lu mused that it was an artifact given by the Demon King, and it had an unattractive appearance. But it had a very powerful power, and Obara realized that each of them had 20 such artifacts. At the same time, the priest seized the robber by the scruff of the neck, saying that if he had such a thing, he should have pulled it out as soon as possible, and he noticed that he himself had said that he was well prepared. Adjusting his tie, Roland stated that he was really prepared, and if he had survived the weakened state, he could have killed him, because he was confident in his ability to withstand blows. Looking at the magic sphere surrounded by blue energy, the blonde guy was telling the others to look at the reward. Immediately afterward, the boys moved closer to the artifact and began to examine it, with Obara wondering what was in it, while Lee asked if it was lucky or if she would reveal it better. A moment later, several artifacts appeared in front of Chin, and he noticed that these rewards were indeed good. Looking at these items, the white-haired guy received notifications from the system that he had received 15 gold for elemental ore and a source of earth, and stated that this amount of money was enough for financial freedom in the initial stage, and the ore would be needed to strengthen the equipment in the later stages. Looking away from his joyful gaze, the robber mused that it was a pity that it was nothing more than trash compared to the fried chicken the Demon King had given him, but more and more he felt that he was incredibly lucky to be his subordinate. Getting closer to Chin, the priestess noticed that they didn't get any equipment, and the shooter said that he was indeed quite unlucky, while he replied that it was even a bit of a loss to exchange the fried chicken for them, but it was better than nothing, so they would share it later. Looking in front of him, Roland was just silent. Suddenly taking a step towards the guys, the blonde guy noticed that he had suddenly thought of something. Looking menacingly forward, the priest asked where the weapon he had just used came from, for it was so powerful. Immediately afterward, he would take out his blade, suggesting that it was possible that the Demon King had given it to him. Holding the magic blade in his hands, Roland asked if it was the Demon King who had given it to him. Startled, Obara said that in the process of leveling, they picked up a rare treasure chest and by investing 998 copper coins, were able to get super powerful equipment. Holding a book with instructions from Xiao behind her, the priestess noticed that they were very lucky. Directing his serious gaze forward, Chin confirmed her words. As she prepared to take out her weapon, Lu thought that they had an item that could easily kill a level 100 monster, and only a fool would believe such an outrageous lie. After hearing everything, Roland silently looked at his companions. Very worried, the shooter thought that this was not good, because she might have to start a fight. Abruptly turning away from them, the blonde guy told them to share the rewards, while he was about to go ahead and look around, and Lu did not believe that he believed. Then, she stared in front of her in surprise, realizing that he was indeed a fool. Looking at his ally smugly, Chin noticed that Roland had reminded him of something, and she was asking what it was. With a serious expression on his face, the robber said that it was really unwise for the Demon King to hand over such a powerful weapon to them, and the archer asked what he meant. Glancing at her menacingly, Chin assumed that he had some idea. Looking seriously in his direction, Lu clarified what exactly he wanted to say. Smiling broadly, the bandit stated that he really wanted to get an elf, and the shooter agreed, saying that this was why he gave them a weapon that could kill monsters. Suddenly thinking, Chin noticed that it was because the complexity of this territory was within his expectations, and he already knew that they wouldn't be able to win alone. Looking at him, and after hearing it, Lu noticed that after thinking like this, everything became clear. Pointing his finger upwards, the bandit said that they should therefore find the elves and let the master see their sincerity, and his ally agreed. At this time, Obara silently watched her allies as they interacted with each other. She smiled suddenly, thinking that she was very interested. Immediately after this narration, the story shifts to a moment when the guys were standing in front of a level 108 Class A Fallen Throne Guardian, who said that if they took another step, they would die. The monster then opened its mouth wide and began to scream. With deft movements of his hands, he struck with his claws. Then, the Guardian of the Fallen Throne would launch an attack with his secret stinger. With his blade, Roland was able to block his blow. He stared menacingly in front of him, thinking, using the space distortion module. At the same time, the blonde guy made several blows on the opponent's stinger. After taking damage, the limb of the Guardian of the Fallen Throne was cut into several pieces. Noticing this, Jean summoned the fried chicken for a boost. He then threw various objects at the monster, and used the professional skills of the C-Rank 1 bastard profession. Looking in front of him with dissatisfaction, the monster asked where he got so much garbage. Suddenly, he noticed something in front. At that moment, the robber was swinging his weapon, preparing to strike. The priest also concentrated energy in his blade to launch an attack. A moment later, the guys completed their plans and directed their blows towards the Guardian of the Fallen Throne. After the damage received, the monster was lying on the ground, saying that it was impossible, and the guys noticed that it was easy. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of the Guardian of the Fallen Throne with a report on the violation of the rules, and he said that he wanted to file a complaint. The system window with a smile on her face announced that his message about the violation had been received, and after checking, a violation was detected and 4 points of reputation from the enemy were deducted, and the monster asked what was next. A moment later, he was greatly stunned when he heard that nothing would happen next. Immediately afterward, the A-class Fallen Throne Guardian would give up his spirit, and Qin would open the chest and receive 28 gold coins and destroyed tree roots, along with a love letter for the elf princess and a Mafa game console. Someone stepped on the water surface. Looking at the throne of the elves in front of him, Roland said that if the representatives of this race were still alive, then there must be clues inside. With a look full of seriousness, the blonde guy noticed that the elves had sealed themselves to prevent their power and treasures from falling into the hands of other races, so there must be unforeseen dangers ahead of them. Suddenly he was very unhappy when he said that in any case he should try not to step into the traps, when suddenly the system notified that they were entering the battle. Turning angrily towards Qin, the priest asked if they could be more professional. He then looked at Obara, who, in order not to step on the mechanism, did not even dare to go alone and jumped on Lu, and said that they should be more serious too, to which he was told that it was not really them. Suddenly, an unknown dark entity appeared in front of the guys. Noticing her, the guys were very frightened. The monster with the horns approached the humans, calling them ignorant intruders, and asked how they dared disturb the sleep of the elves, and if they were tired of living, and this was also the only warning, so they must leave from there and never return. If they obeyed, it would save their lives. Roland looked in front of him with surprise after hearing it, noticing that it seemed that he had already heard this phrase somewhere. After his words, the unknown entity shuddered sharply from incomprehension. Towering over the guys, the monster with horns asked if they had heard someone say that ignorance would lead to their death, so they should come up and feel his rage. Exchanging glances with the blonde guy, the robber noticed that it was very similar to the game he had played before, and it seemed that someone was plagiarizing, and he shouted that it also seemed a little familiar to him. Suddenly, the unknown entity thought for a moment, saying that she would think about it again, and asked her to wait. Suddenly, trapped inside an unknown space, the spirit was reading a collection of classic villain phrases, declaring that he was already beginning to remember. I looked frightened in front of me. The monster could not understand that it was so easily caught. Holding a jar with a spirit that screamed loudly, Qin noticed that it was now very noisy, and the system announced the disclosure of the illusions of the throne of the Elven King, and that the entire team shared the experience of 8,990, so everyone leveled up by 1, and he himself received the 3D projector item. Coming closer to the Elven throne, the priest stated that the teleporter was open, and it looked like the preliminary task in front of the Elven King's throne had just been overcome, and Qin said that the difficulty was so low that he thought it was a minigame, while Lu concluded that it was very weak. All the words of the guy seemed to pierce the body of the elf spirit, causing damage to it. Looking at his opponent from inside the jar, the spirit explained that he was only a projection, and the mistress was the most powerful elf in the kingdom. Imagining an elf with a huge blade in his head, the guardian of the portal said that after the princess's sacrifice, the kingdom fell and everyone died, so she was the only one who remained alive and defended the kingdom with her strength for 1,000 years, so she was the most powerful elf, and while she was there, no one could steal the inheritance. The guys looked snidely at the jar with the spirit trapped inside, and Roland asked if he meant that she was a real elf, and Qin remarked that it was so good that it didn't take any effort to look for her, and wondered where she was. Then the spirit imagined in his head how the elf saw a strange mushroom. Coming closer, the girl took a piece and tasted it. Then the elven portal keeper drooped, remembering how his mistress began to suffocate. A moment later, she would fall to the ground and die, and the spirit would reflect that she had died because she had eaten a poisonous mushroom, and therefore could not say it out loud. Looking at the angry S-class Mars with a level 101 soul staring furiously in front of her, someone claimed that she was the ruler of the Elven Kingdom, the most powerful boss in this region. Levitating over her, the guys who had come for the Elven legacy did not understand why she was a soul. Looking down in surprise, Obara wondered if it could be said that she was dead, and Chin said that the Demon King had asked them to make this journey in vain, and it was impossible, and Roland noted that it was definitely impossible, because without external influence, elves are immortal. Watching the spirit sitting in its place, the blonde guy stated that the illusions protecting this place were only shattered after they arrived, and there was no trace of a fight in the throne room, so it wasn't a murder. Looking at the priest smugly, Chin asked if she herself had caused her death, and he noted that this was a rather bold guess. Looking at the decomposing body lying on the floor, Roland told the others to look there. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, he declared that everything had become clear to him. Imagining the demon princess in his head, as if divided into two halves, the blonde guy said that she had been guarding the ruins alone for thousands of years, and in the long river of time, she was corroded by loneliness, and she gradually lost herself, so the soul began to generate evil thoughts. Pointing his finger up and down, he added that the physical body and good thoughts had fallen into a deep sleep, and the condition for the cleansing of the dungeon was the victory over her evil thoughts, her awakening. Dumbfounded, the spirit of the elf looked in front of him from inside the jar, thinking that this was surprising, because he had not said anything right at all, and it was no longer a body, but skeletons. Looking at him smugly, Roland asked him if he had really guessed, and Roland concluded that it was impeccable reasoning, and that he was very clever. Looking down in puzzlement, the blonde guy noticed that she was different in appearance from ordinary A-level monsters, and her strength was S-level, and even he wasn't sure that he could easily defeat her. The priest then looked at Chin, who was nearby, asking what they should do, and Chin said that he no longer had the right equipment. Holding the green object in his hands, Roland said that this method seemed to be the only option, and he had taken it to ambush the Demon King. After all, it was the most powerful weapon. At the same moment, Mars grinned mischievously, saying that someone had invaded. Unleashing her inner energy, she claimed that only his blood would calm her rage. Suddenly, the soul of the elf princess was greatly surprised. In front of her, she saw an unknown green artifact and asked what it was. Looking at the unknown device that exuded green energy, Mars asked what it was, and noted that if it was lying on the ground, then it would be necessary to step on it to activate it. A moment later, a bright green flame appeared in front of the elf princess's soul. Surprised to see everything happening from the outside, Chin asked what it was, and Roland revealed that it was one of the treasures passed down from generation to generation in the family that he had originally planned to use against the Demon King. Imagining a crown emitting green liquid in his head, the blonde guy added that it was S-class equipment, a plague trap, and borrowing the power of the first 4 demons was generating a plague that dealt massive real damage and had a control effect. Visualizing the spiritual manifestations of the color blue, the priest concluded that the disadvantage was that the people subjected to this attack would experience great pain, and life would become hell for them, so they would not be able to resist. Looking at his ally in fright after all he had heard, the bandit asked how his family could pass on such horrible things from generation to generation, and he explained that their family had been fighting demons for generations, and therefore it was wise to collect valuable equipment from defeated enemies. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Chin felt that collecting and using these were two different things, and the elf spirit wondered if he wasn't a good person. Fearfully imagining a mug of green liquid in his head, the white-haired guy wondered if the Demon King's tea was anything like that. At the same moment, Mars jumped away from an unknown green energy. Suddenly, she was surprised by something in front. The soul of the elf princess was bound by green vines and suffered from the plague trap, feeling that she had lost her strength and was now in great pain, unable to resist. Immediately afterward, Roland jumped down, saying that she was now trapped. Then he rushed towards her. He ran forward at great speed, using a gas mask, an attack power increase, an all-attribute boost, a high luck level boost, and a hellish breakthrough module. Using all his skills, the blonde guy continued to run forward rapidly. Suddenly, the priest swung his blade to strike. Noticing this, the angry Mars was very frightened and screamed in fear. At the same moment, Roland struck her with his sword. Looking at the high-level human NPC approaching her in fright, she was greatly surprised by this. Immediately after that, the blonde guy began to make a huge number of blows to her. Looking at the fierce expression on the priest's face, she noticed that he was a real devil. With the help of his attacks, Roland managed to reduce the health of his opponent. Anxiously observing everything that was happening from inside the jar, the guardian spirit asked what the villain's maniacal laughter was, and stated that it was outrageous, because the NPC had led a group of players to intimidate the elves, and such an unethical method of attack was being used. Puzzled by looking ahead, Chin noticed that he didn't even expect that he would be so strong after using all his strength, and the title of the Hope of Mankind suits him because he seems to have underestimated him, and the soul of an elf. Glancing sharply to the side, the robber asked if he knew about it. Looking in front of him, the guardian of this place told that not so long ago, a voice showed a prophecy about the merging of two worlds. Remembering the projection with many people at the head of someone, the elf spirit said that a brave person should appear who could lead players to the complete destruction of the demon clan and defeat the demon king, and he was called the hope of humanity. Suddenly crying, the guardian of this place could not believe that it was this man, and stated that it was better to just despair. At this time, angry Mars gritted her teeth in displeasure, telling her not to underestimate her will, which has been held for millennia. By releasing her energy, she was able to free herself from her confinement. Looking menacingly ahead, Roland declared that the duration of the plague trap had reached its limit. Looking at the monster's health line, which was already almost zero, the blonde guy noticed that there was still not enough damage. With her menacing gaze forward, the soul of the elf princess declared that she could not allow a man like him. Suddenly rushing into the attack, she added that she would not let the child be taken away, whom she had been protecting all her life. With a sharp swing of his blade, the priest thought that unfortunately she was the most powerful elven warrior. After the damage received, the angry Mars began to bleed. Then, everything around her began to glow with a bright glow, and Roland assumed that perhaps she had forgotten that she had been fatally poisoned by the mushroom in life. After finishing his battle, the blonde guy sheathed his blade. With a snide grin, Sheen noticed that he was good enough. Looking sharply to the side, Roland asked him to stop or take revenge, and to inspect the body better. Suddenly, the soul began to disappear, thinking that after killing her, he was only thinking about examining the corpse, and he definitely could not be called Hope. A moment later, the empty jar fell to the ground, as the soul clone simply disappeared in despair. Being in the middle of the main hall of the elven castle, the priest noticed that it was very strange that there was no reward, and even the elf disappeared. Suddenly thinking, Roland said that it was a little different from what he expected, and maybe he was fighting the boss the wrong way. Tilting his head slightly to the side, the white-haired guy asked if he really thought that something was wrong with his style just now, and what to do next. Looking away, the blonde guy said that if it didn't work out otherwise, he would have to take it to the demon king. Looking at the corpse of the elf princess lying on the floor, Sheen asked if he was serious. Suddenly, the whole room was covered with incomprehensible symbols from the inside, and the children wondered what had happened, and whether it was a mechanism or an earthquake. She looked frightened in front of her. The robber noticed that he was afraid. His evil style and words finally angered the spirits of the ruins. Throwing the corpse of the elf over his shoulder, Roland said that it was not so and should be. When he moved this corpse, he broke the seal of the elves. As everything around him began to crumble, Sheen asked when he had even managed to throw it on his back, and the blonde guy was telling him that it was the highest form of the elven seal, and it was now being broken. Suddenly, a door began to open slightly. Looking at her, the priest asked what was happening, and the guy with white hair asked her to hurry up and throw this corpse, because perhaps it was not too late. At the same moment, an unknown woman came out of the door, calling out to her sister Mars. Looking in front of her, the elven princess Seal, who had been sleeping for 1,000 years and was now awake, said that she no longer felt her sister and asked where she was. At this time, she noticed that Roland had her sister's corpse on his shoulder. Immediately afterward, the elven princess who had been sleeping for 1,000 years fell into a deep sleep again. The guys were dumbfounded as Sheen asked why this had happened. After all, they had just met a real elf. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, the blonde boy assumed that he thought it could still be glued out of his mouth, and that it was better than a corpse on his shoulder, and the others asked if this was the main thing now. Looking at the princess of the elves, who seemed to be split, the priest concluded that this was the main one now, and asked for help while he took the glue, and noted that she had to be undressed first. Immediately afterward, an unknown glow emerged from her body. The rainbow beam pierced through all the ancient elven ruins. A huge force was bursting out of planet Earth. After all that had happened, Seal was completely incinerated. Looking at her corpse, Sheen asked what was happening now, and Roland said that he had to go back to the corpse while the corpse asked him to stop talking about it. Covering his face with his hand, the guy with white hair declared that this was a complete failure, and behind him said that she would kill them for the sake of the Demon King's peace of mind, because if they failed the mission, then there was no turning back. Placing her hand on the shoulder of the pink-haired girl, Lou stated that she needed to search the ruins first to see if there were any more survivors. Leaving after her, the other girls said that they would also go. She asked to put away the knife. While the Pont thought that it could be, in the middle of the chest of the incinerated elf princess, he noticed a red stone and said that it was the true treasures of the elves, the Elven Wisdom Stone. Continuing to stare at the magic crystal that was shining brightly, the blonde guy noticed something that the Elven princess really wanted to destroy with an explosion. This is something that her people wanted to seal away 1,000 years ago, namely an S+ level item, an Elven Wisdom Stone. Squatting down, the priest concluded that this legendary artifact could change the power of the parties. Looking down, Roland said that it contained all the knowledge and techniques for harnessing the power of the elves that the Elven race had mastered over millions of years. Taking a serious look forward, Sheen stated that in other words, obtaining it was equivalent to mastering the power of the elves, the third force that could keep pace with the divine power, the ideological force. Sneering mischievously, the blonde guy remarked that as long as he had this, he no longer needed to be afraid of the Demon King, and all the humiliation he had brought lately could be washed away. Suddenly the robber stopped his hand. Looking at Master Qin in surprise, the priest asked what he was doing, and the priest wondered if he wanted to say that they wouldn't hand it over to the Demon King. With an arrogant expression on his face, Roland said that he was too involved in this drama, and the reason why they were threatening the Demon King was just to paralyze him and stabilize the situation, and now there was an artifact that gave them a chance to destroy him, so they couldn't hand it over. Listening to him, the white-haired guy lowered his head down slightly. Then he suddenly laughed, saying that this was the matter, and now he finally understood, and Roland was wondering what he was talking about. Glancing menacingly in his direction, Qin declared that he finally understood why the Demon King wanted him to go with him to look for the elves. Looking at him warily, the blonde guy asked why. Remembering Xiao drinking tea from a mug, the bandit said that he thought that he just wanted to get an elf for fun, but did not expect that he had actually planned and predicted everything. Looking at the priest nearby, the white-haired guy noticed that there could be no mistake, and he had long known that the Stone of Wisdom was there, and he asked how it was possible. At this time, the girls stared in surprise in front of them as Qin explained that he knew very well that humans would never be able to control the power of the elves, so he ordered their group to follow him all the way. With a visibly satisfied expression, the white-haired guy added that the Demon King had entrusted them with such an important mission, and they were indeed in his heart. Looking in his direction with displeasure, Roland noticed that he was sorry that he had to break his promise, but he couldn't give them an artifact of this level. Taking the magic crystal with his hand, the blonde guy declared that he had to take it to the Sky City, because thanks to this, people would gain confidence in the fight against the Demon King. Holding in his hand an engraving version of the flaming core that stuck out his tongue, the priest said that they could finally bring back all the injustices they had endured. Roland then looked at the crystal in her hand in surprise as Qin and the steel ones ran away, saying that they needed to leave quickly. Standing in front of the corpse of the elf princess, Roland asked what he had just done, and the white-haired guy replied that he was apologizing to the hope of mankind and asked him not to be angry. Turning back sharply, the robber noticed that this was just a small entertainment skill, a street trick that swapped two items. Glancing menacingly to the side, the blonde boy said that it was surprising that they were going to fight, and asked if they really thought they could defeat him. Smiling broadly, Qin remarked that it was impossible to win in the usual sense, and Lu stated that if he insisted on being rude, then they had no choice. Immediately afterward, the archer stared menacingly forward. Spreading her arms to the sides, the girl with glasses created a huge amount of fried chicken behind her back and said that she was using thousands of shots in unison. Seeing this, Roland was greatly stunned. A moment later, Lu directed her attack forward. Noticing this, the blonde guy covered himself with his hands. Suddenly, spreading his arms to his sides, the priest activated an S-rank divine shield. At the same time, a huge explosion occurred around his barrier, and Roland himself asked if it was the same magic fried chicken again, and didn't they say that it was no longer there? With a snide grin, Qin noticed that he had wasted his truth. Standing in the middle of a cloud of dust, the blonde guy who rose into the air said that everything was clear to him. When his health bar dropped halfway, the priest stated that they had left themselves a backup move from the beginning. Immediately afterward, he furiously charged into the attack and activated a free blessing with immunity to movement restriction, as well as the Lord's blessing with an increase in all attributes, and a sacred light that added true damage when attacking. Noticing the approach of the enemy, Obara summoned the fried chicken, saying that she would stop him, so they should run faster. At the same moment, Roland ran past her, heading towards the bandit. With the fried chicken in front of him, Qin tried to block his attack. The blonde guy stared menacingly in front of him. At the same time, the white-haired guy was defending himself from his blade with the Demon King's artifact. After taking damage, he was knocked back. The rogue fell to the ground, and his health bar remained at almost zero. Looking at him menacingly, Qin mused that although they could attack him by leaning on the chicken, if they went for a direct confrontation, the difference in levels would still be resolved. Looking frightened at the healer standing in front, the white-haired guy noticed that she said that they would stop him, but did not delay him even for a second, and she replied that she tried her best. Send her magic attack forward, Obara concluded that this time he would definitely be stopped. Then, a fire spirit chicken headed forward at great speed as the girl activated a starfire that gathers magical energy in her hands and fires it at high speed in the form of energy bullets, dealing 788 damage. When the skill approached the priest, the system alerted that the fried chicken increased the damage to 8358. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion from above the guys. Looking in front of her with pity, Lu noticed that this color is very luxurious, because it comes from the explosion of the artifact. At this time, Roland gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that this fried chicken was causing trouble, so he couldn't continue to waste time, and he needed to get the wisdom stone faster. A moment later, Assassin appeared behind him, activating the stealth strike skill. Then she entered into battle with the priest. At this time, the red magic crystal was lying directly on the floor. Looking at him in surprise, Qin was aware that when he was attacked, the stone had fallen out. Directing his wary gaze forward, the guy with white hair told the others to pick up the stone as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, and reached for the red magic crystal, and Roland told her not to think about it. Then the blonde guy struck her stomach with the hilt of his blade. After the attack, the priest immediately reached forward. At the same moment, someone kicked a red magic crystal. It was Lu who kicked the artifact towards the captain. Rushing forward, she noticed that he was about to grab him. At the same time, Roland turned sharply back. At this moment, the white-haired guy was stretching out his hand towards the red magic crystal. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the TV, which showed a woman who cries and asks not to fight and stop hurting each other because of her. After clicking on the TV remote, Xiao simply remained silent. Looking at the girls sitting next to him, the demon lord explained that he had fixed the TV and was going to take a nap, and they had to watch it for now, to which they immediately agreed. Smiling broadly, the protagonist reflected that he didn't think that after he had achieved mastery of production skills and engineering, he would even be able to fix the TV, and it seemed to him that he would be able to save a lot on maintenance in the future, because it is not easy to survive in this world, so you need to plan everything carefully. Running away from his servants, he wondered what he should practice next. As he left, the demon suddenly began to feel embarrassed, musing that the master had indeed paid too much to infiltrate human society. At this time, Qin stretched out his hand towards the red magic crystal. Suddenly, Roland took his face. He then threw his former ally away and grabbed the artifact. Watching the blonde guy holding a red magic crystal in his hand, the robber asked what it was. Looking in front of him with displeasure, the guy with white hair wondered how he instantly moved there. Drawing her gun, Lu stated that they had not stopped attacking, and asked how it was possible that he had moved there despite their joint containment, and then also did not understand what had happened. Suddenly, a priest-like doll appeared out of nowhere, and the girls realized that the object they had just attacked had turned into this. Looking at his opponent smugly, Roland said that it was just a C-rank street crook's skill, a street stunt that swapped two objects, and when he was bored, he practiced with him for a while. Hearing this, Qin gritted his teeth in displeasure. Immediately after that, the blonde guy kicked him. Seeing this, the girls began to worry, and Obara treated the commander while Lu asked how he dared. A moment later, they were extremely dumbfounded when the shooter noticed that she did not know how to accuse anyone at all, but still felt cool, and the killer confirmed her words. Pulling aside his hand with the red magic crystal, Roland stated that it was time to put an end to this farce. A moment later, energy burst out of him, activating the magic circle. Noticing this, the girls covered themselves with fried chicken. Suddenly, they were struck by the unknown, the red energy. After taking damage, the girls fell to the ground, and Lu noticed that this was indeed the power of an S+ item, and unexpectedly, the chicken given to them by the Demon King could not resist, and Obara said that if people got this item, the Demon King would be in danger. Approaching the bandit kneeling in front of him, the blonde guy stated that he thought they got along well. Looking at him haughtily, the priest remarked that as a leader among players, he should be ashamed that he had brought himself to such an extent by fighting for the Demon King. Standing in front of his former ally, Roland stated that no matter how much people bowed, they would always find a way to get back on their feet, and his prophecy of humanity's victory was never in doubt, with the white-haired guy saying that he was actually quite skeptical about it. Hearing this, the priest silently looked in front of him. As Roland approached the ancient portal, the bandit asked if he wouldn't kill them, and he said he didn't need to. Closing his eyes, the blonde guy explained that no matter how low they had fallen, he had things he would never do, and when he returned the wisdom stone to the heavenly city, they would realize how short-sighted they were. Using her healing magic on the rest of the boys, the priestess restored them to health, and Lu said that he had taken the artifact. Looking away, Qin said that he saw it, and such a powerful object fell into the hands of the enemy, so the mission could be said to have failed. Taking a dagger out of her pocket, and said that she would kill them first and then take her own life, and Obara told the captain that she was very afraid and asked if they could resist the wrath of the Demon King, to which he asked what she thought. Taking the daggers into her hands, the shooter noticed that they had to go back and report first. Looking at him with displeasure, the girl in the black and green sweater stated that the power of the stone was too great, and even the chickens couldn't handle it, so it was impossible to win, and if they sincerely demonstrated the results, the great Demon King would understand, and asked what they thought. Immediately after this, the stories are transported to the moment when the incinerated body of the elf princess was lying on the table. Sitting in the chair opposite the dead seal, Xiao asked if this was the elf they were talking about. Turning his head to the side, Qin noticed that yes, but not quite. Holding a plastic bag with unknown contents in his hands, a pair with white hair noticed that another third was there. Hearing this, the Demon King was greatly stunned and silently stared in front of him. Sitting on the sofa next to him, the robber asked that although the most important part was missing, he thought it was possible to do with it somehow. Suddenly, dark energy appeared around the protagonist, and he asked if this was his compromise. At the same time, Qin was very frightened, thinking that it was all over, because he was angry, and the killer thought that he was very handsome, even when dissatisfied. At the same moment, Xiao stared furiously to the side. The narrative of the story is transferred to the game world, to the Sky City, where there were a huge number of buildings, and someone greeted Mr. Roland, saying that he was glad to see him, and asked how the mission went. Hearing this, the blonde guy smiled broadly, as if sparkling, and the man noticed that he had not seen such a happy smile for a long time. Walking quickly forward, the priest told them that everything had gone very smoothly and people had finally found real hope, while the man in the business suit said that it was wonderful. Pointing with his hand to the door ahead, the guy told the master that Julius had been waiting for him for a long time, and asked him to report to him personally, and Roland said that he understood everything. Then he went into the office, in which several people were sitting. With his menacing gaze forward, Julius Styx, 7 of the 12 members of the Council of the Sky City, was glad that the priest had finally returned. Sitting in his place at the table, Julius asked to be told why mankind had real hope, and he explained that he had received something. Holding a red magic crystal in his hand, Roland told him that it was the most precious treasure of the elves, the Elven Wisdom Stone. At the same moment, the artifact sparkled brightly. At this time, Shao smiled broadly, noticing that there was nothing to talk about. Fixing his gaze on the incinerated body of the elf, the Demon King noticed that although he couldn't see what a real elf looked like, he was already very glad that they had thought of a gift for him, and thought that it must have been bought in a souvenir shop near the dungeon, and it must have been quite expensive in this form. Qin and stared in front of them dumbfounded and just kept silent, realizing that he was happy. Suddenly, the two of them were very happy, and the white-haired guy mused that the master wasn't angry after all, and the killer thought that he was doing it because of his love for her. Watching Seal's dead body, the protagonist shouted that he had managed to learn the relevant skills and maybe he could practice. Opening her mouth wide in surprise at what she had heard, Qin wondered if he really wanted to resurrect her, and then realized that it wasn't because he loved her. Looking thoughtfully at the incinerated elf, Shao noticed that this part of the chest had suffered the most, and if it could be repaired then it wouldn't be a problem. Looking in surprise in front of him, the white-haired couple mused that Roland had said that elves were accumulating power in their chests and abdomen, and that explosion meant that this elf had unleashed all his inner energy in order not to fall into their hands. Imagining a huge explosion of internal power in his mind, the rogue thought that it also meant instant death. Her energy and soul had blasted back into the energy movement of the world. Looking down, Qin mused that it was like a drop of water falling into the sea, and it was simply impossible to reach. Sitting in his seat with a guilty look, the guy with white hair told the master that it was impossible, and he noticed that he was very sorry. Opening his chest of items, the Demon King said that there was nothing he could do about it, and that he would replace it with this model of the chest he had created a couple of days ago. Looking at him in surprise after what he had heard, the robber did not understand what he was talking about. Taking a piece of the protagonist's body from her inventory, she concluded that the skin color was about the same. After enveloping the artificial ribcage in magic, Shao was about to begin the procedure. Immediately afterward, he put on gloves on his hands, thinking that although he didn't know how to fight, when it came to repairing figurines, this was his specialty. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the Demon King reasoned that this time he just had to follow his inner intuition. Then he gathered the energy in his hands, thought that by finding a universal key in his heart, all actions become natural, turning complex into simple. Imagining a huge number of different complex mathematical formulas in his head, the protagonist realized that he needed to put everything together, and realized that he had to press F to fix the elf doll, and if he was using a gamepad, press B. Suddenly looking ahead seriously, Shao said that he needed to do it right now. He then channeled his internal energy into the body in front. Watching the reborn creature in surprise, the Demon King asked what it was and mused that the special effects were quite realistic, and Qin couldn't believe how the energy had gathered in her body. At the same moment, the animated princess of the elves opened her eyes and asked where she was. At the same time, Seal saw the protagonist exuding dark energy in front of her. The princess of the elves looked in front of her, dumbfounded, wondering why the Demon King was there. Then, she abruptly lowered her gaze down. Placing her hands on her chest, Seal thought about her third breast size. After a moment, she was extremely frightened, realizing that she now only had size 0. Realizing this, the elf princess fell into a deep sleep again, and this time she did not really want to wake up, so she asked not to be saved. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Qin just remained silent and mused that she had just been resurrected. The white-haired guy was very frightened and wondered what kind of power it was, and he completely changed the laws of energy, as if he was an all-powerful being. Suddenly, Shao glanced in his direction. Smiling broadly, the Demon King stated that he didn't expect that the doll they brought was so realistic, and he liked it very much. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the bandit couldn't believe that he had called a living elf a doll. Immediately afterward, Qin began to cough, thinking that the elven princess who had been coveted by humans and demons for thousands of years was nothing more than a doll, and then was delighted with it. Looking in front of her, the killer realized that, it turned out, this was the weakness of the protagonist, and everything became clear to her. Happily watching the Demon King, the pink-haired girl thought that the noble elven princess had fallen into the hands of the master, and had only become a doll that could be played with at will, and he looked indifferent. But in fact, his heart burned with incredible flames and was full of passion, so it was all very sexy. Suddenly starting to cry in embarrassment, and reasoned that she needed to find a way to become such a woman and win Mr. Zhao's favor, and the white-haired couple noticed that they had one more souvenir. Taking out a magic ball with wings, the robber asked to accept it. Immediately after that, the protagonist looked in admiration at the projection of a demon who spoke in the phrases of villains. Smiling broadly, the Demon King remarked that he was a little curious about it, and thought that he could modify it and put it as an alarm on the door. Sitting in his seat, the protagonist said that if they didn't need these things, they would accept them, and Sheen asked him to take them all, to which he remarked that he had nothing to offer in return, and the protagonist said that there was nothing to worry about, and there was no need to be so polite. At this time, Seal opened her eyes, thinking that these people were using her to make a deal with the Demon King. Looking at the ceiling of the apartment, the elf princess reasoned that she was curious to know what this thing was that turned out to be even more valuable than her, and why they were betraying their race. Suddenly, the girl heard Xiao asking if they had run out of fried chicken. Smiling broadly, Jean noticed that she was incredibly cool, meaning strength. Taking a dish from the inventory, the protagonist said that he also had a chicken baked in high-grade salt, so he was going to give it to them, for which he received gratitude. Opening her mouth wide in surprise at what she had heard, Seal couldn't believe that her princess had been exchanged for a chicken. Then she smelled the aroma of this dish. Immediately afterward, the elf princess salivated and thought that it smelled nice. As she continued to lie on the table, Seal mused that taste wasn't the main thing, and it was because she had now fallen into the hands of the Demon King, wondering what she should do now. At this time, Qin said goodbye to Xiao, saying that then they would continue to level up, and good luck to them, and saying that he was waiting for them again next time. Then, the white-haired guy Enon left his manor. Obara and Lu approached them from behind, asking what was there, and the bandit was glad to see them return. Looking seriously forward, the shooter said that the wars were divided into two parts, and they were responsible for preparing for a surprise attack from behind, and the healer noted that he would be very surprised. Smiling broadly, the brown-haired girl stated that she had used the money she had received this time to buy a very good cemetery, and that way, even if the Demon King wanted to execute them, they wouldn't become wandering ghosts. Looking at his allies, Qin explained that the Demon King was not angry with them. Suddenly turning back, Obara declared that she would be back in a moment. Grabbing her by the clothes, Lu stopped her ally, telling her to keep them, because sooner or later they would need them. Looking sharply to the side, the shooter asked what had happened. With a snide grin, the white-haired guy told me that it was unbelievable that the elves' legacy they had struggled to bring was just a doll, and he was so happy that he gave them 10 salt-baked chickens. Looking at him dumbfounded, Lu asked if he was talking about new artifacts, and he said that Horsetail hit him over and over again, and he could not feel it. Then, he imagined the image of the formidable Demon King in his mind. All the guys were delighted, realizing that being on the right side is great. At this time, Roland showed an empty hand, saying that he had obtained the Elven Wisdom Stone. All the people in the meeting room jumped up from their seats and asked what had happened, or if Master Roland had already made a mistake. After all, he was the hope of mankind. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the man with the mustache stated that he had now realized that this was the type of thing that only smart people could see, and the guy with the gray hair had noticed that he saw it, and he was impressive, because this man was indeed the hope of mankind. Dumbfounded looking at his empty hand, the blonde guy asked how this could happen, because it was in his hand a second ago and suddenly turned into energy and disappeared in one instant. Looking at him puzzled, the man stated that it turns out that these are not things that only smart people can see, and his colleague asks why he didn't say it earlier, while Yuli was just silent. Looking menacingly forward, the member of the Sky City Council asked to stop causing trouble and explained that the Elven Princess had been resurrected, and this Wisdom Stone was the thing of the elves, so it was normal to return it to her hands. Looking in surprise in front of him, Roland asked if he had said that the Elven Princess had been resurrected, pointing the camera at the Demon King's residence, that he was also constantly watching every move of this monster. Using his magical eye, the members of the Council of the Sky City remarked that he had to admit that he was still an actor. Looking ahead with his disgruntled gaze, the blonde boy was telling that the Elven Princess had exploded in front of him, she couldn't be healed or anything. Rising from his seat, Julius confirmed the truthfulness of his words. Standing in front of his colleagues, the member of the Heavenly City Council explained that there were no more than two possibilities when such a situation arose, and first, he had deceived them, and since he had first gone there, he had always been in his power. Abruptly looking away, the priest said that he could not object. Suddenly, he looked in front of him again when he heard that there was also another possibility. A moment later, dark energy began to emanate from the people in the meeting room. With a furious expression on his face, Julius declared that he had betrayed them. Seal continued to lie on the table, thinking that these people had indeed left and simply abandoned her. Then she bit her lip in fear. At the same moment, Xiao came closer to her, noticing that they were finally left alone. Frowning at the intense fright, the elf princess reasoned that he really knew that she had woken up and knew what he would do to her. Releasing her inner energy from her hands, Seal decided to fight, and she knew that if she fought the Demon King, she had no chance of winning. Suddenly, the Demon King put his hand on her head. He stroked the elf princess's head, saying that she didn't have to be afraid, there were only two of them, and she could open her eyes and see that no one would hurt her. With a joyful expression on her face, Seal thought that these were kind and gentle words. Then, she opened her eyes, reasoning that it was the Demon King who somehow radiated warmth. In front of her was a huge apartment in which she and the protagonist were. A moment later, she saw Zhao's malevolent essence, using the True Vision Eye Elf's passive skill. At the same moment, the Demon King abruptly jumped back in fright as Seal suddenly turned into a small doll, saying that she was still very scared, and then asked why she had changed and shrunk. At the same time, a man entered the meeting room of the Heavenly City. At this time, Julius looked menacingly before him, saying that the second reason might be that he had betrayed them. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Roland could believe what he had heard. Immediately afterward, the member of the Heavenly City Council waved his hand. At the same moment, rays of red energy appeared on the right side, and these same rays were also heard from the left edge. A moment later, the blonde guy was chained in a known barrier, which greatly frightened him. The priest looked in surprise before him and simply remained silent. The men on the Heavenly City Council were also extremely dumbfounded. Pucci stared in wonder before her, and could not say anything. A man in a business suit who entered the meeting room stated that this was impossible, because Mr. Roland was the hope of mankind, and he would eventually defeat the Demon King along with the players, so he could not betray them. At the same moment, a blow of red energy fell directly on this person. The guy who noticed this was very surprised. Moments later, the same man slammed into the wall. Then, interference began to appear around him due to Agent 007. Behind the guy in a business suit, a system notification window with glitches appeared. At this time, Julius was aiming in front of him with his pistol. The men in the Heavenly City Council looked in front of them in surprise. Pucci and her colleague also looked away dumbfounded, looking at magically one gun in Julia's hand. People claimed to be an S+ level artifact given by God, the number 3 Demon Slayer. Observing the man in business suit, around whom the interference of the system appeared, the members of the Council of the Sky City noticed that this artifact was able to borrow the power of the creator of the god Moxie. Agent 007 stared emotionlessly in front of him as people added that no one would be able to resist his energy. A moment later, the man in the business suit bowed, saying that everything he had said was true. Grinning mischievously, Julius noticed that it was much better this way. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Roland couldn't believe what was happening. Suddenly, a member of the Sky City Council pointed his gun at the blonde guy. Julius continued to aim at himself while his colleague asked if he thought it was not very appropriate. With his menacing gaze forward, the member of the Sky City Council stated that the times of emergency required extraordinary countermeasures, and now that the situation was out of control, they had to take more extreme measures. Then he pulled the trigger, adding that whether he was a traitor or not, they would know by looking at the underlying code. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the cat, who was looking in surprise in front of him and meowing. At this time, Xiao ran towards the exit and noticed him. Looking at his pet, the Demon King clarified that he was really asking where he was going, and explained that he was going to go and evaluate this doll. Holding the reincarnated princess of the elves in his hands, the protagonist said that he did not know why, but no matter what he did, he could not make her look like an adult, so he was worried that she was broken, and wanted to go to the store to ask. Hearing his words, I am extremely touched by this attitude. Closing the door behind him, Xiao asked the pet to be a good boy and look after the house, as well as not to let the evil mice enter it. Suddenly, the Demon King noticed something behind him. At this time, black clouds appeared in the sky. Looking up in surprise, the protagonist asked why the clouds were so dark. With a stupid expression on his face, he assumed that there might be a heavy rain. Opening his umbrella, Xiao remarked that it was good that he had taken it with him. At this time, Julius aimed his gun in front of him, asking if he also wanted to confront him. At the same time, Archbishop Pucci stood in front of the imprisoned Roland, defending him. Pointing his magic pistol at the woman, the member of the Council of the Heavenly City remarked that he remembered that she must be like him, a supporter of the main struggle, to which he received a positive answer. Looking away, fragments of level 84 memories appeared in her mind, and the Archbishop mused that if she could win, she would indeed be the main fighting force. Suddenly looking down, Pucci thought that the Demon Slayer weapon, borrowing the power of the god, was the most powerful trump card currently, and even if there was a fight with the Demon King, there was no chance of winning. Looking at the imprisoned blonde guy, the white-haired woman reasoned that if they could win, that the situation could change completely, and wanted to know what he thought about it. Suddenly, clenching her hand into a fist, the Archbishop concluded that she had agreed to start a war, but she had also seen the strength of the Demon King with her own eyes and believed that he, the only one in the world who wielded the Demon Slayer weapon, had the strength to resist him, and offered to fight him himself, using her strength to make them realize their stupidity. Looking menacingly in front of him after what he had heard, Julius simply remained silent. When choosing his gun, he noticed that it made sense, and Pucci said that she would leave first. Then, the member of the Sky City Council waved his hand, stating that everything was decided then, and Roland asked if he was serious. Putting the weapon in the inner pocket of his jacket, Julius said that he would go and meet this Demon King in person, so that they could all see what the true hope of mankind was. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the blonde guy begged not to cause more trouble, because the Demon King is not as simple as he thinks. Snapping his fingers, the member of the Council of the Sky City noticed that he would already confirm this personally. Suddenly, a portal appeared under the priest's feet, and Julius told him to just wait for good news in himself. A moment later, Roland disappeared from the meeting room. Looking confidently in front of him, Julius noticed that this was good, and told him to prepare to fight the Demon King. At this time, glows of purple energy appeared in the mall, and a member of the Sky City Council ordered the closure of all gaming industry services, such as shops and trading houses in the safe zone. The merchant player character stared out the window in surprise, which flashed purple energy as Julius continued to say that all NPCs should be removed from the safe zone. Glancing at the heart-shaped tower, he noticed that the barrier needed to be turned off, although it made no difference whether it was turned on or not. At this time, the gun, which was in the sky, released its barrel forward. The people on the street stared in surprise at the huge spaceship on top, and Julius stated that it was necessary to prepare the number 3+ Demon Slayer for shooting. Standing behind the member of the Sky City Council, Pucci asked if he was going to disable the safe zone. Turning to her, Julius asked what was left to do if the shopping district had almost become the home of the Demon King, and the Archbishop remarked that if he said so, then there was nothing to be done. With a snide grin, the white-haired woman mused that this was indeed a serious move, and if she won, then everything would go as it should. At that moment, Julius looked out of the window at the soldiers gathered below near the building, and told them to follow him. Looking down, the member of the Sky City Council stated that even if the Demon King could not be killed, the elf must be brought back. Looking away, Yuli also ordered to contact the media. While the error was displayed on every screen in the city, he added that this was necessary in order to organize a global live broadcast. Looking menacingly ahead, the member of the Council of the Heavenly City concluded that everyone in the world should see what real hope looked like. There was a sign on the door of the store that it was closed, which greatly surprised the man. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Xiao noticed that this simply could not be. With a straight face, he assumed that perhaps it was a holiday. Then he silently looked at the people who were running down the street, and shouting that they had to leave quickly if they didn't want to die. Looking in surprise in front of him, the Demon King mused that since it was a holiday, they wanted to go on a journey. At the same moment, the guy in the gray sweater looked at the protagonist puzzled, saying that the safe zone had stopped working, so he had to run right away, and he was very surprised by this. Looking forward with his admiring gaze after hearing this, Xiao wondered if even the system divine artifacts were resting, and the game world really had good privileges. Suddenly, a leaflet fell next to the Demon King. Looking at it, he noticed that real estate prices in the shopping district were strongly surging. With his mouth wide open in surprise, the protagonist couldn't believe that housing prices had fallen. Falling to his knees, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Suddenly, a huge number of warriors appeared behind him. Xiao turned back in surprise when he noticed the opponents approaching. Looking menacingly in front of him, Julius noticed that he had finally met him. Looking forward with his frightened gaze, the Demon King asked what he meant. At this moment, the elf princess was peeking out of her bag, wondering if she had fallen asleep again. In front of her, she noticed a huge crowd of soldiers and asked what was happening. Suddenly crying, Seal assumed that perhaps demons and humans were fighting for her again, and the tragedy of 1,000 years ago was about to be repeated. Holding the bag with the elf with his hand, the protagonist told her not to be afraid, because he was going to count to 3. Standing in front of a huge number of opponents, Xiao began a countdown. With an admiring expression on her face, Seal wondered if the Demon King was going to act, and asked the others to run away, because they would not defeat him. After a moment, Julius and his warriors were a little frightened as the Demon King continued to count. Abruptly closing her eyes, the elf princess reflected that her existence was so harmful to the country and the people, so she was unworthy of ordinary happiness. Immediately afterward, the protagonist began to run away from his opponents as he finished the countdown. Realizing what had happened, Seal was greatly startled. At that moment, the soldier looked at his commander, asking if he really wanted to pursue him, and he stopped him. Directing his menacing gaze forward, Julius suggested that perhaps this was some kind of trick. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao fall on the road. Looking puzzled in front of him, the warrior asked what now, and the member of the Council of the Heavenly City thought that this was even more suspicious. After a while, the Demon King was tied up and trembled with fright, not understanding why he had been captured. Puzzled by what was happening, the soldier noticed that he did not expect that everything would be so simple, and Yuli agreed with him, saying that he was also in complete shock. The member of the Sky City Council stared menacingly in front of him, asking if they had reached the elf, or the Wisdom Stone, and his subordinate explained that although he was bound, it was still a little scary to search him, so they did not dare to act. At this time, the Princess of the Elves was watching everything from around the corner. Looking out from behind the barrier, Seal did not understand why he did not fight back, even though he had invincible strength. At the same time, she used the frightened protagonist's elven passive skill, the Eye of True Vision, which revealed that he had an unknown level. Looking in surprise in front of her, the elf princess wondered what he wanted to do. Xiao suddenly flinched when Yuli, who was standing in front of him, called out to him. Looking menacingly in front of him, the member of the Council of the Sky City asked to give him the elf. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, the Demon King asked if his target was really an elf. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist asked how much he was willing to pay. Hearing this, the soldier was extremely dumbfounded. Seal also stared in surprise in front of her. Julius looked in front of him with incomprehension, asking if he really wanted money. Looking around the corner, the elf princess wondered if he really wanted to sell her. Looking in front of him in fright, the member of the Sky City Council couldn't believe that he wanted to sell him an elf. Looking at Xiao tied up with a rope, Yuli wondered what was really going on there. Smiling broadly, the guy thought that it turned out that they needed this doll, and if they had told him earlier, he would not have been so scared. Suddenly jumping back, the member of the Sky City Council reasoned that it was impossible and too suspicious, so there was definitely a catch. Looking ahead puzzled, Julius thought that this priceless treasure was a powerful force that could destroy the balance, so it couldn't be sold. With a menacing look, he mused that whether it was pretending to be caught or pretending to make a deal, a fake would always be a fake. Julius pointed his finger at him, realizing that, unlike Roland, he would never manipulate him, and declared that he would not pay a penny. After his words, an awkward silence arose around him. With a calm look, Xiao noticed what it meant that he wanted to get a free meal, and his opponent wondered what that meant. After a moment, the Demon King glanced at the soldier standing beside him. With a menacing expression on his face, the protagonist asked if he wanted to buy this elven doll. Hearing this, the robed guy was very surprised. Suddenly, imagining an erotic scene in his head, the soldier remarked that he couldn't. Don't think about it. With a serious expression on his face, Xiao asked if he was willing to pay him a little. At this time, a huge number of flying cameras were monitoring the events. People on the streets of the city watched this through screens located on buildings. Looking away, the soldier suddenly stated that his monthly salary was 13 gold coins, and his current deposit was 430 gold coins, and if the form of down payment plus credit was maintained, he thought he could offer a price of about 1,200 gold coins. Raising his head in the air, the Demon King wondered who could offer a higher price than he had surprised the others. Hearing this, the soldier looked in front of him dumbfounded. Seal was very surprised at these words. Julius stared in front of him uncomprehendingly, thinking that he wanted a higher price. Glancing menacingly ahead, the member of the Sky City Council asked if he really thought this was an auction. Immediately afterward, the soldiers behind him began to say that they would raise the price by 100 or add another 500, while others remarked that they could give the same amount at once. Looking in their direction with displeasure, Julius asked what they were doing. Looking around the corner in fright, the Elven princess couldn't believe that the bidding had really begun. Watching the soldiers arguing among themselves and making bets, Seal couldn't believe how he had managed to eliminate all the hostility of his opponents in just a moment. The Elven princess continued to watch everything from around the corner when she suddenly had a guess. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to Xiao, who was tied up with a rope. Seeing the snide grin on his face, Seal assumed that this was all his plan. Cameras flying in the air filmed everything that was happening. The wars around Xiao made bets that went as far as 2,000. Smiling broadly, the Demon King listened to people offer as many as 3,000 and pondered that the higher and higher price is the most enjoyable music in the world. With a mad expression on his face, the protagonist suddenly began to laugh. Opening his mouth wide, he suddenly shouted for them to give a higher price. At that moment, the soldier, looking at the notification window of the system, told the gentleman that the internet had also begun to participate in the auction, which greatly surprised him. Dumbfounded, looking into the system field, the guy noticed that since he organized a global live broadcast, people from all over the world saw the auction. Looking menacingly in front of him, Julius declared that it was ridiculous, and asked how these novice players could know the value of an elf. Reading a huge number of messages from different users, his subordinate explained that they said that the main thing was that she looked good. Hearing this, the member of the Heavenly City Council fell into a stupor of surprise. Looking at his subordinate, he asked where they got the money to participate in the auction. Visualizing people who put money in one box, the soldier explained that they were engaged in crowdfunding. Hearing this, the three guys were extremely dumbfounded by such behavior of people. Looking away in surprise, Sia wondered what crowdfunding was. After all, it was an outcast of the era and had slept for 1,000 years. Showing people who raise money in a single place, the plot explained that the so-called crowdfunding is an investment model in which investors invest in the company's projects and receive a certain share and ownership rights. Visualizing how a huge amount of money flows into one point in the city, we learn that at this moment all the money in the world is collected there. Turning back with dissatisfaction, Yuli ordered to quickly turn off the live broadcast right away. Looking in admiration before her, Seal reflected that he had not only destroyed the hostility and morale of the enemy, but had also united all the people in the world. Looking around the corner, the elf princess thought of the Demon King. Looking at Zhao's smug smile, she realized that he was indeed different. Looking up, the Demon King pondered that reselling rare items from the souvenir shop was a profitable business, and it was also possible to conduct live broadcasts of the sale of goods, and had never thought that there was such a lucrative business. Suddenly, the protagonist was very excited, imagining a souvenir shop in his mind, which was actually an ancient ruin, and reasoned that he should ask Sheen to bring something else from there, and then he would get rich. So it was surprising that they managed to get such a thing. At this time, the white-haired guy was awkwardly scratching his cheek, saying that he had a feeling like the Demon King was thinking of him, and Obara was asking what was going on, while the plot explained that the first team of humans was currently on missions to escort the mechanical chicken, and after completing the mission, they would gain 1500 XP. Suddenly, Shao noticed an elf doll approaching him, which was addressing him. Shy, she looked ahead and asked if he really wanted to sell her. Hearing this, the Demon King's heart suddenly shuddered. Looking away, the protagonist explained that he just wanted to survive. Then he imagined in his head the image of the evil Julius, who declared that he would not pay a penny. With an anxious expression on his face, Shao said that if he didn't give her up, they would use violence to rob him. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, the Elven princess asked why he did not resist. Looking back at her, the Demon King explained that violence only breeds more excessive violence. He then visualized Yuli, along with his subordinates, beating him up for resisting. Looking ahead with admiration, Seal mused that violence would only breed more violence. Imagining the battles of demon against man in her head, she thought that just one sentence explained the reason why the world was mired in war. Suddenly crying with happiness, Seal assumed that he wanted to stop the tragedy of continuous millennial wars with his own hands. Looking at Zhao's smile, the elf princess thought that although he was the Demon King, he had mercy, and that was complete greatness. Standing in front of him, the doll suddenly began to speak. With a serious expression on his face, Seal suggested that perhaps he could actually create a world without bloodshed. Hearing this, the Demon King looked at her in surprise and simply remained silent. Looking at the little elf doll, Shao said that she was very cute, and she said that she would do anything for such a world. Suddenly, the Demon King turned to the side and instantly shifted his attention when someone announced that they would pay 5,400 gold, and Seal explained that she would like something. At this time, the Elven princess was releasing her green energy. At the same time, the soldier continued to count down the rate of 5,400 gold over the loudspeaker. A moment later, he raised Mr. Julius's hand, declaring that he congratulated him on winning the swamp at the highest price. Looking in displeasure in front of him, the member of the Sky City Council mused that in the end, he would still participate in the auction, and in order to firmly control the wisdom of the elves in his hands, just by his efforts to confront the whole world, he had scattered the family wealth to the winds. This also made him a hero. Looking at his hand, Julius reasoned that he was able to get the elf in this way, so the council and the whole world would be in his hands. With a puzzled expression on his face, the member of the Sky City Council thought that victory was right in front of him. Handing a bag of gold towards the protagonist, Julius received a notification that the transaction had failed. Looking up, the member of the Sky City Council saw that the system said that the elf was bound to Zhao's soul, so she couldn't be sold. After that, Julius looked down sharply. At this time, Seal, who was sitting on the Demon Lord's arm, was saying something in her own language. She opened her mouth slightly and finished her sentences in Elvish. Then, the member of the Sky City Council was extremely dumbfounded, noticing the immense energy emanating from Seal. Bowing to the protagonist, the Princess of the Elves declared that the contract had been concluded, and from now on he would be her master. With an obviously guilty expression on his face, Shao asked his brother for forgiveness, because he didn't know that this would be the case. After everything that happened, Julius was furious and asked how he dared to joke with him. They say that he knew that he was deceiving him. Waving his hands, the Demon King explained that he really did not know and asked to listen to him. Looking at the elf sitting on his head, the protagonist concluded that she could also explain everything. With an innocent expression on her face, Seal said that once the rice was cooked and ready-made, there was nothing that could be done, and she just had to give up instead of fantasizing about her. Spreading her hands to the sides, the elf princess added that, to be honest, old men like him were not to her liking at all, and Shao noticed that this was not what he was talking about. A moment later, Julius pointed his magic gun at the protagonist, saying that he had had enough. As a huge spaceship appeared above his head, the member of the Sky City Council stated that if he had anything to say, he had to speak. This was the last chance. Immediately afterward, energy began to gather around the muzzle of the huge space cannon. At this time, the cat was licking himself, when suddenly he looked away. His gaze was fixed on a huge spaceship in the sky. At the same time, the person in the command center waved his hand, saying that the instruction had been received. A huge shadow covered the entire city, as he added that Demon Slayer 3+ was ready to be launched. A huge spaceship towered over the metropolis, and the man concluded that the target was a safe zone in front of the warehouse. People on the streets of the city were dumbfounded by the unknown structure, asking what it was and whether they were the target of this cannon. When enough energy had gathered at the end of the muzzle, Julius declared that it was too late. Bringing his hand to the button, a guy in a business suit was talking about launching. A moment later, the cat jumped on his arm and pressed the button. At the same moment, the guy looked at the pet on his hand in surprise. Looking forward with his dumbfounded gaze, the man instantly woke up. Looking menacingly in front of him, the cat declared that it was not necessary to direct strange objects into other people's homes. Then, they both looked at the control panel in surprise when they heard the power on sound. The pet turned back silently. Suddenly glancing at the guy in the business suit, he asked if it could be pressed. At that moment, a huge cannon on the spaceship was firing. People were very scared. They say that everything is over. A huge beam of red energy was directed towards the ground while the man declared that the city would be destroyed. Suddenly, everything around this beam froze. Glancing sharply to the side, Julius asked if he had stopped. At the same time, the attack of red energy began to gradually dissipate, and the member of the Heavenly City Council noticed that not only had it stopped, something else was happening. Noticing how the beam fired from the space cannon returned back, Julius spoke about it. At this time, a huge amount of red energy was returning back to the muzzle of the gun. Being in the control room, the cat sucked all the energy into itself. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, Agent 007 asked how this was even possible. He observed a pet that absorbed a colossal amount of red energy, and declared that this power of the creator was the most powerful and highest in the world. In the end, the cat swallowed the last particles of this energy. He then jumped onto the table next to the control panel. Stroking his belly, the pet noticed that it was quite tasty and actually a little like cat food that the owner gives. Looking at him dumbfounded after hearing this, the guy in a business suit couldn't believe that this energy resembled the taste of a cat's box. Suddenly standing on his hind legs, the cat asked for forgiveness. With a furious expression on his face, he stated that they could destroy the entire city, but it was a bit impolite to target his house. After his words, Agent 007 was very frightened. Falling to the floor in fear, the guy in a business suit asked what kind of creature he was and why he had creator-level abilities. With a snide grin, the pet declared that he should ask what kind of creatures his owner was, and he was only a small cat. At the same time, a huge cat-type monster appeared behind the pet's back, and he himself explained that he was raised by the owner to protect their house. Hearing this, Agent 007 was dumbfounded. In the muzzle of the huge space cannon, there was nothing but dust. Suddenly, there was some unknown explosion. A bright light flashed in the sky above the city. People on the street asked what happened and whether there was an explosion. Looking up in surprise, the man noticed that it was not an explosion. Watching the huge number of lights that spread in different directions, the guy noticed that it was fireworks. At the same moment, Agent 007 was falling down along with the wreckage. In turn, the cat deftly jumped between the parts. Suddenly, he turned back sharply. In front of him, he saw Roland imprisoned in a magical barrier. Noticing him, the guy looked in surprise in front of him. At the same time, the pet grinned a little. Then the cat waved his finger. Immediately afterward, the barrier that bound the priest shattered. With his serious gaze forward, he asked why this had happened. At the same moment, the cat jumped sharply over the wreckage of the ship. Roland continued to silently follow him with his eyes. People on the streets of the city looked at the fireworks, saying that something was falling. After seeing the huge amount of debris falling from the sky, they didn't understand how it was possible that these fireworks were made of steel. Dumbfounded, looking upstairs, the guy ran up and said that if it fell, everyone would die, and his friend asked him to look there. At this time, Roland freed his energy more dearly and destroyed all the debris, and the man declared that he was the savior of the world, who shone from the fiery flowers. The blonde guy deftly wielded his blade while people said that he was crushing all the falling steel. After some time, the priest landed on the ground, and people called out to him, saying that he saved them, so he is definitely the hope of humanity. Immediately afterward, Roland took a step forward. Suddenly, he was surrounded on all sides by people who expressed their gratitude, saying that they would not have made it without him, and he was their hope. Waving his hands away from them, the priest laughed, noting that he had not actually done anything while the people were asking for guidance on the true path. Suddenly, Roland noticed something to the side. On the balcony of one of the houses, he saw a red cat. The pet grinned mischievously, saying that the back scratcher he had given him last time was quite comfortable. I look at him in surprise. The blonde guy heard words of gratitude. The priest remained standing alone in the middle of the street while the cat explained that he had repaid him for it. After everything that had happened, Roland was a little embarrassed. Looking away in puzzlement, he did not understand what such an atmosphere was for. Julius fired his pistol at Xiao standing in front. Looking dumbfounded at his weapon, the member of the Sky City Council asked if Fighter 3 had become like a small water pistol, stating that according to the agreement, the energy released could return the objects of the game world to their original state and rewrite them. Looking ahead in surprise, he pondered that if the real power was in the 3+ fighter, it was only a mini version, but it shouldn't be so weak, and didn't understand what was going on. During the same period, a huge number of explosions occurred above his head. Turning back, Julius shouted about the Fighter 3+. A member of the Sky City Council was watching the incomprehensible lights in the sky. Looking furiously in front of him, he asked if his weapon had turned into fireworks. At the same moment, the Demon King put his hand on his shoulder. With a disgruntled expression on his face, the protagonist stated that he could not use a water gun to kill people just because the deal did not go through, because he was no longer a child, and noted that he was scared, and now he is a little angry. Watching the fireworks in the sky, Xiao asked why he would gather so many people just to shoot him with a water pistol, and he didn't think that there would be a celebratory fireworks today, although he looked quite beautiful. Julius looked dumbfounded in front of her, thinking that the most powerful weapon given to them by the system had turned into a salute. Barely standing on his feet, the member of the Council of the Heavenly City realized that it really looked festive. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed it with his hands. At the same time, Julius looked at him in surprise. With a snide grin, Xiao remarked that he had a good temper, he shouldn't be joking like that. Leaning towards the member of the Council of the Heavenly City, the king of the Heavenly City stated that he saw that he was actually a very bad person. He wanted to remind him that he could be beaten for such a thing, and if it were not for the lack of strength, he would now start a fight with him, and also asked what would happen if he met a very strong and cruel person, asking to answer at least once, if he hears. Falling on his knees before him, Julius declared that he had heard everything. At this time, the devils were watching from the roof of the building, and Babylon noticed that, as she had said, the great demon king could not wait to save them. Looking forward with her joyful gaze, Belial noticed that she had already prepared to fight to the death for the demon king, and the girl with the white hair said that no one could have thought that the income of the great demon king would be so impeccable. The devils were then delighted, remarking that it was indeed too unbelievable. After all, he had obtained the princess of the elves, defeated high-ranking people, destroyed the main weapon of humanity, destroyed the will of the enemy, and used mercy and fear to intimidate. At the same moment, everyone looked sharply to the side. He fixed his surprised gaze on the roof of the building. The guy continued to look there and just kept silent. Suddenly, the princess of the elves, sitting on his head, asked the master if there was anything there, and he replied that it seemed to him. Glancing at her, the demon king remarked that since the deal had been made, he was going home. With a surprised look on her face, Seal asked if she should go with him. Smiling broadly, the protagonist concluded that now that she was attached to him, there was nothing he could do, so they would just go together, and the girl agreed. As he continued to look at the doll on his head, Xiao concluded that he didn't keep freeloaders and asked if there was anything in her body that could be grown every day and sold, and the elf princess explained that she didn't seem to have such an ability while he asked how she was doing with her household chores. The soldiers watched the demon king walk away from them, asking when the holidays would end. The wars stared in surprise in front of them, while the protagonist added that otherwise, this safe zone would cease to be safe, and debt would no longer cost money, so they would be poor. Turning sharply back, the soldier told his master that they were leaving. At this time, Julius was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly crying, the member of the Council of the Heavenly City concluded that he could no longer take risks, and asked for forgiveness. Watching him with disgust, the warrior noticed that he no longer heard them. At the same time, the city met the sunset, and the soldier wondered that if he knew that it would be so, then why he had started in the first place. Then, the plot was shown to us by Julia with an elf in her hand and explained that the result of this live broadcast was that Seal was acquired by him. The narrative of the story shifts to the guys who were approaching the spaceship that fell to the ground, until we learn that it was all guesswork by players who were watching the live stream, and the real result is that the 3+ fighter was badly damaged. Looking to the side, Agent 007 said that the wreckage had been found. With her serious gaze forward, the Archbishop declared that let people come and transport the wreckage back because it was time to inform God of the situation they were facing. Then the plot again showed how Julia was taken away by the police, and told that the so-called counselor who won the auction did not actually receive the elf, and as the first culprit, he was taken back to the Sky City awaiting trial. As Xiao stared dumbfounded at the leaflet announcing that housing prices were still falling, he asked why there was still no increase, and we received information that the first human attack on the Demon King had ended in failure, and he had heralded a jubilant victory. At this time, Babylon sneered mischievously, saying that there was nothing they could do about it. After the riots, many people had fled, and Belial was asking what the safe zone in front of the warehouse was, since it had now completely become the territory of the Demon King. Roland was in his apartment, thinking about what had happened earlier, and the plot told that in addition to the protagonist, there was one more person who was also not very happy. Trembling with discontent, the blonde guy realized that he had been saved by the Demon King's cat. The narrative of the story is transferred to Roland's apartment. Standing in the middle of the room, the blonde guy thought that he was very sorry that he had been saved by the Demon King's cat. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the priest realized that this was the most shameful thing. Remembering how Bao snapped his fingers while standing on the wreckage of the ship, Roland reflected that the most shameful thing was that he couldn't help but remember the scene when he saved him. Then the image of a smiling ginger cat appeared in his mind. Furiously clutching his chest, the blonde guy told himself to wake up. Trembling with displeasure, the priest pondered that he was a subordinate of the Demon King, the most evil enemy in the world, and should carefully remember what he had done and what atrocities he had committed. Visualizing the image of Bao on the shipwreck again, Roland realized that the people from that area had survived only thanks to him. Suddenly blushing with embarrassment, the blonde guy suggested that perhaps he was actually a kind and good cat. Hitting his head against the wall, the priest declared that the more you think, the more ridiculous it seems. Suddenly, he was in love, and Roland was saying that he was the hope of humanity, and the one who led human players to destroy demons, so he shouldn't be confused by this creature. Suddenly, an agent came to his apartment, who said that there was a parcel for him. At the same moment, the blonde guy looked sharply in his direction. Seeing his expression, the guy in a business suit was very surprised. Taking the gift box in his hands, the priest activated inflexibility, magical protection, all attribute upgrades, and magic resistance, saying that he was careless and almost fell under the spell, so he should not relax while fighting demons for a moment. Suddenly, he noticed a letter lying on top of the box and asked if it had been sent from the safe area in front of the warehouse. Roland then began to read the contents of the note from Xiao, who thanked him and stated that he was the first person he had ever met who had given him a helping hand, so he didn't know how to thank him. After opening the box, the blonde guy noticed that there was a small kitten inside, and finished reading the letter that the Demon King hoped that he would like the gift. At the same moment, the priest shuddered with cuteness. Immediately afterward, Roland would close the front door and stop at the lead. Then, the blonde guy suddenly began to breathe heavily. Imagining a huge night metropolis in his head, the priest did not understand how he could withstand it. At this moment, Xiao received a notification on his smartphone. Smiling broadly, he thought that brother Roland had received express delivery from him. Then he put the towel on the hanger, saying that he would leave it there. Seal, who was in the water, thanked him for this. Sitting in the middle of a huge hot tub, the demon princess noticed that the demon king was very gentle and caring. Suddenly embarrassed, she thought that this demon king was indeed different, and he had powerful strength but great nobility. Looking down sharply, Seal remembered that the prophecy said that humanity would be the ultimate victor. Suddenly, the thought arose in her head that such love should not be allowed. Immediately afterward, the elf princess imagined in her mind Roland, who in her opinion was an unscrupulous thief who had robbed the tomb, and Chin, who had sold it for food, as well as Julia, who was just a nasty old man, and understood that instead of letting the world fall into the hands of such people, something else must happen. Suddenly, clenching her hand into a fist, the girl thought that if there wasn't a single good person, it was better to let the Demon King rule the world. After all, he might actually be able to change the future and end the war. Standing in the middle of a huge hot tub, Seal was about to let her use the wisdom of the elves to help him achieve all of this. As she approached the exit of the bathroom, the elf princess pondered that it was possible to unite their races as children for the sake of peace and love, although such arbitrary decision-making was not very good, so it was better to ask the master before doing anything. Suddenly, Belial appeared behind her, calling out to the newcomer. Directing her menacing gaze forward, the devil advised her not to do unnecessary things. Hearing this, Seal turned sharply back in fright. Suddenly, approaching her, Babylon explained that there were some rules, so you shouldn't blame them for not telling her. With fear on her face, the elf princess couldn't believe that they were Lord Zhao's subordinates. Looking at the girls behind her, Seal mused that when she looked closer, she saw that they were S-class demons with a level greater than 3 digits. The fierce gazes of these two devils, the elf princess wondered what was going on. After all, unlike the Demon King, they emitted a very dangerous aura. While with them in the hot tub, Seal wondered if they were going to disobey the will of the Demon King and prepare to lynch her and strip her of her elven heritage, namely the Stone of Wisdom, even though she had already decided to help their master. Placing her hand on the shoulder of the elf princess, the devil heard her say that she should have thought about it earlier, and although the Demon King is kind, all his subordinates are bloodthirsty demons, so they are all jealous of the strength of her elven people. Trembling with fear, the girl did not know what to do if a fight began, because the Demon King would think badly of it, but if he did not resist, she would be destroyed. Looking at her with displeasure, Belial told her not to even think that if their master allowed her not to do household chores or not to cut horns for sale, then she was the main girl in the house, and Babylon noticed that this was so, and asked not to take herself too seriously. Upon hearing this, Seal turned back in surprise, thinking that it was like a phrase from an ordinary character from a third-rate Mary Sue manga. With her hands folded at her chest, the violet-haired devil was telling that while chasing her master, she had eaten rotten apples and had been killed by hateful people, and it was not easy to return to him. And the girl with white hair ran up that no matter how noble they were, they had to act like small pets and pretend to be friendly towards these selfish and ugly people. Jumping abruptly out of the water, Belial asked if she knew how much they were paying their master, and if she knew how difficult it was, which surprised even Babylon. Suddenly flushed, the violet-haired devil was telling her that she was doing all sorts of strange things for the sake of the Demon King, and Seal ran up to say that it was hard to assess, and the white-haired girl didn't understand why she looked joyful. Suddenly blushing with embarrassment, the elf princess finally understood what she was talking about. Trembling sharply with fear, the princess of the elves said that this was the matter. She thought that everything was very simple. Imagining the ancient ruins in her mind, Seal thought that the path of peace chosen by the Demon King was very difficult. Visualizing Xiao shaking Roland's hand, she thought that she should be friendly but not humiliated, and also be polite but not abandon her people. Sitting in the middle of a huge hot tub, the elf princess reasoned that this game was so dangerous that even a 3-digit level demon had to make every effort, and she was very careless. Looking thoughtfully in front of her, Seal thought that it was all thanks to the immense strength and wisdom displayed by the Demon King, which made her relax. Her eyes from the realization of everything that was happening, the princess of the elves reasoned that she should postpone the question of having a child for the time being. She continued to sit in the water and just didn't say anything, and Babylon asked why she didn't say anything, while Belial said she wasn't even looking at them. Jumping abruptly out of the water, the girl with white hair asked if she was looking down on them, and said that she was going to slap her smug ass. By releasing her inner energy more dearly, Belial stated that she would see the difference in effort between them. Then she turned her menacing gaze forward. Immediately after, the purple-haired devil swung her fist to perform a strike. At the same time, she pointed her fist towards the elf. Suddenly, Seal bowed, saying that she didn't know everything yet, so from now on, she would have to ask her two sisters for advice. Hearing this, the devils were greatly delighted, and Belial asked if she had called her sister, and had really done so, and Babylon remarked that she had never heard her called that before. Placing her hand on her chest, the devil with purple hair asked her sister to tell her what to teach her. Making a low bow, the princess of the elves remarked that although she had once been a very important person, she knew that the kingdom had already fallen and all her people had perished. Standing across from her older sisters, Seal said that she woke up alone in a strange environment, even though she had decided to serve Mr. Shao, but she didn't know what to do, and she didn't understand anything about household chores and rules. Innocently looking away, the elf princess said that she was asking her two sisters to teach her what to do, and if she did something wrong and was kicked out, she would be alone again. After her words, it was as if a love arrow shot at the devils. With an embarrassed expression on her face, Belial noticed that she was such a poor thing, and it seemed that only they could help her. Looking at her friend, Babylon assumed that this was probably indeed the case. Pointing her hand at herself, the white-haired girl stated that from now on, if she had any difficulties, she just had to tell her, and she would support her, after which she would call out her name and level, which was 101, and introduce herself as one of the 7 heavenly demon kings. Set his fingers up, led the conclusion that her special skill is transformation, and she especially likes to become something bigger, tough and powerful. Looking ahead seriously, Belial called out her name, revealing that she was the crowned Uwu, the first of the 7 heavenly kings, and had a special ability to foresee, and was the first high-level demon to know about the existence, appearance, and whereabouts of the demon king, as well as the only one among them who had heard the prophecy. While a red cat was sitting on a tree branch outside, a devil with purple hair said that this pet was guarding the house from the outside, and he was the future demon lord, since he was connected to the king and destroyed the 3+ fighter. Placing her hand on her thigh, Belial explained that at the behest of the demon king, they usually disguised themselves as level 1 small pets, while Babylon said that penetrating deep into the human race and destroying it from within was the demon king's plan. Pointing her finger upwards, the white-haired girl remarked that she only needed to perform the role that the demon king had given her to do well, and that she had to act according to the situation and not worry about the rest of the matter, because they were given 3 cookies every day, and the demon king never mistreated them. Looking in admiration after all she had heard, Seal said that she understood everything, and therefore the master said that she was a doll. Smiling broadly, the elf princess thanked her sisters for their guidance, and stated that if they didn't mind, then from now on, they would be real level 1 sisters. Looking at her hand, the devils were simply silent. Then they carried their hands to her and agreed to this offer. With a joyful expression on her face, Seal offered to work together for the sake of the master's high ambitions, namely to build a world without wars. Looking at her in admiration, the devils agreed to work together for the sake of the master's high ambitions to completely destroy humanity for the sake of demon rule. A ginger cat outside was watching the girls who were going to be friends. Looking smugly in front of him, the pet thought that in any case, he was the master's favorite. The girl put her hand to her face. The thought arose that she needed to remember how the maid served him in the past. She was holding clean things in her hands. The hero looked at the food in surprise. A gleam appeared around the bed. Plants began to grow actively. Seal looked to the side. A message appeared that she had received a B-rank title, a feudal remnant. The protagonist was very pleased with this. As the car drove forward, a phrase flashed by that the demon king seemed to be sitting and eating, waiting to die. But in fact, he had already gathered such power for battle. Holding the player profiles in his hands, the man said that this is currently known information about creatures under the command of the king. Opening his eyes wide, the guy said that it was the same, to which the other asked that he had said something, and he replied that he had found it. Raising his finger up, the young man said that the cutest cat, to which the officer replied that let it be more serious, is not something that can be just joked about. Turning his head, he added that Belial was the first to appear. She also had the biggest role, and she was also in human form. She seemed to have more potential than Bao. That's right. To which he was asked that it didn't matter. Raising his finger up, the guy said that yes, this new elven princess should not be underestimated either. After her appearance, the demon king was clearly in a much better mood, and it seemed that he had no intention of destroying the world. The car turned to the side. The words were heard about what he thinks. It's all a coincidence. No, what he says is very logical. He understood. Looking to the side, the young man said that but there was one thing he couldn't understand. He had heard that after the appearance of the elf, even the mutant activity had become higher. Holding the questionnaire in his hands, he added that moreover, the elf's level was only 2-digit, and the king's level was 4-digit. Mr. Roland thought that with her, he would be able to defeat the king. Looking out the window, the employee heard that the so-called power of the elves was capable of shaking the scales, to which he replied that this was already a secret that they could not touch. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that even mutants were affected by the power of the elves that makes all species obey it. The car stopped. It was said that it had nothing to do with them, they just needed to do their job well. Their job was to keep an eye on the Demon King when he went to the supermarket. They waited for him to walk around the supermarket. After he went out, they saw if he needed a car, and drove him home. The hero opened his eyes wide and said that the discount was really big. After Seal's arrival, the consumption of cookies increased and it was necessary to buy more flour for cooking. He looked at the products. Taking a packet of flour, the protagonist said that the difference was small. He froze, remembering the elf's words that it was okay for her to eat the cookies. Closing her eyes, she said that everything was fine, she would get used to the food. MC watched her. The girl was holding a cookie in her hands. Closing his eyes, Xiao said that it didn't matter. Holding the basket in her hands, Seal asked that they did not buy flour, to which he replied that they went shopping together for other necessities. She froze in bewilderment. They looked at the cat. A phrase flashed by that he bought 2 cat beds. The hero pointed to a new duvet. They were smiling as they looked at each other. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would go to the checkout to pay the bill, to which the lady replied approvingly. He was holding the phone near the cash register. Looking away, the elf thought that there were 2 cat beds, 1 bed. The girls were combing the cat. With their eyes wide open, they wondered what was going on. What was the unknown premonition? Leaving the store, the MC said that they would go home. Standing in front of his grandmother, the guy shouted that he should give it to him. Taking the bag, he added that she did not need them. Looking to the side, the hooligan said that they were leaving. Food was lying on the ground. Standing beside the old woman, Xiao asked if she was okay. He looked at her silently. Lowering her gaze, the woman said that this was her eldest son. He was not doing this for the first time. Sitting on the bench, the hero asked that he had taken her money, to which the grandmother replied that he said that he needed the money to improve his combat power, otherwise he would not be able to survive. He would not do anything about it. Closing her eyes, she added that every time he took money from her for food and used violence, it was really frightening. A phrase flashed by that her production skill was a novice tailor, earning a small profit by making bags from linen fabric. The protagonist looked at her when he heard that the most outrageous thing was that the pet was trying to protect her, and her son had done such a thing to him. The pet looked surprised, and the woman said that he smeared him with chili sauce. Their eyes widened as they stared at him. MC paid attention to the notice. A daily task appeared. Looking down, he thought that daily tasks, in other words, this old lady had to deal with it every day over and over again. The dog barked at the guy. A phrase flashed by that he knows who is kind, so he always wants to protect her. Closing her eyes, the grandmother said that but he was too weak and not too smart, to which Xiao replied that it was sad, they would help. The elf smiled and said that they should leave it to her. Looking at her, the hero said that then he left it to her, to which she replied approvingly. The girl began to wash the pet. She was standing in the lavatory. Sitting on a bench, the old woman said that when she was younger, she also played with her husband in this way, to which the protagonist asked. Looking away, she added that it was he who had called her mistress. MC smiled when he heard the question that by the way this girl was an elf. Yes, to which he replied approvingly. Raising his eyebrows, he asked how she knew this, to which the woman replied that everyone had seen their broadcast about her sale. Turning her head, she added that while no one knows exactly who he is, everyone will recognize him, the mysterious internet celebrity. Sitting on the bench, the grandmother said that but she didn't expect him to take such a precious servant with him, to which Xiao asked what it meant. She looked at him silently. Closing her eyes, the woman said that she saw that he had a kind heart and a clear look, so she would tell him. The beast took the girl's hand. A phrase flashed by that this creature that was hunted by countless people, just a little carelessness, and someone would come and take her. Sticking out his tongue, the monster said that he had finally found her. Holding the elf's hands, he added that he was a mutated desert wolf under the command of Lord Fenrir. He had been ordered to find the elf. Smiling broadly, the wolf said that it didn't really take any effort. There were rumors that protection in this safe zone was useless, and it really was. Seal looked at her in surprise and asked if it could be a wolf-type mutant. The beast looked at me angrily, and said that it was indeed worthy of the elves, that their wisdom surpassed that of ordinary humans. Pointing to the side, he added that but the Lord is different from ordinary mutants. They call him a king, and his awakened talent is unprecedented. Over time, he can become a creature that will replace demons and humans and stand on top of the world. The creature was looking at the TV. His eyes lit up orange. The TV was in the middle of the room. The words were heard that he needed her. A broadcast appeared on the screen. Grinning, the wolf said that therefore he had been ordered to come. Thanks to the strength and wisdom of the elves, the growth of their species would be unstoppable. Looking at him, the girl replied that since he was watching the live broadcast, he should know that she already had a master. Smiling, the beast asked what she was saying about a weak and short chicken or an old man with a bitter expression. Frowning, the elf replied that he was a rude and ignorant dog. She was giving him a chance to retract his words, and she would not punish him. Sticking out his tongue, the monster asked what she thought she could tell him. Pointing at the girl, he added that she looked dissatisfied, but she hadn't escaped from his shackles. She thought he couldn't understand what was going on. Looking down, the creature said that by smell, he was able to dig an underground path and get here to her. With such a high-end sense of smell as his, he could feel it. Seal furrowed her brows when she heard the question that she actually had a very low level, right, so she wouldn't be able to get out. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked what a creature that many people crave. Smirking, he added that it was really very valuable. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that, but speaking of which, it hasn't been out for quite some time. He looked up when he heard that he wanted to go and see. The entrance to the lavatory appeared, and it was heard that he could not go into the women's toilet. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the MC said that it was better to wait a little longer. The wolf held the girl's hand, saying that she should follow him obediently. After she saw the powerful Fenrir, she would not be able to leave. The elf stared at him silently. Suddenly the dog bit his hand. Gritting his teeth, he asked again. The pet grabbed the animal's hand. Looking down, Seal wondered if he wanted to protect her. Grabbing the dog's head, the wolf asked that he was looking for death. Suddenly he threw it aside. The princess opened her eyes in surprise. Looking at her, the mutant said that if he didn't want to endure unnecessary pain, let him just obediently follow him. She froze, saying that the first crime was arrogant comments about the Demon King's words, deeds, and appearance. Looking ahead, the girl added that the second crime, although the kingdom is destroyed, she is still an elf princess. Not obeying her will is also disrespectful. Looking down, the monster asked what she was talking about. Frowning, Seal said that thousands of years ago, in order to prevent anyone from using their power, she decided to seal herself. But did he know what the so-called elven power was that could shake the balance of the world? The beast looked at her in bewilderment, and asked again. Green particles appeared around the pet. He got to his feet. The dog looked angrily. A question was asked that this dog was still alive. The elf looked at him when she heard barking. Grinning, the wolf asked what she had resurrected, or whether it was a cure. Looking at his level, he added that his level had become the same as his. The mutant's eyes lit up and he said that this is the power of the elves. It's not for nothing that so many people are eager to get him. It's really amazing to be able to significantly increase the level of others in an instant. The puppy suddenly jumped up. Waving his hand, the monster shouted that his combat experience and size were an absolute advantage. The dog bit off his head. Looking to the side, he asked again. Looking at the notification, the beast asked what it was. Its level was the first. There was a message that Seal was using an S+ rank skill. It was heard that it wasn't really about leveling up. A blow flew to the ground. A cry sounded that this is an exchange. The man was holding the phone in his hands. The guy looked at the screen in surprise. Getting out of the car, he asked what had happened, and another added that it was a supermarket. The young man rushed forward when he heard the question that it could have something to do with the Demon King, to which he replied that he was thinking why he was running. Running across the road, the staff member asked what to do, prepared to fight the Demon King, to which the other replied that they were an idiot, they were going to protect the king. A view of the shopping center opened up. It was heard that no one should interfere with his pleasure from going to the supermarket. Looking at the building, the man shouted that there was a fourth floor. The girl stood at attention. She looked down silently. Looking down, Seal said it was bad. The dog ate the corpse of the beast. Looking at him, the elf said that it was time to wash again. Hugging the pet, she added that it was impossible for the master to know that she could not even cope with such a simple task. He could leave it a secret for her. Okay. The corpse of the monster lay in the corner of the room. The girl looked down in bewilderment. People were watching her. Their eyes widened. The thought arose that these were people from the Sky City who had come to fight the mutant. It was too late. The incident had been resolved. Standing beside the corpse, the lady reflected on how they were still stirring up spores everywhere, but they couldn't even defend their own territory. Lowering her head, she added that this world really had to be saved by the Demon King. The hero walked near the toilet door. He looked frightened and thought that he had just heard loud noises. Something was wrong. Raising her hand, the princess said that she thought she had seen him somewhere, to which the other asked what was in the report about perverts, and the protagonist wondered that he had been misunderstood even before he did anything. The elf stood silently in front of the hole in the wall. She landed on the ground. The guys looked at her. They froze in front of her. Holding the dog in her arms, the girl said that if they had come here for the sake of a mutant, perhaps they were a little late. Putting his hand to his temple, the young man said that he was very sorry if he could ask if the Lord of the Demon King had suffered. She opened her eyes in surprise and wondered that they also called him master. Could it be said that they were comrades who hoped that the master would build a new world? A memory appeared in her mind. A thought arose that she remembered. The sisters Belial and Babylon had said that she did not know the king's plan. He was destroying them from within. Suddenly, Seal shuddered, thinking about what she understood everything. The guys were smiling, and the thought appeared in her mind that they had only come here to protect the Demon King. Even being so weak, there was already a determination to die for the great king. Putting her hand to her face, the lady thought that it was not for nothing that he was a great king. His reputation was higher than she thought. It was truly amazing. Looking to the side, she added that but even so. Smirking, the girl said that the mutants had entered the safe zone. Let them not allow this to happen a second time. The boys opened their eyes in fright when they heard these words. Closing her eyes, she said that it was their duty to protect the people who lived here peacefully, right? No matter how weak they were, they should be able to do such a simple thing, right? Standing in front of them, Seal asked if they would hope for luck every time. Smiling, she thought that she was lucky, she had solved this problem, so no one was hurt. The guys closed their eyes and answered approvingly. They fell to the ground and shouted that let him excuse me, they would try. With her eyes wide open, the princess thought. They knelt down and bowed to her, they loved the Demon King so much. Standing in front of them, she said that now that they understood, let them get up. Smirking, the lady said that there was one more thing then. Holding the dog in her hands, she asked that they could take care of it. The hero walked along the corridor. Then he walked in the other direction. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that she had finally come out. Raising his eyebrows, he asked what she had washed. MC froze, looking at the employees. Looking ahead, he mumbled. Shao looked frightened and asked that the pipe had burst, to which the princess replied that a lot of water had been wasted. Standing in front of the guys, the hero said that then I thanked them for their work. Closing his eyes, he added that if he had known that something like this had happened, he would have come to help, let him not forget to call him next time, to which the girl replied that it was all because of her inattention. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that the mission was accomplished, to which the old lady replied that after he washed himself, even his gaze became wiser. Holding the pet in her arms, she added that he said he couldn't gain experience, so she would give it to him as a thank you. MC looked at the glow in surprise, hearing that it was not something valuable. He was holding a small packet in his hands. Shao froze in bewilderment, thinking about whether this was a lottery, what a classic, and the probability was so low. He put his hand behind his head after hearing that what he could get depended on his luck, to which he replied that it was very bad, he had always been unlucky. The hero opened the package. He looked up as he heard that he had learned a new alchemy skill, the primal purification potion. The protagonist smiled and said that let him take a look, a useless skill. Standing beside him, the girl replied that but the master did not do it for the sake of a reward. The greatest reward for completing tasks is to enjoy helping others, to which the grandmother replied that their generosity was simply amazing. As he was leaving, the MC said that well, anyway, he was very happy today, next time they would go shopping together again, to which she replied approvingly. A view of the shopping center opened, a phrase flashed by that the supermarket believes that it is better for them not to come again. A view of the city opened up, and it was said that under the protection of the great Demon King and his servants in the safe area in front of the warehouse, everything was calm today. A view of the dormitory opened. Sitting on the bed, the woman said that it was time to go to bed, tomorrow was another routine day. Closing her eyes, she added that although it was a shame, this was their job as low-level NPCs. Looking at the puppy, the old lady said that she was sorry that she could not protect him and made him endure such unpleasant things every day. Knocking the door off her foot, the guy asked that she had earned money today. Smiling, he added that he wanted to go out for a drink with his friends, let him give him some. The dog stood in front of him. Looking down, the young man asked that he had come up on his own. After so many times, he really couldn't learn the lesson. The pet suddenly jumped up. His pants were pulled down. Today's news appeared. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he said. A mutant appeared in the safe zone. Standing in front of the restroom, the guy said that the artificial control post was currently reinforced to ensure that even if the steel failed, the mutants would not be able to enter inside. Frowning, he added that but this kind of mutant had appeared next to the Demon King, almost angering the king and causing the end of the world. The player was holding a weapon in his hands. The thought arose that mutants under the influence of the Demon King evolve from plants and animals. They cannot get rid of their animal essence, mainly acting under the influence of instincts. The creature rushed forward. The words flashed through that even the mutant lizard species that had previously attacked the safe zone only had combat power, but did not have developed thinking abilities, so the level of strength always had its limits. Lowering her gaze, the girl thought that a mutated species could dig tunnels so far and appear exactly next to the Demon King, as if they had advanced intelligence. It couldn't be an accident. Looking straight ahead, she asked where Roland was, to which she was told that he had taken a vacation. Poochie frowned and thought that it seemed that what had happened last time had a strong effect on him, and there was nothing he could do at the moment. Closing her eyes, she said that then they would go, to which the guy asked what she would do. Looking away, the player said that she would meet the god who created this world, her lord. A view of the heavenly city opened up. The god leaned on the sword. The words flashed by that the artifact of the demon slayer, like the steel bird, was a system-level weapon given to them by their master Moshe to fight the devils. Looking at the mechanism, the lady said that here it was, destroyed to such an extent. Lowering her gaze, she added that Yuli was punished, but what to do next? Turning her head, Poochie said that the king had such overwhelming power that it was simply impossible to defeat him. Closing his eyes, the man replied that he should not worry. Grinning, he added that the main thing was to believe and they would win. Looking at the statue of the god, Hyvis said that he never deceives them. Furrowing his brows, he added that no matter what, he had to report the destruction of the demon slayer to Mr. Moshe first. The statue stood still, and it was her that he should instruct them. The man was holding a glass in his hands. He lifted it above his head. Hi-Fi's waved his staff. He held objects in front of his face. Then the archbishop stretched out his arms to his sides. He stood silently in front of the statue. Wide-eyed, the man thought that there was no reaction at all. Looking down, the magician asked what was going on. Looking up, the girl said that the king's power is so great that it even affects a god. The creature stretched out its arms in front of it, and said that it had accidentally fallen asleep. After looking at the notifications, he asked what were so many missed. Standing before the deity, the archbishop said that their god had appeared. He replied to them, to which the lady said that it was true. Smiling, he added that it was great. It turned out that they had not been abandoned. The deity's eyes lit up and he said that they were suffering. He didn't think that there would be an opponent that even the Demon Slayer artifact couldn't defeat. Putting his hands to his face, Hi-Fi's replied that he really knew everything. Of course, he always paid attention to them. He was so moved. Looking at him, Moshe thought that this did not mean that he was constantly paying attention to them. Looking at the mechanism, he added that the debris was right behind their backs. He could see it at a glance. Looking up, the magician said that, as he said, the worlds merge, players come. Standing in front of the statue, he added that something unexpected had happened. Holding the book in his hands, the man said that they had written down everything that had happened. Moshe smiled when he heard that he should take a look, to which he replied that it was a report on the battle with demons. Really interesting. Taking the book in his hands, he added that they would see how heroically they fought the demons. The deity froze in bewilderment. Suddenly he threw the book on the floor. Looking at the screen, the god said that he had asked to destroy him, not to suck up to him. Looking at him, Hyas replied that but if they fought with their current forces, they would simply lose. He said that when the king appeared, he would be a child. But that was clearly not true. Crossing his arms, Moshe asked what he meant. He blamed him, to which he was told that they simply believed that if his predictions had been more accurate, they would not have been in this situation. Looking at the screen, he asked that even if he told him that the Demon King had a 4-digit level, he would be able to defeat him, to which the archbishop replied that he wasn't quite like that, because of this erroneous information, Roland almost died. A red glow appeared around the statue, and the deity asked that he blamed him, to which Hi-Fi shouted that he should excuse me. He is omniscient and omnipotent, he is always right. Throwing one leg over the other, the creature said that okay, he admits that they have reason to blame him. Looking up, the man thought that he was annoying. The statue stood at attention. Holding the book in his hands, Moshe thought that but he shouldn't be so strong from the beginning, even his artifact that he created was so easily destroyed. The cover of the book appeared, and he added that to a certain extent it could be considered a surprise. In this case there were only 2 ways to counter it. Crossing his arms, the deity pondered whether to wait until the players grew up or... Lowering his gaze, he added that he would intervene personally and kill him. Stretching out his hand forward, the creature said that he was just pretending to be cool. They would talk casually. Now was not the time for quarrels. A bright glow appeared around the statue. Wide-eyed, the archbishop said that it was the power of creation, and the girl added that he had performed another miracle. Rays flew around the mechanism. A bright sphere appeared. Raising his hands in the air, Hi-Fi said that resetting and restoring a system artifact in an instant, he was his master for a reason, was a miracle. Pressing the buttons of the keyboard, the deity said that Julius has already become history. Humanity needs a new combat force to protect users and their growth. The player looked at the weapon in surprise. She looked at the statue as she heard the words that the new owner of Demon Slayer number 3, he had been chosen by her. Let him take up arms and continue to fight for humanity. Poochie opened her eyes in amazement, and asked that she was the new owner. She smirked when she heard that he saw her ambition and courage to go upstairs, to which she turned. Standing in front of the statue, the player said that even if system artifact number 3 was working again, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to defeat it. Looking at her, Moshe replied that he was sure that if she died in battle, she would go to heaven. The lady looked frightened and asked again. The man looked away, thinking that what happiness, suddenly got a chance to go to heaven, envious. He closed his eyes and grinned. Looking at him, the girl asked what to give it to him, to which the archbishop replied that no, thank you. Raising his head, the deity said that he should not worry. For thousands of years, mankind has always defeated all the races in this world, never being defeated, and this time will not be an exception. Putting her fist to her chest, Poochie said that she was praying with all her heart to live to see that day. The man stood silently beside her. He looked away. Throwing his hands behind his head, Moshe thought that it was good. The main thing was to ensure the growth of both Roland and the players in the future. There was nothing to worry about. The boy raised his head up. The words sounded that whether it was talent or faith, this child was a rare diamond. The guy waved his weapon. It was heard that being chosen by the hope of mankind, he showed perseverance and skill that surprised even him. Roland was standing near the computer. A phrase flashed through his mind that no matter how strong the opponent was, he would never give up. There would always be a way to win. The hero had his back to him. It was said that if this is him, then no matter how terrifying the Demon King is, he will definitely fight to the last moment. After all, he is the hope of humanity that will never be lost no matter what. Looking ahead, the deity said that one more thing. Let Father Roland be called back. The man looked at him in surprise and asked that holding the title of the number 1 Demon Slayer who held the line on the front lines, had it really come to such a serious stage? A view of the city opened up. The words were heard that they could not allow the hope of mankind to fall. The man stood at attention. Stretching out his hand, the young man said that he had a message. The fighter lowered his head upon hearing that something important had happened and was being asked to return to the heavenly city immediately, to which he replied that he understood. He stood on the ledge, saying that they were lucky. A crowd of creatures appeared. The monster's eyes lit up. The words sounded that when he returned and retrieved the family's treasures, they had better prepare to be completely exterminated. Everything would be completed in one blow. The man threw the crowbar over his shoulder. The thought flashed through his mind that Dali was one of the 12 advisors, also one of the highest-ranking beings of the Sky City, and unlike the other members, his place was hereditary. He stared ahead silently. The warrior sat on the corpse of the monster. A phrase flashed by that since the founding of the Heavenly City, his family has been the vanguard of the fight against demons. The current head of the Dali family is an unprecedented god of war. With the number 1 demon slayer artifact, he fought 49 battles with the army of devils without a single defeat. The monsters tragically died, and their corpses piled up in mountains. The man looked to the side, saying that because of his extremely cruel methods and absolute cold-bloodedness, he was called an iron-blooded demon slayer. Standing near the fountain, he asked why he was called back. Looking at him, the young man replied that it was about Mr. Roland. The man turned off the motorcycle. Turning his head, he asked again. Frowning, Dali thought that Roland, he was his only son. As the heir to the family, he had come to Earth to guide the players. The young man sat in the study, and he thought that although he was called an iron-blooded assassin on the battlefield like his father, he had never missed his height. He knew him well. He was the hardest-working and most outstanding person in the Heavenly City. The young man stood before the priest. The thought arose that he was the hope of mankind, chosen by God. He was the man who was destined to lead them to final victory. Closing his eyes, the man thought that he had never let him down since childhood, and he was his proud successor. The doors to the hall opened. Words were heard that he should tell him about it. Roland came to Earth and achieved excellent results, right? The warrior went into the room. He froze in surprise. With his eyes wide open, Dali asked where the treasures passed down from generation to generation in their family were. The young man closed his eyes and mumbled. Standing in front of his father, he said that this was what happened to Mr. Roland in the rear when he was fighting demons on the front lines. Sitting at the table, the player said that in other words, he gave the king everything he could, fought monsters on a higher level in order to find an elf for the demon as a pet. He froze and thought that he should calm down and not panic. Frowning, the man added that these are all small scenes. On the battlefield he is called iron-blooded, and he is never in a hurry, even if he faces 3,000 enemy troops alone. Looking at the guy, he thought that he should look at everything from his son's point of view and think carefully. Memories appeared. The thought arose that there must be a reason why he did this. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he had told him, to which Dali replied that he had mentioned that he needed the dragon's claw, but had not said that he was selling off their family. Putting his hands to his face, he said that he needed to think about it calmly. Maybe the pressure from the mission to save humanity was too great. A view of the palace opened. The sky appeared. The words were heard that otherwise they should find him a psychiatrist. The dossiers were on the table, and someone said that these had good work experience. The guy stared at the photo in silence. Placing it on the table, he said that he was sorry to disappoint him, but he didn't need it, and it wasn't as he thought. Frowning, Dali asked if he knew why their family was able to win every battle and have the status they have today. Roland looked down and replied that he had said because they had 100% faith in their masters. Putting his hand under his clothes, the man said that yes, but this was not a simple slogan. Holding the artifact in his hands, he added that it was different from all their relics. It was a real treasure of their family. It was the number 1 demon slayer artifact, a pendant given to him by the Lord. Looking ahead, the player said that the more pious the holder is to the Lord, the number of times his combat power can be increased. Of course, it can also be used to test the owner's loyalty to the Lord. The young man frowned when he heard the words that only because he was 100% loyal would he be able to show strength. Getting up from the table, Dali said that he had never lost in battles with demons, so he could not understand what was so terrible about them. Looking to the side, he added that but now, the guy looked away. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he had now decided to hand it over to him. Looking down, Roland thought that he didn't suspect him. He took the pendant as he listened to the words that he was still young, and it was perfectly reasonable to be afraid. But a hard heart was the most powerful force. Smirking, the guy thought that it was inevitable to disappoint his father and be incomprehensible, because his father had never lost a battle with them. No matter how terrible the danger was, he was not discouraged. Holding the artifact in his hands, he added that the number 1 devil slayer by giving it to him. Did that mean that with his help, he would be able to gain the strength to fight the demon king? Looking down, the young man thought that he understood his good intentions. He would definitely get up and try. Suddenly they opened their eyes in surprise. A glow appeared on the pendant, to which Dali asked why an impurity appeared in this holy light. Lowering his head, the head of the family said that it was broken. It shouldn't be. The family records from more than 1,000 years had never said that it had broken, which meant that there was an admixture of infidelity in the heart. Holding the photo in his hands, the young man shouted that he should hire the psychotherapist for him, to which the man replied that what a good vision. He also paid attention. Closing his eyes, he added that the anomaly could be related to this. A bright light appeared between them. Holding the object in his hands, Dali asked that the toy was from Gasabone. The cat looked away. The words were heard that no, let him take a closer look. Her eyes lit up. It was said that it was a system-level magic weapon. Lowering his gaze, his father asked that how was it possible? There should only be 13 God-given artifacts in this world. A view of the tower opened up, and it was said that the powerful artifact Demon Hunter No. 8, which possessed the ultimate seal, had been dismantled into pieces, and its components had been used to build safe zones of the earth, 66 in total. The ship rushed towards the installation. The man gritted his teeth tightly. It was said that the No. 1 demon slayer was able to turn the power of faith into real physical strength. Wide-eyed, the man said that these 3 items are among the 13 system-level artifacts, but these 3 items can't cause significant harm to the king at present. Holding the cat between his fingers, he added that this also seemed ordinary. Raising his hand, Dali said that it was stronger, deeper, and even more incomprehensible. Smiling, he added that it was really great. As long as they had it, they would be able to win easily, no matter how strong the enemy was. Standing in front of him, the guy heard the question of where he got it, to which he replied that it was a gift from the Demon King. He froze in bewilderment, and asked again. Smirking, the young man said that there were many of them in the king's house, and this one was probably created when he practiced. Frowning, the head of the family asked that there was still a lot practiced. He put his hand to his face when he heard that in addition, even an Elven red stone that had an S+ system level had already been in his hands, to which he replied that he understood. Taking him by the shoulder, his father said that he understood what he was facing. Roland's eyes widened when he heard that he didn't know that he was so powerful strong. He must have suffered a lot because of him, right? Looking at his father, he said that don't worry, he had already recovered his senses. He handed over the No. 1 demon slayer to him. He would definitely crush the king and not let him down. Lowering his head, the man said that the No. 1 demon slayer wasn't enough. He never thought that the day would come when he would have to hand him the last trump card that his family had passed down from generation to generation. Smiling, the guy asked what the last trump card was. They had something more powerful. Looking at him, Dali replied that it was true that when he faced a strong enemy that not even a Devil Slayer artifact could defeat, it was the last trump card. Their family had not used this trump card in thousands of years. The young man raised his hand when he heard the command. Then he raised both hands up. A white flag appeared between them. Frowning, Roland shouted that he had stopped joking. This was their last trump card. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked that even his last trump card had not noticed. He was worthy of being his proud heir. The guy looked at me in bewilderment, and asked again. On his knees, the father replied that it was an advanced version, to fall to his knees and bow. A view of the palace opened up. Shouts were heard that after this he could be considered an iron-blooded devil slayer, and he was the hope of mankind. They were both the same field of berries. Let him return his determination. It was impossible. There was no other way. Photos of demons appeared. A phrase flashed by that things were getting serious. The king was nowhere to be found. Belial was dead, and now there was no news even from Babylon. Frowning, the girl said that they were now in a desperate situation. The lady leaned her face on her hands. Looking ahead, she said that they should send a small team to look for the king's tracks. The man looked at him in surprise and said that but they only had one team left if they were sent two. Sitting at the table, he added that even the demons that protected the base and the children were gone. The girl took off her glasses and said that if they didn't find the king, they would have no choice but to die. Frowning, she added that until their location was revealed, they would risk everything. The car suddenly stopped. People went forward. The convoy was moving towards the creatures. The guy opened his eyes in fright and thought that he had met monsters. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man thought that these were people. He walked only 3 kilometers and met people. What a misfortune. The hunters got out of the car. The creatures stared ahead in silence. Rushing forward, the young man shouted that they should be brave and fight to the death. The man froze and thought that they would pretend to fight and then run away. You can't anger the devil king. Holding the axe in his hands, the devil shouted that they should kill them all. Turning his head, he thought that if they pretended to fight and then run away, they had to find the demon king. They froze in front of each other. Suddenly a battle broke out between them. Suddenly a blow flew to the ground. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Standing in the smoke, the creature asked what it was. The beast lowered its head down. The young man looked at him frightened and asked how this was possible. Looking at the monster, he added that he was an S-rank mutant. Looking up, the player said that it was impossible. Smiling broadly, the beast said that he had come because he smelled food. Suddenly he waved his hand. People watched him silently. The monster began to devour the player. It bit off his head, and he said that he didn't think there would be so much of it. Looking at his hand, the mutant said that as expected, his strength had increased again. He clenched his fist tightly. Smiling, the monster said that if this continued, it was possible that they would actually be able to absorb the demons and take their place, to which he was told that he should take a look as soon as possible. Standing near the bus, the creature said that it looked like these people had just accompanied it. The doors opened slightly. The monster's eyes widened. The children were sitting inside the bus. They opened their eyes in fright. Frowning, the girl asked that the children had disappeared outside the safe zone. Looking at the notification, the guy said that after the Demon Slayer No. 3 incident, they had devised an evacuation plan. They had sent everyone under the age of 16 away from the safe zone to protect them from the king. Standing in front of her, he added that however, they lost contact with them. According to their information, there was a fight at the scene, and traces of devils and mutants were also found, to which she asked again. Sitting at the table, Poochie asked if they weren't ordered to keep an eye on the Demon King. Was there any news? The young man lowered his gaze and replied that according to the report, the king had left his house early in the morning and moved towards the center of the safe zone. The hero was walking next to the woman. It was heard that during this period he helped the old woman cross the road. He was feeding a stray cat. The protagonist pointed to the pervert on the bus. He was sitting on the sports ground. A phrase flashed by that he had set up a stall in the square in the center of the safe zone, did not sell anything, but chatted with the old people for 3 hours. MC was lying in bed. The words were heard that he had now returned home and was sleeping. Gritting her teeth tightly, the lady said that what a sinister and cunning demon, he really hid his evil so deeply. The young man turned around when he heard that it was impossible to establish whether the disappearance of the children was connected with him. Let him continue the investigation, to which he replied approvingly. She froze, thinking that the NPC's plan was the reason for the disappearance of the children. If the rumor spread, the reputation of the Sky City would definitely suffer. Taking the phone in her hand, the girl thought that the children should be found as soon as possible. It was time for the hope of mankind to regain its strength. She closed her eyes when she heard that the number she had dialed was temporarily unavailable. A view of the city opened up. A cry was heard about what he was doing. A shopping center appeared. Smiling, the man said that it had taken a long time to choose, but in the end, he had chosen a gift to meet the Devil King. Looking to the side, Roland thought that his father, whom he had been proud of since childhood, was actually so shameless. He lowered his gaze when he heard the notification that he should check the owner's loyalty. Raising his finger up, the guy shouted that showing kindness to the Demon King was temporary. Their ultimate goal was to defeat him. Let him remember that. To which his father asked that wasn't it obvious? Why say this? And even on the threshold of someone else's house, and so loudly. Closing his eyes, he added that he reminded him once again just in case, to which Dolly replied that then he would ring the doorbell. Then he pressed the bell. The monster looked at them furiously and asked that they were looking for death. Looking up, the young man wondered if it could be. Looking at the creature, he added that the king's warning to enemies who were about to infiltrate his territory. Adjusting his glasses, the head of the family said that he could feel it. Frowning, he added that he felt the Demon King just as he felt him. The man tore the man in half. A phrase flashed by that as an iron-blooded demon slayer, he had tortured and killed countless members of his family, and this ghost was the most direct warning he had given him. The monster's eyes lit up brightly and he shouted, "What arrogance, what impudence." Stretching out his hands to the sides, he asked that the master was busy, they could not come at another time. The players froze, looking at him. Smirking, the ghost said that it was useless to look at him like that, he wouldn't say anything anyway. People looked at the pet. Grinning, the cat said that he was asleep. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked again. Dolly looked away, hearing that if they wanted, they could sit and wait. They sat down on chairs. It was starting to get dark outside. Suddenly, the battery on Roland's phone ran out. Closing his eyes, he shouted that he should take it seriously if the Demon King came back and saw them sitting on their phones. What would he think? Opening the gate, the hero said that he should forgive. He accidentally fell asleep too soundly. The young man smirked and replied that it was nothing, they had just arrived, and the man added that they had not waited long. The protagonist froze in front of them. Looking at the hunter, he asked who it was, to which the guy replied that it was his father, now holding a position in the Heavenly Council. MC looked at him in disbelief and wondered why he had brought him to him. Removing his hand behind his head, Dolly said that he became his fan after watching that broadcast, heard that he knew Roland, so he came to visit. Opening his eyes wide, Shao replied that this is how it is. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that it so happened that everyone just misunderstood him. In fact, he was not a big shot or a rich man at all, but just a commoner who did not know how to fight. Sitting on the sofa, the man said that this is how it is. Watching them, the guy listened to conversations about how, but he did not expect that the gentleman in person was much more beautiful than in the video. He was too polite. The hero shuddered in surprise when he heard that he would be allowed to give him a massage, to which he asked what was the reason for this. On his knees, the head of the family said that he didn't know, but his shoe-shining skills were also top-notch, to which the protagonist replied that he should let him ask if it was too much. The young man froze in bewilderment. Raising his eyebrows, the MC wondered if these high-level NPCs were chasing the stars like that right now, and then said that he was an ordinary person, their relationship should be more normal. Okay. Sticking out his tongue, the man replied that he understood. Sitting on the chair, Shao said that it was good then, and he added that he should accept their small gift. He looked at the glow in surprise and asked again. The automatic vacuum cleaner flew up. Turning his head, Dolly said that it was a vacuum cleaner containing power. This gift? No, his house was that big, and he thought that this vacuum cleaner was what he needed the most. The girls looked away in surprise. Grinning, the demon said that he should not approach her. The vacuum cleaner touched her back. Belial froze in place. The hero watched them silently. Closing his eyes, he said that it seemed interesting. Smiling, the man wondered that the fact that he had caused such a joyful smile on the king's face spoke of his abilities. Looking at his son, he said that he should study. Dolly looked away, thinking that giving gifts should be combined with the personality, hobbies and living conditions of another person. A fully automatic vacuum cleaner can not only help him clean the house, but also play with the figures and create the effect of visual pleasure. The young man opened his eyes in surprise and thought that this not only fully fulfilled the life needs of the Demon King, but also allowed him to think of them every time he saw a vacuum cleaner working hard. Looking at his father, he added that this is what he is. He really learned something. Crossing his arms, the hunter asked if he thought he was a dog, to which Roland asked if something was wrong. Looking to the side, he replied that it seemed that both he and the king were confused, and ignored his true wisdom. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked what real wisdom was, could I say? Lowering his head, his father replied that it was true. This S-class artifact looked harmless to humans and animals. The protagonist was watching the vacuum cleaner. A phrase flashed by that in fact, it was equipped with the latest divine artificial intelligence system. He opened his eyes wide. He said that he could accurately calculate the pattern of actions most pleasing to others, and that prolonged use could paralyze the king's mind, forcing him to play with him and lose his will. Looking ahead, the player said that if this continues, they will defeat him without a fight. MC stood still. He took the vacuum cleaner in his hand. The man's eyes widened and exclaimed. Looking to the side, he asked what had happened. Xiao held the device in his hands. Additional details suddenly began to appear from it. The vacuum cleaner began to transform into a weapon. The hero held a cannon in his hands. He looked at me in surprise and asked why it had transformed. Dali froze in amazement and asked again. Frowning, he wondered how strange it was possible to turn this into a weapon just by touching it. Looking forward, the player reflected that in addition, he is equipped with the latest divine artificial intelligence, which has a processing power that is significantly superior to that of humans. He can immediately analyze and obtain comprehensive information about the owner, as well as calculate the best model that he will like. Looking up, he added that this meant that after analyzing all the information about the king, he immediately decided to surrender to the enemy. The protagonist was holding a cannon in his hands. The thought arose that the bastard was not even ashamed. Suddenly the man fell to his knees. Looking at him, the MC asked why he suddenly got on his knees again. Standing up, the man replied that let him excuse me, he felt weak in his legs, so he couldn't control them, to which the MC said that he could then sit down and rest. He was so grateful that he brought such a heavy gift, although he didn't feel well. Looking at the gun, he added that but he couldn't accept it, to which they asked again. Dali frowned, thinking that even after seeing such an artificial intelligence, he still refused. Maybe living beings are preferable. Closing his eyes, he asked that, as expected, he still preferred small pets. If there was an elf, then what about dwarves, hyenamen, and werewolves? Looking at him, Xiao replied that in general, there was something he would like to ask him for, if possible. Most likely he needed to give him something, and if he accepted his gift, he would be very embarrassed to ask for something. Putting his hand to his chest, the player replied that this is what he wanted to ask for. A memory appeared in the hero's head. Looking to the side, he said that on his way home, he heard that several children had disappeared outside the safe zone. The woman closed her eyes and said that he was now a big shot, living in such a gorgeous house and being friends with high-level NPCs. Sitting beside the man, she added that if he had the opportunity, let him help them find a solution, even if it was just a few words of advice from Mr. Roland. It was okay. Everyone who was in the safe zone in front of the warehouse knew that they were listening to him the most. A huge poster with his image appeared. It was heard that if he wanted to intervene, he would definitely be able to find the children. Sitting near the wall, the guy said that so, that's all, he has already found out, let them send information to his mobile phone. Holding the phone in his hands, he thought that it was normal for mutants to attack humans. But if they had destroyed all the guards before they could call for reinforcements, their combat power should be far superior. Frowning, the young man added that this also attracted the Demon King's attention, whether this incident could pose a devastating threat. Standing behind him, the hero asked that although it was very presumptuous, could he save these children, to which he asked again. The protagonist's eyes watered and he said that he was very worried about them. People looked at him in bewilderment. Frowning, Roland thought that something was wrong. He had gone mad like the majestic Demon King. He was calling on them to save the children. If the war dragged on, the children would become the basis of the force to fight them. He froze, looking at the hero. MC lowered his gaze, to which the guy thought that he pretended to be harmless to people and animals, but in fact, he had some kind of evil and cunning plan. Looking at the phone, the player said that the report said that the tracks showed that the mutants did not kill them on the spot. Instead, the school bus was towed. It is still impossible to determine the logic of their behavior and the reasons behind it. Lowering his gaze, he added that but this must have some purpose, since there is a goal. The children are most likely alive now. Closing his eyes, Xiao asked that they were still alive, and then said that it was indeed wonderful. Roland watched him in bewilderment. He looked away and thought that this was such a graceful game that he still had to pretend to believe it. Furrowing his brows, the guy added that but if he could be kept under control, all this humiliation would not matter. The hero took his hand after hearing that it was indeed God's blessing, to which he replied that yes, he felt that way too. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he should not worry, he would definitely save them, to which he replied that he was magnificent. A view of the building opened up, a phrase flashed by that he was waiting for good news. Clenching his fist, Roland said that he would definitely complete the task, and then thought that his acting was so good that it was not a game at all. Stretching out his hand to the side, he shouted that let the NPCs on the front line take orders, block all level 50 mutants within a radius of 100 kilometers, and monitor their movement for 3 hours. Sitting at the system equipment, the guys listened to instructions to select those groups of mutants that show signs of collective behavior. Frowning, the young man said that let them distribute the task to the players. The priority is carnivorous mutants. The man shuddered when he heard that they should collect evidence about the missing children. Putting his hands on his side, the guy thought that this way he would be able to get the news as soon as he found a clue. Smiling, he added that so, let him just wait for good news. Looking at him, his father wondered why he was so motivated to complete the Demon King's mission. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that the king had chosen to cooperate with him, refusing the S-class vacuum cleaner. It seemed that Roland had surpassed him in trying to please, in terms of stabilizing the Demon King. Closing his eyes, the man thought that this was really calming, then he could safely return. Lowering his head, he said that only by stabilizing this pedantic top leadership could he be given time to grow, something that only he could do. Placing the weapon near the wall, the hunter said that from now on he would accompany his son. The device hit the wall. He looked up in fright when he heard the words that the divine power of artificial intelligence was connecting to the Sky City network. The artificial intelligence was running network monitoring of all the people in the Sky City. If any anomaly occurred, it would be reported to the Demon King. With his eyes wide open, Dali said that yes, it had already surrendered to the enemy. He froze in shock and wondered if this was the real reason why the Demon King refused to receive him. The pyramid hung in the air, and words were heard about what a sinister and cunning demon. Standing in front of the people, the hero said that Brother Roland had already intervened. Let them not worry, he would definitely save the children. If he could not do it, perhaps no one in the world could do it. The woman closed her eyes and replied that the Sky City had just released a lot of reward quests urging everyone to hunt mutants and find the whereabouts of children. The rewards were very generous. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was really great, now they could rest in peace. Residents smiled as they talked about how while they didn't quite understand what that meant, they said that successful completion would also boost their reputation, and all engagement costs would be reduced by 5% in the future. MC raised his eyebrows and said that in the future, store purchases, transaction fees, and manufacturing skills training could be reduced by 5%, rounding up, that is $1 million. Then he looked down. Standing in front of the people, Xiao asked that hunting mutants is a bit dangerous. That's right. Besides, these tasks were released after he asked his brother for help. It would be a little embarrassing if it became known that he was also involved. He put his hand behind his head when he heard that he was also interested, to which the hero replied that he had better forget about it. The words on the sign appeared. The protagonist held it in his hands. Residents passed by it. He stood silently in place. Turning his head, the MC heard that this wasn't a big internet celebrity. The young man smiled as he looked at him. The protagonist scratches his head, holding a bag of scrolls on his shoulder, and the guy says that he used to see him on live television and thought he was a big shot, and asks how he got to the point where now no one agrees to even help, and he replies that it's a long story. The young man tosses 2 coins in his hand. The chubby player is huddled against the wall in fear and says that all the rewards are here and they can be collected, and begs to be released, and promises to deliver them on time tomorrow. And the guy in the green hoodie says that if he doesn't want them to post his pictures on the World Channel, then let him do what he is told. The pleased young man clenches his fist and exclaims that the new missions are a gold mine, and that their commander has collected so many low-level ones that they can enjoy success and earn a tidy sum. And the girl agrees that collecting so many naked low-level photos that their commander is really great. The lady shifts her gaze to her companion and says that it seems to be time for a good celebration. The prefect puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and says that it turns out that everything was a coincidence, which means that he is not a big celebrity, and Xiao replies that he still only has LV.1 level, and that unlike that, he has always been great at everything he does. The girl straightens her hair and asks what the commander has found a low-level one, and what's such an exemplary worker, and the guy clarifies that he isn't from their course, and that he rents an apartment off campus and doesn't go to classes, and the girl adds that she doesn't really remember him. A young man with blue hair benevolently flips coins up and says that he sees how pathetic the player is, and that he will help him. The protagonist looks at the coin in surprise. He has received 3 silver coins. He shifts his gaze to the headman. The guy has his hands in his pockets, and the protagonist asks that the level of that must be very high. LV.19, World Combat Power rating 3445, in the team 4 out of 5. The headman smiles and says that the young man does not understand anything. The young man closes his eyes, and the hooded player says that getting into the top 5,000 of the world is just awesome, and adds that he is a noob, and that he has no eyesight, and the girl admires that the commander used to win the sports championship, and he replies that these things can be ignored. Xiao looks at the guys with admiration and sighs that he really has little experience, that he was even on the team once, and asks if he can ask the guys to take him on a mission. After all, he has waited a long time to meet a team with real skills ready to take him with them. The headman looks at the other person and asks if 3 silver coins are not enough for him, or if he hopes that they will set up their team and allow him to join. The saddened protagonist lowers his head and says that he can pay, but the interlocutor does not believe and asks how much you can get from the first level. He straightened his shoulders, and the information sign says that the interlocutor is requesting a deal with the headman for the transfer of 2 gold coins. The headman looks at the information he received in amazement, and thinks that he has accumulated 2 gold coins in all this time. He looks up and asks in bewilderment, and exclaims why this newcomer has as much money as him, one of the top 5,000 in the world. Xiao looks at the guy confidently and says that the full payment of 5 gold coins after the mission ends, he will give 3 more, and asks what suits the player. The protagonist raises his finger and declares, because given the rating of the team, it seems to him that if it is expensive, then it is a suitable option, and added that in the end, he paid only 10 gold coins to the number 1 team in the world. The embittered guy looks up and thinks that for some reason it seems to him that the player is condescending to him, and that some outcast of the course, after one live broadcast, already dares to show off in front of him. The young man closed his eyes and giggled. The elder glared to the side and decided that he hadn't planned to take any action against Xiao, but now he had changed his mind, and was thinking that he would lure the guy out of the safe zone, teach him a lesson, and then take a nude photo of him, turn him into his subordinate, take all the possessions, and see if he dared to show off in front of him after all this. The main character looks at the young man with disbelief, and he says that since they are classmates, it is not worth talking about money. The headman shifts his insinuating glance to the interlocutor, and asks if it is not natural for them to help each other. In the square, among the ruins, there are players, and a guy in a hoodie turns into a young man not to run, because he can be eaten by mutants, and he will not be able to save him in time. This is a place where players of all levels can hunt monsters. The young man, sitting on the ground, looks at the speaker and asks him not to frighten him by saying such things, and asks if he will protect him, and reminds him that he still has to pay everything. The guy with a weapon in his hand stands in a fighting stance, and says that he does not care at all about the protagonist's final payment. Xiao quickly examines the information in the scrolls and says that the part has already been completed, and it is worth continuing at the same pace. He closes his eyes in satisfaction and wonders how much more he needs to do to get the reputation reward, and realizes that it seems like enough. The information says that after completing the task, he receives the title of Friend of the Sky City. The full moon illuminates the night sky. A young man stands in front of the seated protagonist and suggests that if all the tasks are completed, then he can return to the city, and he replies that it is already dark, and that the tasks he took are really too difficult. The players leave the city ruins, and the hoodie player says that before you always had to dig and search a lot, and that the tasks were also difficult, and asks how it happened that this time everything changed so suddenly, and the girl replied that she did not know, and that they would ask about it when they returned. The elder shifts his gaze to the young man and thinks that it has darkened just in time, and that he will now take Xiao to a place where there is no one. He confidently steps forward. Members of his team follow him. The main character looks around in bewilderment, and asks if the guy is sure that they are going the right way. He turns his head and smirks, and the young man says that there are monsters around. A huge mutant wolf towers ominously over the players, and they understand that it will not be easy to cope with them. The player turns their head and angrily shouts for everyone to run. He is thrown back by the power that escaped from the elder's hand. The protagonist falls backwards in disbelief. The young man and the girl run forward, and Xiao does not believe that they will really betray him and run away on their own. A ferocious monster opens a huge mouth, and the main character understands that this is bad and everything is over. The protagonist lands on the floor in the cell. There is a lock on the door. He gets on his knees and screams happily, looking through the bars, that he is still alive, and that this is great. Tears of joy appear in the eyes of the main character, and he decides that next time it is better to ask the top 10 to take him with him, and that he will no longer save. Tears flow down the little girl's face. The young man shifts his gaze to the side and listens to the fact that it is crying. Small children are standing in front of him. They look at the young man in fright. The main character looks around and sees that these are missing children, as well as missing players and defenders, and realizes that they also could not escape. The players who framed the protagonist are sitting in the next cell. The guy shifts his thoughtful gaze ahead and thinks that not only the children, but all the missing people survived, that Brother Roland said about this, and wonders what the mutants want to do. The young man looks at the crying children, and one of them says that they are afraid that it stinks so much here and they want to go home. A cooked bird appears. Children look at the food with delight. Xiao closed his eyes. The girl looks at him and says that her mother told her that there is too much protein in the bird. He holds his sword in his hand, and the baby says that it does not glow, and that it is not cool at all. He hands the children a toy, and the toy asks that he is not an otaku. The astonished young man looks ahead and thinks that it is so difficult to comfort the children at this time. The girl rounds her eyes and asks the guy what is in front of them. He shifts his gaze to the glowing box and says that it is a sea-level production skill obtained during the previous task, a potion of primary purification. After use, it can purify low-level negative states. The girl holds a green bottle in her hand and thinks that it glows beautifully, and asks if it is possible to clear such bad emotions as fear, anxiety, and unhappiness. The main character looks at her confidently and replies that he hopes so. He raises his finger and asks the girl not to be afraid of anything, and she asks that the guy himself just looked like he was scared to death, and why you shouldn't be afraid of anything. The mutant watches the prisoners in the cell, and they continue the conversation, and the young man replies that because someone will definitely come to save them. The girl clarifies whether this is true, and he assures her that everything is so. The beast shifts his gaze to the speakers, and they continue to talk, and Xiao declares that by then all the monsters will be killed and there will be nothing to fear, and the interlocutor says that this is encouraging. The children look at each other and the boy asks why these monsters are so strong, and who will come to kill them and save the prisoners. The main character looks thoughtfully ahead. He opens his mouth and asks if the children have ever heard of humanity's hope. The creature spreads its wings to the sides. Roland rushes on a motorcycle and listens to the information that he will find a school bus with missing children, and that mutants have taken over the entire southern region, not sparing a single player or NPC, and that the captured children have been brought there as well. The young man fearlessly rushes forward and asks to be sent the exact location to his phone and asks if the captives are alive. He grips the steering wheel tightly and thinks that for some reason it seems to him that this is not so easy. A cloud of dust rushes after the motorcyclist. The protagonist calms down the little girl. He shifts his wary gaze to the side and hears the question that it was he who said that hope will come to save people. A mutant-looking S-rank fire Fenrir stands in front of the camera. He bares his teeth angrily and says that this is good news because he is waiting for him. Fenrir's lair rises ominously under the starry sky. The monster guards, grinning angrily, put their weapons in front of them and ask what is there. Roland confidently walks along the dark street towards the mutants, and one of them says that this is Lord Fenrir's lair and entry without permission is prohibited. The guy looks angrily at the guards. They quickly throw their weapons forward and order the young man to stand. Red flames consume mutants. The young man confidently goes forward. Fenrir raised his head in fury and exclaimed what had happened, and that it was an earthquake. The mutant quickly approaches the master and says that it is Roland coming. The wolf bares his teeth and says that after such a long wait, he has finally come. He shifts his burning gaze to the side and declares that as soon as he meets the enemy, he will be able to, and he does not have time to finish. Mutants scatter from a powerful explosion to the sides. Stones are flying everywhere. Fenrir looks around in bewilderment among the ruins. The young man turns an angry look at the opponent and demands that the children be given to him. The mutant rounded his eyes in horror and wondered why he was so scared, and that he was mentally ready for the meeting, but still confused. He bares his teeth furiously and says that the guy is worthy of the title of the hope of mankind, that his momentum and speed are amazing. The young man turns his demanding gaze to the opponent and says that enough nonsense, and asks where the people are. The sinister Fenrir points his paw at the shattered bars of the cells and tells him not to worry, that all the prisoners are safe. The protagonist looks at the savior in surprise. He lowers his head in bewilderment and doubts that he really made a mistake. Confused, Roland shifts his gaze in front of him and wonders why the Demon King is also there. Zhao's eyes widened in delight and exclaimed that Brother Roland had come, and that Brother Roland had been waiting for him, and thought that he had asked him to save the children, and he was saving him. The formidable Fenrir stands ready for battle, and says that he has long awaited the hope of mankind. The guy rolls his eyes indignantly, and is surprised that the mutant was waiting for him. He stands in front of a dumbfounded young man and thinks that he has come here to spy on him because he does not trust him, and that he wanted to see his defeat and see if he would show up. The guy shifts his angry gaze to the side, putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, and decides that if so, then he will try even better so that the guy can see everything for himself. He prepared to attack the enemy, surrounding himself with mana. Roland violently attacks the mutant and demands that he give him all the prisoners. The children run to Fenrir in a panic and shout that they are scared, and that he should not give them up, and the monster asks, grinning, the enemy which of them is the villain. A young man with eyes glowing with rage rushes forward. He swiftly plunges his sword into his opponent. The bloody Demon King falls backwards. Stones are scattered to the sides from a powerful explosion. The girl turns her head and says with admiration that this is a strong sword aura, and that this is indeed the hope of Roland's humanity. The young man attacks the monster furiously again. The wolf lands on its paws in front of the enemy. He angrily opens his mouth and growls that he actually grabbed these people with no intention of harming them. The guy is holding a sword. Xiao looked away and asked in his mind if his goal wasn't to kill Brother Roland. A shadow fell on the young man's face, and he asked what was the point. The mutant turned around and told him to look at his level, and the system notified that Fenrir was a rank 5 mutated species and had a level of 101. Roland looked menacingly ahead and asked if the level was 101. Wolf smiled and explained that he had awakened a super strong ability to grow, and added that by eating one sentient being, he could gain a level of gluttony, and then clarified that by spending one such level, he could raise the level. Wolf took a fighting stance and said with admiration that in just 2 days he had risen to level 101, although there were 15 more levels that were estimated to be unnecessary, and then asked the other person that aside from the other owners of the divine artifacts, he was invincible. The monster bared his teeth and clarified what the interlocutor would say if Fenrir, being invincible, wanted to make an alliance with humans. The monster's eyes glowed red, and he mentally reported that his goal was not to be an enemy of humans, but to find opportunities to exist so that more mutants could survive in this world. The young man held the sword, and the mutant continued to muse that he had only told his interlocutor about his abilities in order to gain an advantage in the negotiations, and clarified that Ronald would inevitably be shocked to learn of his strength. The mutant raised his eyebrows questioningly. Shao moved his torso forward in bewilderment, and the young man mentally asked why he wasn't surprised, but looked at the man. Fenrir hit his teeth and said to himself that he was still angry at what he had done to humans, and his hostility towards him must be eliminated. The mutant raised his hand to his chest and stated that he could apologize for this, and explained that he had captured them only to create conditions for negotiations and rather, he had saved them all. The wind blew the young man's cloak, and he asked the wolf if he had saved them, and what it meant, and the interlocutor replied that when he met them, they were attacked by demons, and then furiously asserted that it was he who killed all the demons and saved these people. Fenrir pointed his finger at himself. The starry sky illuminates the interlocutors. The boy held onto the wall and thought that this wolf was seeking death. His hair covered the young man's forehead, and he said with understanding that this was how it turned out. The mutant's eyes lit up, and he mentally exclaimed that his interlocutor was shocked and touched by his sincerity. Wolf smiled maliciously and stated that the young man behind Roland had been found by his subordinates and had been wandering around the danger zone with his comrades, and then added that in order to prevent the demons from attacking, they had been captured and locked in a cage. The guy put his hand to his torso and wondered why this wolf was looking at him with such an expression on his face. Fenrir sat down and invited Roland to work together. The mutant made a terrifying grimace and exclaimed that they had a common enemy, the Demon King. Zhao's silhouette burned with purple flames. The guy quickly raised his sword and stated that his interlocutor was talking nonsense, and he couldn't let him continue talking. The young man turned around, and the protagonist asked if it was true, because he thought that the wolf spoke quite confidently. Drops of sweat appeared on the fighter's face. A blue glow illuminates the roof. The monster licked his lips and stated that he knew it would interest Roland. The two boys looked at the scene in bewilderment, and the wolf continued to say that he had developed the perfect plan for cooperation. The girl opened her mouth, and Fenrir reported that the mutants were gradually evolving to a high level of intelligence, and now all the demons were at a loss, and this was a great opportunity for final destruction, and then exclaimed that from now on he would rule all monsters without invading a single square of the land of humans. Fenrir opened his mouth and asked his interlocutor what he thought of this proposal. The mutant clenched his fists. Roland turned around in Zhao's direction in bewilderment. The main character closed his eyes and asked if the sentence sounded good. The young man opened his eyes in horror. The guy straightened his shoulders and mentally said that the Demon King had arrived here first to prevent him from joining forces with the mutants, and added that he had forced his interlocutor to fully reveal the plan, just to test his reaction. Roland holds the silhouette of a wolf in a bubble in his hand and thinks that Zhao already knew about the plans of the mutants, and everything that happens is within his expectations. Fenrir smirked and mentally reported that even if it was a short-term cooperation, his interlocutor had no reason to refuse it at the moment. Roland quickly pointed his hand to the sword and declared that he refused. The monster looked puzzled. Roland runs to attack the Fenrir, who asks why. The blonde man opens his mouth furiously, thinking that the reason is that the Demon King is watching. The wolf indignantly opens his mouth and asks for his demands. The monster dodges the swing of the sword. He looks at the swordsman and asks to discuss everything. The blonde's eyes glow red. He declares that they have nothing to talk about. He goes on the attack, saying that on behalf of the Demon King, he will destroy him. The red beast cries and asks which side he is on. Fenrir is imprinted into the ground. Roland holds the sword upright in front of him and notes out loud that his opponent is level 101 and will not be able to defeat him, then mentally added that he has survived hundreds of battles. Shao looks at the blonde man. The hero opens his eyes in surprise and notes aloud what he said aloud about the Demon King. He lowers his head and asks why he said this. Smoke is coming. Fenrir rises to his feet and says that even with his awakened wisdom, he cannot understand the logic of human behavior. He clenches his fingers and claims that the blonde man doesn't owe him anything, then adds that he will free all the prisoners and help destroy the demons that are targeting the ground, after which he asks for a chance to survive. Roland opens his eyes in surprise. He clutches his head with the thought that he has understood everything. Sweat runs down his face and says to himself that the second reason why the Demon King personally came to keep an eye on him is because he is afraid that he will let this species of mutant go. Fenrir looks over his shoulder at the swordsman, who aloud declines the offer. The wolf dodges the attacks. The monster asks to be allowed to become a tame dog. The man refuses. The beast says that all his subordinates will become his dogs. the blonde does not agree. The monster begins to cry with thoughts that nothing is working out, then adds that this person must be sick. Roland stands in front of the wolf, who reveals that he is just trying to find a way out for the mutants. The monster makes a furious look and declares to himself that then it makes no sense for him to be so kind. It opens its mouth ominously. The Fenrir will consume 50 layers of gluttony and have risen 30 levels. The creature's eyes shine brightly. He states that he has already spoken. The priest looks at him and states that he said that mutants have a low level of intelligence. The deity replies that the demon king is stronger than expected, and under the influence of his power, the monsters have become stronger, which is sentient. The man with the beard asks why he didn't say it earlier. The creature rises above the person and says that he could have guessed himself, because it is time to think for himself. The man makes a sad face and agrees that they are to blame for everything. The deity declares that he is sorry. The priest turns around and asks again. The creature smiles predatorily and agrees, then adds that the possibility of forming an alliance has turned into a big crisis. A huge Fenrir stands in front of Roland and claims that he can defeat him. Lightning comes from the wolf's eyes. The blonde looks up tensely and states that this is a ranged attack that will kill everyone. He turns to Xiao and asks her to use all defensive skills. Hooded men create an ice wall. A guy and a girl use defensive abilities. Small children behind the hero apply auras and blessings. The protagonist makes an awkward look with the thought that he alone can do nothing. The blonde summons a red force field in front of him, saying that it is a divine shield. Fenrir jumps onto the scarlet dome. The hooded guy covers himself with his hands and says that Mr. Roland's protection protects them. 3 people are sitting under the red barrier. A young man with a purse makes a sickly face. The children scream. Xiao makes a blank look and declares that it doesn't hurt him at all. Roland spreads his hands tensely and reveals that the difference in levels is too great, and soon the shield will be destroyed. The wolf hits the blonde man and tells him to die. The beast flaps its claws furiously. The blonde reveals that it has no ability to use artifacts, and its powers are limited only by level. Roland looks back tensely, thinking that he has already refused to work with Fenrir, then mentally wonders if the demon king wants to help him. Xiao looks around excitedly. The blonde notes to himself that the character's acting skills are very bad, as if he deliberately avoids his gaze. The beast opens its mouth in front of the swordsman. The protagonist looks around and calls out to Roland. The blonde man stands in a defensive stance and says to himself that he sold absolutely everything for the demon king, but he does not want to help him. The girl throws a flask of green liquid and shouts that she will help her older brother. The bottle flies past the blonde man, who asks what it is. The bottle breaks. The wolf freezes before the bite. He falls to the ground. The hooded young men cover themselves from the dust and call out to Roland. The wind blows away the smoke. Xiao makes an excited face and addresses the blonde. Light pierces the dust. Fenrir holds a golden ball in his mouth. He asks what is going on. The blonde man stands in the center of the divine shield. The beast tries to bite through the barrier and says to itself that it has previously broken exactly the same one. The blonde radiates a golden glow. The monster silently wonders what has changed. The swordsman stiffens his face and says that it's because the monster has a different level. The wolf frowns and asks again. He looks around his shaggy body and states that all of his levels of gluttony have disappeared. Fenrir, a B-class mutant, has been exposed to the purification potion and the state of gluttony has been dispelled, and the previous level has been restored. The monster jumps away and reveals that the body's shape and condition have been restored to their original state. A broken flask with a green liquid lies on the ground. A purification potion dispels magical effects from the target. Fenrir furrows his brows and states that this low-rank liquid couldn't take away his rare properties. Blue Eyes looks to the side and asks what kind of potion it is. The girl looks at Xiao in shock with many bottles in her hands. The hero says that he did not expect these flasks to be so useful. Roland and the wolf make surprised faces. The blonde looks down and thinks that this was the protagonist's cunning plan. The blonde begins to cry. He mentally adds that they are all toys in Zhao's hands. The swordsman looks at Fenrir and wonders why he is so evil. The monster looks surprised and replies that he is in a desperate situation. Blue Eyes covers himself in a red aura and declares that these are the monster's last words. Fenrir furrows his brows and tries to say something. The wolf disappears into the sky in front of Roland, saying that he is not going to have anything to do with him anymore. The swordsman turns to a happy Xiao, who reveals that he knew that the blue-eyed man would come to save them. The hero smiles awkwardly and talks about how he plucked up the courage to go out for the mission rewards, then adds that he didn't expect to encounter such a thing, then adds that he is happy that the swordsman is here. The blonde looks away and claims to himself that as soon as the case came to an end, the guy returned to his fake face as if nothing had happened. The blonde closes his eyes and sighs. He raises his hand and solemnly declares that Xiao can be sure that as long as he is here, the hero is not afraid of mutants, to which he calls him cool. Roland smiles wryly and offers to return to the city. The protagonist makes a happy face and asks if the problem has been resolved. The blonde looks at the guy in surprise and asks what he is talking about, to which he asks if the mutant has left. Blue Eyes raises his fist and declares that the monster's stats are downgraded, so it is not a threat. Xiao sighs and says that it's still not safe for low-level players, even though he only attacked demons and didn't harm humans. Roland gets on a motorcycle and claims that he understands everything and will go right away. The hero happily claps his hands. A guy in a hood addresses a blonde man. The blonde looks at the young man and tells him that he has destroyed all the mutants in the area and orders the children and random players to be sent back to the safe zone. The swordsman closes his eyes. The hooded man asks about the Demon King, to which Roland orders him to be taken home in comfort. Xiao waves to the departing blonde and says goodbye to him. People get off the yellow bus. The hero turns to the hooded young man, who offers to take the car. The protagonist looks at the limousine enthusiastically. He sits inside the cabin and says that he will gladly accept the offer. The woman leans over to the window of the transport and asks for the name of the guy. Xiao looks through the glass at the girl, who apologizes for not protecting him on the mission. 3 people stand in front of a limousine. A woman calls out to the hero. She smiles and states that she didn't expect him to know Roland. A guy with lilac hair raises his palm with a yellow light. He says that he is returning 2 gold coins and adds that they are all friends and it is not worth talking about debts, after which he offers to form a team together if possible. The driver of the car looks out and asks the young man and girl if they are Zhao's friends. They make awkward faces at the chauffeur's suggestion to get into the limousine. The hero looks at the trio and says that this is not entirely true. The protagonist looks strangely at his former escorts and reveals that he hired them to complete the task, so calling them friends is not entirely correct, then adds that when they were in danger, he felt like he was pushed hard. The driver smiles brightly and claims that he understands everything. He ties up the trio and invites them to get into a police car. The faces of the escorts express shock. A huge white building is shown. A man with papers in his hands looks straight and says that his interlocutor said that he made a mistake. The trio are behind bars. A man in formal clothes wondering if this is extortion. He looks down at the documents. The man holds sheets of paper that say the detainees pushed MS. Xiao and deserve 3 years in prison. A man in a jacket puts a stamp on documents in front of a shocked escort and declares that it is also possible to change it to extortion. As the sun shines on the modern city, a voice tells the morning news that the Guardians of the Sky City have accidentally uncovered a brutal cheating incident that illegally harmed low-level players and charged a defense fee, after which she encourages all players to improve their combat abilities through official channels as well as keep the peace. A white-haired girl with a microphone smiles at the camera and adds that news has come from the front line that the missing children have been found, and Fenrir is the suspect. The Red Wolf's face is hidden by a black stripe. Roland rides a motorcycle. The host reveals that the monster is currently moving towards Damon Street, and the blonde man is chasing him. The white-haired woman happily raises her hands and reveals that this time the children were successfully saved thanks to Xiao. The light falls on the microphone. The girl asks the hero if he has anything to say. The protagonist smiles at the camera and says with a laugh that it's all a coincidence. The host stands next to him and notes that he was directly involved in the auction for an elf in the safe zone in front of the warehouse. A hooded man appears in the frame. The girl says that there are legends about the guy as if he is a god-level boss. A man's hand covers the lens. A frightened presenter in front of the limousine driver asks what Zhao's true identity is. An unknown person declares that this is enough and no more questions. Little Belial and Babylon sit on the back of the couch in front of the TV with the news, where a news worker asks questions about the character's personality. Longard eats a huge cookie for herself. She shifts her gaze to the white-haired woman and says that Damon Street may be the wolf's target. Fenrir is running. The speed is 140 kilometers per hour. The beast moves quickly and declares that he cannot lose here, although he still cannot understand how it happened. The monster kicks up dust along the way, revealing that while he has high stats and the ability to devise the perfect cooperation plan, he didn't even get the chance to become a dog to a human. The monster's eyes glow red. He claims that it doesn't matter, because he will definitely survive and become stronger, and then Roland will become his subordinate. Fenrir moves towards a huge skyscraper. He says that while the great demon is gone, the base is empty, then adds that he planned to leave it as a supply of food, and now it will be useful to him. A large ruined high-rise levitates in the sky. A woman looks after the children. A red beast flies outside the window in front of the little demons. He declares that in order to become stronger again, he will need to sacrifice them. The children turn around in fright. The wolf shouts that they will become his food. Shards of glass are flying. The guardian demon covers the kids with his body and says that some level 76 mutant dared to break into their territory. Fenrir swings his paw and demands that she get out of the way. The red line tears the maid's clothes. The actual level is 36, a direct hit. The girl is thrown into the wall in front of the frightened children. The beast opens its mouth in front of the kids and declares that it's time for gluttony. A pillar of magic hit the red giant's back. Gritting her teeth, the woman said that this was not the end, adding that as long as she was alive, he would not be able to harm the children. Fenrir flies straight towards his rival. The striker hit the brunette in the chest. A dent formed in the wall. Brown-eyed was lying unconscious. Turning around, the mutant asked who had come. The wind fluttered the girl's hair. There were 3 people standing in the room. The ladies had their hands on their waists, and the red giant said that it was Belial and Babylon. Opening his mouth, Fenrir said that how the great demons ended up here. Didn't they die? Adding that his research could not be wrong. The demon looked ahead, and the wolf said that the green-eyed woman smelled like the main character. The girl is standing in front of Xiao. Belial lowered her head, and Fenrir told her that such a smell could only be obtained by sleeping together. Grey-haired looked at the demoness, claiming that this could not be, because from the moment the girls met the king, they slept in cat beds. The green-eyed woman smiled. Babylon asked if it could be true. The girl's nosebleed. The cat took a step. Opening his mouth, the redhead asked if he could smell the red, adding that this mutant had already met his master. Frowning, Fenrir asked what kind of master he was. The brunette runs with the children in his arms, and the red giant argues that the one the three are talking about is the Demon King. The main character carries a full bag. The monster argues that, apparently, he specially brought a potion that can eliminate his trait of gluttony, also pretended to be caught and made his way into the mutant's lair. Bao's face changed. The protagonist sits on the floor. The red giant opened his mouth in shock, thinking to himself that he had betrayed all of his plans to the Demon King. Smiling, Fenrir said that he would kill all the demons. Raising his paw, the beast said that he needed to feed on demons. Standing in an attacking pose, the mutant said that he and the boyfriend would only eat demons. Roland runs forward, and the giant reasons that it is now clear why the blonde shouted on behalf of the Demon King, adding that he is the only one who did not know anything. A tear flowed from the monster's face. The redhead came closer. Raising his clawed paw, Bao asked his opponent that now that he was aware of everything, he was ready to die in peace. Frozen, Fenrir replied that it was so, he did not want to live anymore. The cat brings its paw to the affected person. The redhead looked down. The giant lay still, and the animal reasoned that the power inherent in these creatures came from the master, and this power was concentrated in the mutant. Taking a closer look, the green-eyed man wondered that maybe the main character did not kill the monster for some purpose, and added that if it was, then he would give Red a chance. The wolf frowned. The cat jumped to the floor. The red-eyed man looked ahead, and the red-haired man explained that he would go with them to the master to answer for his actions. Bao, approaching the girls, said that he saw the plans of the giant and could not calm down. Babylon thanked the cat for accompanying them. Turning around, the redhead said that if the king accused the crew of arbitrariness, it would be on Fenrir's conscience. The trio moved into the hole at the command of the main that it was time to return. Bao looked down. Someone was peeking out from behind the stone. With a change in his face, the blonde thought that he had accidentally discovered a demon camp. The lord was frightened. It was said that his name was Roland. Originally he was the hope of mankind, but now he is in despair all year round. He received an order to pursue the kidnapper Fenrir, but by mistake ended up in the den of demons. The man looked at the cat and the two girls, and after he was discovered, he found himself alone surrounded by 3 powerful demons. Belial and the girl stood beside him, apologizing that he could only kill him to silence him. Roland looked down, reasoning that his strength was the highest among men, and in a one-on-one duel, either Belial nor Babylon could stand against him. But at the moment, he had no chance of winning. The cat jumped up, spreading his paws to the sides. The man said goodbye to the little hope. The lord gritted his teeth, saying that this was the only way. The man raised his hands in the air, activating the Lee family's last trump skill, shouting that it was the Demon King who had asked him to come. The cat's eyes shone with magic. Energy rings formed around them. Bao narrowed his eyes, asking again about what he had said. The city was in ruins. Roland jumped to his feet in front of the girls. He put his hands in his pockets, saying that it seemed that they, the minions, weren't that smart. None of them knew anything about the Demon King's plan. The queen was angry, asking that he knew his master's plan better than they did. The second shouted that it was arrogant. The cat looked up, asking to be allowed to speak. The lord looked at them sternly, replying that he had given him a task first, saying that he had to rescue the children who had been taken prisoner. The main character joined his index fingers, talking about how the children are so weak and helpless. It is better for them to stay in the safe zone. He is very worried. He can go and return them. The man closed his eyes, continuing that when he arrived, he found him already waiting at the scene. Later the mutant escaped here, but met them. Babylon clenched her fist, objecting to what he was talking about. If the master wanted to kill him, he would do it instantly. Did he think that the Demon King was so bored? Belial lowered her head, confirming that the lord had said it was true. The queen smirked as she said that with her foresight ability, and being close to the Demon King, she had known about this plan for a long time. Bao looked up, saying that now that everyone knows, he doesn't need to pretend anymore. This is really the master's plan. The girl was shocked. Babylon looked at them, wondering that she was the only one who didn't know. Roland lowered his head and said that, as expected, if you both confirmed it, then there were no mistakes. He looked up, adding that the Demon King had long known about the possible danger to his subjects, although he seemed indifferent. In fact, he thought of every action and hid his true intentions behind the mutants. Whether it was saving human children or killing mutants, this was not his real goal. He was just using saving children as a cover. The characters looked up sharply when talking about moving the little demons to the safe zone. The cat smiled, saying that he thought he was right. The child stood on the edge, asking who they were talking to. The guys crowded around the window, discussing that it looked like this man was the same Roland. The lord looked up at the building. The monster clenched his fists, exclaiming that he needed to be killed to ease the Demon King's worries. The man, after a high jump, found himself next to the little demons. He smiled, inviting them to come with him. The children sat on the floor, not understanding what was happening. The sun shone on the building as it was said that Roland would take them to the Demon King. Red windows appeared, indicating that his application was not considered. The application was rejected by the system. The young man turned at the sound, wondering if someone had arrived. The hero met the guys outside the gate. Shao smiled, wondering if the cat had got a pet. The guy looked at the Lord, who spread his arms to the sides, asked that he should take care of these. The main character was indignant, wondering if they asked him who decided this and why. The guy pointed his finger at Bao, wondering what he was thinking about. A small pet gets a pet, some kind of nesting doll, is it logical? A red dog was shown when a young man asked the question that he must be very gluttonous, wasn't he? The cat lowered his ears, thinking that it had been refused, and said that it was good if it was so. He released his claws, thinking that only death remained. Shao spread his hands to the sides, addressing Bao that he could not even feed himself, but wanted to get a pet. Did he think about who would pay for his food? The young man opened his eyes wide, thinking that if he said so, then so would his food expenses. The girls sat on their knees when he knew they would pay for it. The guy put his hands on the belt, saying that in fact, he loves it very much. If he really wants to get a pet, he will just take it to the backyard and tie it up. The cat sat comfortably on the dog's head, reasoning that it turned out that this was what the owner wanted. He pretended to refuse in order to scare him. The dog turned to look at the protagonist, thinking about the Demon King forgiving him. He sat in the cage, reasoning that from now on he would be the king's dog. He was standing in a cage in the corner of the room, summoning the Demon King. Roland spread his arms to the sides, asking to take care of these children. The hero wondered why he was talking about it so naturally. The Lord sternly turned his attention above. The man lowered his head, reasoning that this was indeed what he had planned. When the Lord said this, he looked at him differently. The young man looked ahead. It was said that his gaze had changed. Roland stepped closer to the hero, saying that he had tracked down Fenrir and found this group of children, who had also been victims of almost dying at his claws. He winked, saying that the past and personalities were completely unverifiable, so there would be no problem. Shao lowered his gaze, pondering what it meant. The man, as an official representative, asks him to contribute to the social construction. He has indeed helped him many times, and it will be a little embarrassing to refuse. The guy closed his eyes, holding out the thing, replied that it would be a little difficult to settle with him, wouldn't it? It's better like this. He has some initial equipment. He will distribute it among everyone so that they can warm up. The conversation was about slow-selling goods. A plot of land in the city was shown above, when a young man said that he would sponsor an orphanage, talked about the fact that he was given a plot of land, but he never used it. Roland was surprised to ask about the orphanage. The hero replied that he really could not give more. It was said about mental pain to the point of coughing up blood, HP -100. The child took hold of his trouser leg, calling for the king. The children opened their eyes wide, looking up, wondering that they were now orphans, those who had no one to rely on. Shao was surprised, realizing that everything was so sad. He looked down, reasoning that it might work. The hero smiled, answering that if he, Brother Roland, really needed his help, he had an idea. Shao held up a thumbs up, wondering why not create a guild and accept everyone, so they would be closely bonded, take care of each other, and help each other. The children in headphones stared at the guy, who said that if there was an organization, they were no longer helpless. The main character closed his eyes, smiling, understood that if he had to pay, then at least it should be a win-win situation. The guy clicked on the notification window, thinking about how the conditions for creating a guild are extremely harsh. Not only will they have to pay a very high fee, there are also requirements for combat power and the number of people. But after creating a guild, the maximum interaction fees can be reduced by 15% when you consider his reputation and an additional 5% discount, resulting in a 20% discount. Shao smiled as he held a roll of paper in his hand. He was sitting at the computer chair when he realized that he could also use the guild to participate in more activities and earn more money, and thus it would be profitable. The guy smiled as he showed what he had written, said that it was a coincidence, but he already had an application form to create a guild. Roland carefully looked at the system window, thinking that the feigned refusal was in order to create a guild. But if that's the only thing, then, in principle, it doesn't really matter. The Lord bowed his head down when it was said that he had approved, and the guild was successfully formed, pondering the name of that guild. A bright light lit up above the children as they talked about congratulating Shao on the founding of the Overworld Guild. The characters looked in one direction with interest. The girl opened her mouth, wondering if the whole world meant that people from all over the world could come together and rely on each other, realizing that it was so warm. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that the meaning of the whole world is that the master wants to create a whole new world in which all races can live in peace, and this is indeed a grand plan. Belial narrowed her eyes, calling them a bunch of fools, and understood what that meant. The hero laughed when the meaning of overworld was explained, meaning above world. Roland was horrified, tears in his eyes, wondering what he had just done. The city was shown when it was said that a new guild overworld had been created. Qin looked to the side, asking that the Demon King had founded a guild. Shao was sitting on the couch, looking at the system window, when a notification came that Qin was applying to join his guild, and also, Lu Xiao had applied to join the guild. The main character was surprised, looking in front of him. The characters appeared in the same world when it was reported that they had joined the guild overworld. The rogue was stunned, wondering. He looked in front of him, receiving messages that he had become the deputy head of the 35th, 36th level, and had obtained the title of Demon King's Claws. Obara turned, addressing Qin. He looked down, did not answer, froze. Warriors appeared behind. The fighter looked ahead, wondering what was happening to them. The characters stood with their backs when the question arose. The robber turned, the warrior wondering why they had suddenly become hostile. The gate was shown. The monster saw a light on him, asking about this feeling. The monster shrouded in green energy raised its head upwards. It was said that he had become the second in command of level 103, 109 and had been given the title of Demon King's Gatekeeper. The monster looked down, revealing that he was originally only a ghost, but the Demon King had suddenly given him a physical body. A location was marked on the globe. The guy clicked on the message window, saying that a red dot suddenly appeared on the map. This is a dungeon. The second clarified that the Demon King's mansion in the safe zone had completely turned into a dungeon. The girl silently watched the work of the guys, who came to the conclusion that the risk was too great to calculate. The lady looked forward, listening to the speed of leveling up the players did not increase, and the strength of the Demon King was growing rapidly. She lowered her head, realizing that humanity had never faced such a terrifying enemy. The girl grabbed the cross, calling on God. The entity sat silently as the request for God to protect was made. The creature was smiling, saying that they should not worry, because the worst outcome would be if she came in person. The possessions of the protagonist were shown. Roland was standing at the gate, bent down. The Lord was puzzled, opening his mouth, speculating about how this could have happened. He felt that he could not be the hope of mankind at all now. He straightened up, thinking that he could not give up. No matter how dark the road ahead, there was hope. The man gritted his teeth, exclaiming that there was hope that would not disappear. The ladies stood on the balcony, reasoning that they really deserved it. Babylon smirked, remarking, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless because... Belial smiled as she said that the Demon King had already prepared everything. The girls stood on the table, discussing that their victory was an undeniable future, but for them. The lady opened the door, calling the sisters to supper. They turned around, shouting that they were coming. The girls were sitting on their knees by the plates as Belial continued to speak. The sisters appetizingly ate sweets, saying that as long as they could be their master's little pets, that was enough. The pet tasted the white liquid from the bowl. The dog looked up, wondering. He looked through the cage, seeing the guy, asked the Demon King why he was here. The protagonist looked down, starting to say that he was the mutant wolf king who wanted to cooperate with Roland and destroy all the demons. Xiao stood by the cage, holding his hands in his pockets, and asked if he was right. The young man smiled at no answer.